They used to say if man could fly, he'd have wings. But he did fly.
It is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose.
There comes a time in every man's life when he must stop thinking and start doing.
Fear only exists for one purpose, to be conquered.
We're going to stumble, but we're going to learn from those mistakes. That's what being human is all about.
Space, the place where the show happens. These are the lectures of the United Internet Genius Conference. Its continuing mission? To explain monetizable properties. To tell you about these guys, and how about this guy? Everyone loves him. Aww. To boldly talk to you because my friends are tired of listening.
Oh shit, is this not Star Wars 101?
More Trek!
Oh, Star Wars 101 is down the hall.
Star Wars lecture? Enjoy that. That's really funny.
Not as funny as this.
Anyway, are you more of a
Gamma male or a Delta male? I think
Woo! Gamma male!
Yeah! Welcome to Starfleet Academy! Woo! Yeah! All right, everybody, we're here to learn about the greatest show ever made by gods or men.
Twin Peaks?
Star Trek, or something like that. Yes, Hello, everyone. I'm Captain Bestman, and I'll be instructing you today in Star Trek 101, presented by TWIG, the United Internet Genius Conference, of which all of you are my beloved attendees. TWIG, 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 yeah! It's happening. All right, this is the night course, so we'll do our best to get through it.
You don't want to know what time it is right now.
I've got my fun glass that I can lampshade now, so I can move on and not worry about it that much.
You didn't think I had it in me, did you, Spock? No, sir.
Oh, all right. I slaved over a hot mug. Okay, so here's what's happening. We're talking about Star Trek 101. This truly is designed to be a 101 type situation, meaning I'm not even going to attempt to get into like all the nitty-gritty of all the many, many, many seasons and episodes and shows. We'll talk about like sort of what's like alpha canon versus beta canon, which is a thing in Star Trek. Like which things like really matter and which are mostly ignored by fans. Depends on how deep you want to go. And yeah, we're just going to do an overview of like the main stuff. You can see there's a couple of eras. I'll just let people know right now, we're going to be primarily diving into the ones that I give a shit about, which are the original era and the TNG era. And we will be doing like a quick sort of overview of the new Trek era and a little bit of the hype era, a very short-lived period of time. And then we'll have some conclusions, we'll have some thoughts about one snippet from New Trek that's in the hype era. We'll talk about that in some detail and sort of where the future is right now, because it's 2025 and Star Trek has existed since 1966. It's a very old, very influential series in terms of sci-fi. It's shaped everybody. There were like government policies named after this shit. It made everybody think that they wanted to be a scientist and go to space and do all kinds of cool stuff. So Star Trek is hugely influential, and we owe it all to our boy Gene Roddenberry. But before we discuss him, which we'll go into a little bit right now, of course, you already know what it is. You know it's a BGEU lecture, baby. So yes, there's a call and response prompt. Of course, I know you beg for it. So here it is. So when I say, make it so, we will sing a song together.
Oh boy.
And that song will be the Star Trek TNG theme, which you may not be familiar with, but it's very simple. It's the standard theme, and here are the lyrics that I made because I'm a genius. It is, we are all going to space for the betterment of the human race. Okay. So let's try. Make it so. We are all going to space for the betterment of the human race. And the other ones too. They're all right. Engage.
But before we engage with this lecture, have you heard the good news about Internet Genius?
Internet Genius, bringing all the
weekly podcast where I talk to all my smart boy associates. Well, look, it's the classic when you do it, it's wrong. When I do it, it's based. So, featuring guests like the Electric Underground, Cybershell, the Gaming Brit, T-Bap themselves, and many more. When Nate's not making enough videos. Listen up, numbnuts. I'm being a genius weekly with my pals over here every single Saturday. So come listen and raise that IQ a notch or two. Who's got the highest IQ in the room? The guy with the weapon, okay, that's pointing at you and saying, hey, I might make a little bullet suggestion to you if you don't be doing what I want you to do right now. And hit up the Patreon for Bonus Genius. Old BG patrons get those for free. The reviews are in, folks, and people love Internet Genius. This is you right now, but with a little IQ boost, this could be you. Thank God for Internet Genius. Solving everything one podcast at a time, yeah! We now return to your regularly scheduled Trek slot.
All right, let's get to it. So let's talk Gene Roddenberry for a little bit. So Gene Roddenberry is an old-ass man. He worked in TV, actually, even before that. So his history is interesting.
Is he alive?
Is he alive? He is not alive.
Right.
He died in the 90s, which we will talk about in a little bit when we get there. So he was a born and bred American man. Yes, Tech?
Did he live long and prosper?
He did live long and prosper.
Great.
You know, I'm not exactly sure how old he was when he died, but that was good. That was good. He did the thing. Yes, good. Yeah, he was an old-ass man when he died, so, you know, not bad. Very influential. Got to see a lot of his creations beloved and come to life, and, well, you'll get a feel for his career momentarily. So, he was, get a load of this shit. He was born in Texas, raised in LA. Cringe alert. What's that, Sam? What's that? Oh, my flag. Oh, no. Thank you. We've got to represent the colors of Starfleet.
Flag touch the floor.
Oh, you're right. I keep saying Starfleet. This is the United Federation of Planets, technically distinct from the Federation. We'll get into that in a moment. We'll get through Gene Roddenberry, then we'll talk about like the concepts in the world. This map over here, this is like the core. This is the world of Star Trek, basically, the universe, the galaxy. So we'll get into that in a moment. Okay, but Gene Roddenberry. So he was a combat pilot in World War II. And flew 89 combat missions in the Army Air Forces, which is like before the Air Force existed, so he's an old guy. And later worked as a commercial pilot. Later joining the Los Angeles Police Department, and then going on to be like a television writer as like an additional thing he wanted to do. So he had an exciting life, and he did, you know, sort of some of the things, flying pilot, being a pilot and stuff, very Star Trek kind of stuff. Kirk would be proud.
And speaking of things that would make Kirk proud, I've got to tell you this one story about our boy, Eugene. Oh, by the way, this is Captain Bestman from the future. I'm using transport technology to beam in from there. It's a future science thing, you wouldn't get it. Anyway, so get this. On June 18th, 1947, at age 25, our boy Gene was working as a Pan Am pilot as a third officer on Flight 121 from Karachi to Istanbul, Turkey, which he was doing after years of being a fighter pilot in World War II, as we've gone over. So he wasn't actually flying the plane. There was the captain and the first mate. But during the flight, there was engine failure, and the whole plane came down and crashed in the Syrian desert. And this was not the first plane crash he had been involved in. There were like 2 before this, so this was not his first rodeo. So the plane goes down, and all the ranking officers die except Gene Roddenberry, who then, with like a couple other staff members who survived the plane, begin pulling survivors out of the burning plane wreckage as other people tragically don't make it out and burn to death in the plane. This kills like 15 people or so, and there's like 21 total survivors, something like that. So now, you're just some dude from El Paso, Texas. You find yourself the ranking officer because your superiors have died. And you find yourself organizing search parties to go out and like find civilization and find how to get people out of here while staying alive. Lucky for them, there was a town like not too far away and people eventually made it out and like helped them and he was able to call for help. But like, holy crap, this is a real thing that actually happened to Gene Roddenberry. And not to make light of the tragedy of this, because obviously it's terrible, but like, This is like a real-life Star Trek episode where Captain Kirk would have to do some shit like this. This is his actual life. So anyway, shortly after this, Gene Roddenberry would resign as a pilot and then go to work in LA as a police officer, but also doing writing for television, which seems to have been his larger dream. So it's like events like this that happen in this life, big life-changing events, spurred Gene to become the writer he always wanted to be and to invent Star Trek and all these other shows that he wrote for. So this is the kind of heroism and like real-life experience guys like Gene Roddenberry brought to the table at the time. These days, we've got a very different kind of people writing Star Trek with very different stories as a result. Am I right, boys? We miss you, Gene. Rest in peace, buddy.
Captain Kirk, praise be upon him. The concept of the show is thus. Gene Roddenberry had written several shows. I don't know all the details. Frankly, I'm not that interested. They're like cowboy shows and other stuff. I'm sure they were fine, okay? But Star Trek is really where a lot of his ideas became unique and propagated, and obviously it's the thing he's most remembered for. So, you know, we love Gene. He did a great job. And there's ongoing debate as to, like, what his legacy or what his vision of the show was, because obviously over the years, he died in the 90s, there's been like a lot of Trek since he left, and like even when he was alive and it was being worked on, lots of different forces were like shaping it in different ways. So you will hear some like ideas he had about how he wanted to take the story that are like very strange and not a lot of people, you know, were on board with. So even like pretty early on, there's an idea that the idea was sort of getting like squished down and warped. But you know, he was a maverick. He was a really creative guy. He had like a crazy vision of the world. It was the 60s. It was a wild time. You know, there was a lot of optimism and creative energy coursing through everybody's veins. Mark?
He was in 60s LA, right?
That's exactly right. Yes. So he
was
was
some good times.
like a writer for TV. So he is right in the mix of everything. Right. So specific influences for Star Trek. This is just some wiki rip shit. I didn't ask the man himself this, but ideas like, do you know what this is? C.S. Forrest's Horatio Hornblower series of novels. That's an influence, apparently. Jonathan Swift's 1726 novel, Gulliver's Travels. That one's right up its alley. The 1956 film Forbidden Planet. And possibly most importantly, this Western show called Wagon Train. Because when he pitched the show to Paramount Studios, it was pitched as Wagon Train to the Stars. So from that, I have not seen Wagon Train. I assume they go to different places and have adventures, but now they're doing it in space.
But just to wrap this segment up, why don't we give the final word of Star Trek's formative ideas to the man himself. Take it away, Gene.
I wanted to sell my series, so I had promised the network that my Star Trek idea would be little more than a space western. A wagon train to the stars, zap guns instead of six-shooters, spaceships instead of horses. But as I began writing that pilot, I suddenly realized that perhaps I could use this as an excuse to go to those far-off planets with little polka-dotted people if necessary, and be able to talk about love, war, nature, God, sex, all those things that go to make up the excitement of the human condition.
But there's so much more to it. There's like a whole world, a whole ethos, a whole vision of the future embedded in Star Trek that I deeply love, and we're going to talk about it. It's really exciting. It's really cool. We'll get into it. Okay, so what else we got? So now we're talking concepts. Oh, it keeps happening. We can't let the Federation down like this. Yes, Vic's got us. Vic.
Technical officer, Vic.
This is clearly our chief of operations here, Victor. That's right.
Who you say is more essential to the operation?
He's the chief engineer. Scotty Montgomery Scott. What was that, Zen?
Who you say is more essential to the operation? Vic to making sure the flag stays up, or Jim Bay to the straw hats?
It's always Vic. It's always Vic for me.
What a loaded question. No depth. Like, seriously.
Yeah. Okay, well, so here's the concept of Star Trek. So this right here is the United Federation of Planets, made famous by my flag that I own right here. Okay, so the United Federation of Planets is essentially like the UN in space, of different planets working together, sort of under like one world government, or one like galactic government, because all of Star Trek, you may see, takes place in one galaxy. What else? Okay, so it's like the UN It's like it's kind of like the United States also. There's different states that united for like a shared purpose and stuff. And they do have some autonomy, but they are sort of, like subject to the overall laws of the Federation. And that is, I'll just show you right now. So the Federation is one faction of space. Again, combined with lots of different planets. I think it's something like 150, like 150 plus or so. It varies over time, of course, in the different eras you're talking about. But the Federation's territory, this is the Milky Way galaxy. The entire story of Star Trek, with some very minor exceptions, take place in one galaxy, the Milky Way, where we live right now. This blue splotch right here is the Federation's territory. Obviously, this is not perfectly to scale. There's lots of maps of like the galaxy of Star Trek and like what territory is controlled by who. None of them are like perfectly accurate. So these are kind of approximations. So go easy on me if I've misrepresented it to some degree. I don't know. Well, the main thing I want to point is like, so this is the Federation space. There's some blobs of other like known entities, but like all of this is unexplored. And this right here, this little ... line around here, that is explored space. Everything outside of that, the Federation has no idea what is out there. So hence why Star Trek is all about boldly going where no man has gone before. In fact, let's read the tagline, said first by the legendary Captain Kirk and everybody, all the other captains. The mission of Starfleet, which I will define in a moment, to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. Singing prompt. Let me make sure I get my thing right, because I'm going to fuck it up too. Okay, make it so. We are all going to space for the betterment of the human race and our allies. Yes, okay. So, Ben?
So, I'm seeing the Klingon Empire and
Yes.
the Romulan Empire.
That's right.
Like half of those empires, the Federation just they don't know it.
The Federation is not like best friends with either of those people, so they do not share like all the information. They are independent empires with their own interests and whatnot. Shapes?
How many estimated planets are involved in the World Federation of Planets?
Oh, so I actually can answer that. I thought you were going to say like in the galaxy.
No,
I have no idea.
Yeah, no idea, obviously.
Billion, quadrillion.
I believe there's about 150 united planets that are in the alliance within the Federation, and even within the Federation, there are pockets of people that like aren't part of the Federation because they're. You have to apply for membership to the Federation, and you have. It started.
Not everyone's in the UN.
Exactly right. So like, I don't, obviously this is like a TV show. We get snippets of life. We haven't had like the whole picture. You couldn't read like the full charter and the full, bylaws of how the Federation works. But there's little snippets of other people in there that the Federation are like the nice guys, right? They're the nice guys, and they're nice to everybody else, and they'll only attack you if you attack them first. And let's define Starfleet real quick. In fact, let me go to my little Starfleet bit here.
Starfreak.
I'm about to get my Starfreak on, you know what I'm saying?
Got the baby oil.
You do.
So Starfleet are effectively they're like the U.S. Navy in space, or does the UN have a Navy? I don't know, whatever. They're the space fleet of these guys. And again, I want to right now point out that what a lot of people love about Starfleet, or about Star Trek, is that you follow, members of Starfleet. That is the organization that we get the most time with. I am dressed in a TNG era captain's uniform. Because I am a captain in real life. That's what I am. And we are in Starfleet Academy, canonically, here in beautiful San Francisco, which is where Starfleet Academy is headquartered. Canonically, and in real life. Here in the year, what would it be? Like the 24th century, something like that. Starfleet, Space Navy. So there's like a little ambiguity as to like, they kind of recoil from the idea of being labeled like a military. So they definitely are effectively the military because there's nobody else out there fighting wars on behalf of the Federation. So like they absolutely are that to some degree. But they're like, oh no, we're like scientists and explorers. And sure, during peacetime, they are absolutely that. But there's a lot of time that isn't peacetime. And when you're exploring and someone wants to kill you and all your friends, you get militaristic real quick with that shit, like my boy Captain Kirk did back in his day. So Sigma. We love Captain Kirk around here. Although I am a Picard guy, I admit it. As cucked as it is, I'm a Picard guy. I'm so ashamed. Bald men have to stick together. Overall, vision. By the way, feel free to ask questions. If there's any concepts that you want further explained, let me know. I would welcome it. Okay, but yes, Tech?
How weird is Starfleet's utilitarianism?
It's so weird and so fabulous. No, it's actually pretty practical.
Okay.
That's, I've had further time to reflect on weird utilitarianism, and I've refined my thinking, and I'm like, I'm just going to be normal. Yeah! Woo! I want normal utilitarianism, a normal amount. Mark, are you asking something?
Yeah, given that the show was pitched as Wagon Train in Space, are in this initial version of it a lot of overlaps between like American Western frontier history and
absolutely.
their history?
The show being made in the 60s, it feels like a Western, like totally one-to-one. They just happen to be like on a spaceship. And instead of like rolling into a new town in the American frontier, it's, well, I don't know what planet, but it's the planet, and instead of the engines, it's the Gorn. And Captain Kirk has to fight the Gorn and, do a thing. Be a clever guy and overcome some problem. Civilize them with his fists. Yes. Oh, the Gorn is such a based fight. He like makes a stupid cannon out of like some sulfur that's like around on the ground and phosphorus or something. God, it's awesome. Shabes?
So I know you don't have too much. I don't know how much exposure. Probably not much with Western.
Yeah.
But it's interesting then that Star Trek, like structurally, is taking something. It is fresh and original and spawned a lot of ideas and originated a lot. But the fact that its origins are Western, like Western series, is very interesting. It's a kind of evolution of that. And I think not as many people recognize that. I think that's a kind of a hidden influence almost.
Perhaps. But what's fascinating about this is that what's the philosophy behind the Western? It's basically like American expansionism, expansionism, and kind of like civilizing the untamed world. Now that's definitely here. Okay, but there's like way more philosophy that Roddenberry deliberately brought with him into Star Trek, which is slapped all over like everything they do. So let me see if I wrote down some of that stuff here. Okay, I was just adding some notes about like
Roddenberry and his themes.
His theme. He loved himself a good theme. Okay, well, I'll talk about this real quick. So the number one thing, the essence of Star Trek, which unfortunately sometimes the series itself struggles with, sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a bad way, is that Star Trek is an unflappingly optimistic view of what the future of mankind could be. Now, there are enemies, they have fights, but the key thing here is, some people are like, oh, but there's like fighting in wars. That's not the issue, it's that. And this is possibly the most controversial and like difficult to swallow concept of Star Trek. It's that humanity has perfected its internal philosophy and has mastered itself. And so having done that, it is now mature enough to head out to the stars, be like a responsible interplanetary, interstellar agency and force, and like be good and do the right thing and not like fuck up places where it goes. Tech?
So the entire like almost human race has sort of achieved their perfected bodies.
Yeah.
That's so true. That's so true. That's exactly right.
Perfected minds as well.
Yeah.
Now, I want to say though, personally, this is the biggest ask of the show. Because what does it mean for all of humanity to have perfected itself? You could look at it one way and say that, oh, so like this is a story about like, I mean, just to put it critically, like a neutered version of humanity that's like cut out its rough edge. It's certainly different. It's certainly like a different way in ways that like, I will say here's the critical point. As much as I love Star Trek, there's a little bit of like wanting to have the like rough edge of humanity that makes us like different from the other aliens, but we'd never do anything bad. We're like definitely good and we love our friends and we're nice to everybody. Yeah, this is like the most critical I'm probably going to be about like the philosophy of Star Trek. I'm going to have some things to criticize as we go, for sure. But that being said, I love how positive and upbeat Star Trek is like most of the time. It's often been said that Star Trek can be seen as like a horror show where like you're in space, you're on your ship with your crew, and there's like this Navy discipline attitude that pervades everything. There's a professionalism that I and lots of other fans really, really love about Star Trek. It is so sincere. It takes itself seriously. It's not like ironic about its premise at all. It's deadly serious in a good way.
What's horror about that?
Oh, what's hard? Well, I was going to say sometimes it can be like horrific in that they'll encounter a space anomaly that results in like the worst thing imaginable happening to somebody. Like somebody at one point in a TNG episode like phases through the floor and is like stuck there and is like, they're dead. They're not coming back from this. They're fused into the floor. And you're just given like an image, and it is horrific. It is horrific. So there's a lot of episodes where things like that happen. Where was I going with that? The positivity. It's just great. It's just real, sincere, upbeat. There's like a family atmosphere that develops over time as you get to know the crew members in each show. Oh, I just love it. I could watch Star Trek for the rest of my life for like the first batch of series, and I probably will. And probably never get tired of it, because we're talking like 7 seasons of this one show, 7 seasons of that one, 4 of this one, 7 and 3. That's a lot of good stuff. James.
So to comment with the humanity being perfected with like uniting and everything, I think it's like, I imagine that the conflict, it's more like a CinemaSins actually thing where the show wants to have its cake and eat it too, because
sometimes.
Because like, if the humanity's perfected, that would mean that none of the human crew members ever have arguments or disagreements.
And yet they do. And yet they do. So that's exactly what I mean.
But you wouldn't want to have a show like that without them having that, because it wouldn't be as interesting.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think that I imagine the premise of like, if they hadn't made it so that like Earth is a neutral, like we've already figured our shit out. I think if they did that so that the show isn't about us conquering other planets or like
it's
still
very
wrestling
much not
with
about that.
They're basically using it as a way to bench our problems as like it's not about us, it's about the places we encounter and the way we interact with outside help. It's sort of like my friends have been watching Stargate.
Yes.
And it's like, they don't necessarily say that humanity is...
That's a very different kind of show. That's a different take. Yeah.
Sure,
yeah.
but it does sort of be like, the U.S. Air Force is the greatest force in the galaxy. And
sure.
In a way that's like, we're like the good guys that will help the other... It's about the conflict with who we're interacting with.
Let me give some examples
rather than amongst ourselves.
Right, yes. It's an external conflict generally as opposed to an internal one, although sometimes there are internal conflicts also. So like, how does that square? I don't know. Mark?
So so I don't know Star Trek very well at all, but I've had a lot of people talk about it to me over the years. And I always kind of got the impression that, and I want to see if you can kind of clear this up, that it's a very like dry, procedural, sort of philosophical show.
Oh yeah.
This is just the impression that you get.
That's exactly what it is. Correct.
So I always imagine it kind of like they're flying around in space and then having like sort of intellectual debates about the nature of humanity in space. Is it like that?
That's basically what happens. And for those of us that love it, it's like the best thing ever. It's like a nice sharp cheddar. It's so fucking sharp they just sit around and they talk, and maybe I was going to talk about this later, but I'll just say it now. It's just that the way that the show works early on is that they have low budgets. They do not have the resources to do like epic space battles and CG and all that stuff. And that helps the show be so much more of what I like about it. Because what have they got? They've got like a crew of like 7 actors that are going to be there every week. And they've got writers, and they just write their little hearts out with their little debates and their little conflicts and their little philosophies, and it's the best thing ever. And their little drama. It's absolutely like a drama show too, and like family relations and love and hate and anger and stuff. It's the best. Ben.
I just wanted to say, I remember being a kid and completely misunderstanding Star Trek.
Sure.
And every time I'd see an episode of a TNG or whatever, I'd think like, when are they gonna actually like get where they're going? Like, when is something gonna happen?
When is Gilligan getting off the island?
If you're watching Voyager,
right, yeah, exactly.
That would be a good question. That's a great point. I'm sure we watched it together, and I'll just give my little shout out that when I was a kid, we would watch Star Trek TNG on syndication. And I'd watch it, I enjoyed it, I always had like curiosity. But of course, it's the Red Letter Media guys with their videos about the TNG movies that specifically got me back. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take the dive. That was like over 10 years ago, and I fell in love with the show, so thanks Mike and Jay and everybody else, appreciate that. I'm a big fan. All right, round of applause. Unironically very glad that Mike specifically talked a lot of shit and good things about Star Trek, because I deeply love it now.
How embarrassing.
Just a couple things about Starfleet. So yes, they're like effectively the military. I know people recoil from that. They're scientists and explorers. Okay, fine, but they're the Navy. You can call them like the Navy in space for sure. And so they follow specific rules and codes. Zen?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's the first thing that you said, and I'm sure that there's been a lot of conversation about it, but how exactly do you sort of reconcile with that statement that the Earth has become a post-conflict society?
With great difficulty, I'll be totally honest, this is the hardest thing for me to like look past with the premise, because there's a case to be made that that's not possible, that human nature cannot be mastered.
That's I subscribe to, absolutely. Yeah.
So, but that is the entire premise of Star Trek, that there is like a philosophical, by the way, this is like the most secular show of all time. Everyone involved is like, God is cringe and lame, and we don't talk about that guy. There are cultures that like have gods, and they're treated mostly respectfully, not the most, whatever, it's fine, okay? They just don't believe in it. Starfleet doesn't give a fuck. What was the question again? The human nature thing, human nature. They spend so little time on the details of how they mastered like the human condition. They just state that they have done so and are generally good people. They're really just saying like, be a nice like neoliberal dude, okay? Just like be open and welcoming to everybody and do whatever. And that's pretty much the point of the show. Sure. Ben?
Well, they pretty much solved scarcity, right?
They have, so we will discuss the whole scarcity thing and how, obviously, yeah, if you eliminate like poverty entirely, although some shows bring back poverty in some very stupid ways that we will briefly discuss. But yeah, if you eliminate poverty, why would anyone be that interested in stealing? Although, I'll jump to this real quick. The thing is, property absolutely still exists. For example, Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Starship Enterprise D, his family owns the Picard vineyard. Okay, they're like basically aristocrats. They own like a big vineyard. Okay, why? But they own it? Can other people come there? But like money doesn't exist. How will anyone get that? They've effectively entrenched, look, the show doesn't care about this at all. I think about this, and I am aware they've effectively created an aristocracy of like landowners that will never, ever, ever have any incentive to give up their land. There is zero fluidity in the system now. The Picards will be forever the keepers of their territory because property exists, but money does not. So why would it ever transfer? I don't know. Ben?
Who's buying the Picard wine? You can just replicate a bottle of Picard wine.
You might be the kind of dude that's like, my favorite vintage is the Picard 91, so
and
I will order a
wine's
bottle.
just not the same. It just doesn't have those floral notes.
You think you can get the formula?
While they say scientifically it's down to the last atom, it's correct. Something about it just ain't the same.
But it just doesn't have soul.
It doesn't have soul. That's the issue.
It's awful packaging, awful branding. Like because we legally can't say this is Picard wine.
Right.
But and then your mind just plays tricks on you.
And there are some substances that can't be replicated, but most can. Anything like organic, for the most part. Okay, other points about that. In fact, this was actually my next point. There's no money because want has been solved. Resources are abundant, and you use replicators, which do require energy to make food. But people are just built different now. They do address the question of like, okay, there's no money, like you're gonna live, there's like effectively infinite energy and resources. Why do you get out of the bed in the morning? How have we avoided like this becoming the Wall-E world, the Wall-E situation where everyone's just like fat and just does entertainment all day? And this is the whole mastering humanity thing. Now, there's like one episode where this is discussed. They're like, now humanity. This is an episode where like some people from like our era, or a little bit in the past, have been like frozen and woke up like several hundred years in the future. And the guy's like, I need to check on my investments and see how my portfolio is doing. And Picard's like, bro, you don't understand. That's all gone. That's not a real thing anymore. He's like, why would I do anything now? I must secure the future of like my investment in my family and whatever. And Picard's like, well, what we do now is we rise every day and look to better ourselves and be the best we can be and like do good. So like that right there is the closest we get to a clear articulation of like human philosophy in the 24th century or other stuff. So there you go. Hope I haven't gone on too long about that, but this is to me like the most interesting part of Star Trek, and the rest is kind of, it flows from like this understanding of the world. So there you go. Mark?
But they are I'm guessing also focused on like going outward now that they've perfected humanity.
Correct, but in a peaceful, building of alliances kind of way, which is what Starfleet is there to do. Starfleet is the exploratory space force. Their specific mission is to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before, or if you're woke, where no one has gone before. Cringe, cringe. The original is where no man's gone before. Whatever.
I didn't know
it's a neutral term. It's just like one word change. Whatever. It's nice, but I like the original with Kirk. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, so moving on. Yes.
Do you think 24th century chuds got really mad?
I do. Yes, I do.
I can't believe Starfleet went woke.
Kirk would never have allowed this to happen if he was still alive. If he hadn't died in that tragic Enterprise B accident. Okay, anyway.
Hey, Captain, if you love men so much, why don't you marry one?
That's a great idea. Maybe I will. Okay, so what else we got? Ben?
Is gay marriage legal in the 24th century?
I would think so. I no immediate images come to mind.
Well, isn't there like an episode where Riker kind of gets with like a non?
I know what you're talking about. Well, so first of all, that species is all non-binary.
Right.
Technically, they don't have gender. But what's weird about that episode is the thing about that character is that she feels deep in her soul. She's like played by a woman. They like all look like women. She's like, I am female. I am female. And the non-binary aliens are like, this is unacceptable. This is a mental illness. This is a deviation. You have to be. And guess what?
Everyone knows there are 0 genders and all other
That's correct.
mental illness.
That's correct. That's correct. At the end of that episode, Riker tries to save her from this tyrannical situation and escapes and tries to escape, and she tries to go too, but they get captured, and she is in fact forcefully brainwashed by her people to be non-binary again. She gets what's the thing called? Conversion. She gets conversion therapy, and she is like, that's so awesome that happened. I'm delighted that they did that to me. Riker, I appreciate you, buddy, but
that's their culture.
And see, that's the
I wouldn't do it, but
that's a great example. That's a great example. If you like, if somebody alien does something different from you and you find it morally reprehensible, what are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna go to war with? Are you gonna attack them? They are not your people. You do not have jurisdiction. Which brings us fascinatingly to the very valuable piece of information here, or the rule that Starfleet imposes, which is the Prime Directive. This is the number 1 rule of Starfleet, General Order number 1. So just to summarize, it's been defined in a couple of places, but the general gist is do not interfere with underdeveloped civilizations, effectively that haven't developed warp drive yet, and we will define warp drive in a moment, or ones that are outside of the United Federation's purview. Don't interfere with them, don't fuck with them if they don't want you to. So it's a policy of non-interference, basically. And they follow that, and this is what they have to do. Starfleet especially is legally obligated to do so, or you'll get court-martialed or whatever. And that's what they do.
Does it just so happen to be the case that if they've developed warp technology, they have also been a post-conflict society?
I mean, not every civilization that has developed warp technology has solved all their social issues. So it's certainly to join the Federation, which not every planet is interested in even doing. But you have to have one world government. So all your planet is united under one authority. You have to, I think, have no major conflicts going on, and you have to have warp drive. And there's lots of other conditions too, but that's for starters. Mark?
Is the no warp drive in conflicted areas? They're afraid it would be used as weaponry in underdeveloped.
So developing warp drive is sort of used as the standard that you have progressed to the technological point where you would be out there meeting us anyway.
Oh, okay.
So, but before that, you are not to make contact with them. Now, I mean, other alien races just do that anyway because they're not part of the Federation. This is just a Federation rule. Just the people in here. Other guys are colonial as fuck and imperialist and will take you over and do whatever the fuck they want to your planet.
Okay.
But the Federation does not do that.
Okay.
So it's their rule. And there's a bunch of planets within the Federation, which did I define some of the planets that are in there? I think I did not. But some of the here we go. Here's my list of them. They are Earth, of course, with humanity, which joined a little Earth. And we are, in fact, Earth is the capital of the Federation. So we did it, boys. We did it. That's right. What else we got? There is the Vulcans, the, live long and prosper guys, our boy Spock, of course. They're all logical. That's what they do. There are the Andorians, which you probably don't know because they don't have like a huge presence, but they are blue skin and two little sensey antler things, kind of like the Andalites.
Like
but they're not
Andalite.
like Andalites, but they don't have eyes. They're just like sensors. The Tellarites, the Betazoids, and you could go on and
That's
on.
mine. That's where I'm from.
The Betazoids?
The Betazoids, yeah.
I could tell. I could smell it on you.
Ah, shucks.
Okay, what else? Did I skip ahead a little bit too much?
I can smell the soy from here.
You know what? Okay, that was cool, but I did skip ahead a little bit. Let's go back just a little bit to say. Okay, so that being said, like we said, there's lots of like different planets that all work together. This is a crazy vision of a future where multiculturalism actually works. So I know you must be thinking, this really is science fiction. There it is. Okay, there's my joke. All right. So what else we got? Oh, but in real life, one of the interesting comparisons between what's going on in the universe and what's going on in real life is that, the show was in 1966 when it started, and it really did make like crazy strides for its day in terms of having like different like races and different people from different cultures around the world in real life. So let me read my list here. So I think there was Spock, who, he's an alien, but he was like played by a Jew, so okay, that's cool. We've got, what's her face, Uhura, who's a black lady, who was like effectively like a civil rights icon for the time, who like personally met with Martin Luther King, who he was like, you're doing great things for like black representation on TV. Please keep doing this. And so she did. And so she did.
The first interracial kiss on TV, right?
Okay, we can talk about that. The thing is, technically, it's not the first interracial kiss, and I'm sick of Shatner spreading this bullshit about having claimed the title. Okay, but it's close. Okay, it's close. Shatner. Yeah. It's up there. People have done the research.
Let me just go back and set black rights back.
Yeah.
Now that this record has been set straight.
I think I have notes about that specifically because that's such a widely said thing, and it's like almost true.
So there was one before.
There was like one or two, and it kind of depends like how you define it. But yes, there were like a couple other ones.
It was probably spread for a reason because it was like an
It's
unactual.
spread because Shatner said it was true,
Well,
and that's the reason everyone says.
I just wouldn't, unless it's like All in the Family or something. I don't know, like unless it's like really obvious, like wow, this big major show, the Andy Griffith Show did it. I don't know. Like
these were like less popular shows.
And then that's like actually.
Okay, well,
of course they didn't make the actual impact.
No matter. Here's the rest of my list of our rainbow of people here that are on the crew. So there's an Asian dude, a Japanese dude. Of course, what's his face? Oh my, what's his name?
Sulu.
I know he's Sulu. Takai. That's right. George Takei. Right. There's now. I think like the coolest one for this era is actually Chekhov, the Russian dude. Yeah. In the depths of the Cold War, they had a Russian eye. This was like pretty clearly assembled that we're like, we're looking past this era to a future where we're friends with the Russians. I think that is really cool that they did that.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I think so.
It is a like very clear Russian accent.
Oh, very much so. Nuclear vessels and whatnot. This man doesn't know what he's saying. They have a filthy Scotsman they allowed onto the ship, and thank God, a God-fearing American hero, our boy from Iowa, Captain James T. Kirk, leader of the Merry Band, and they're great. We all love Kirk. Okay, so now I've got a couple of things I think are hilarious about this. Oh, it's so multiculturalism is great. Okay, they've got some blind spots, and I just think this is really funny. Okay. They've got a problem like identifying Asians correctly, consistently throughout the show. So, okay, his name is like later said to be Hikaru is his first name, which is very Japanese sounding, but Sulu is a Japanese man. You may notice his name, however, is Sulu. The letter L does not exist in Japanese. That is not a real letter you can say. There is, however, I have the note about this. There is a C called like the Sulu C that is like Filipino, like a little bit below. They should have just made him Filipino or changed his name to something actually Japanese. So they messed up a little bit there. But there's other Asian blind spots. That's not even the only one. Yes.
This is clearly a future where the Philippines and Japan have
good point. Good point. Maybe you could be right, because this is how we've resolved other narrative conflicts by just like, oh shit, this character was like named wrong or themed wrong. They conquered them, so they're all the same guy now.
Kurtzman, give me a call.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, just this Asian blind spot is funny to me. So like Harry Kim, the character's name is Kim. That is obviously a Korean name. This is in Voyager in the 90s. However, this was never said on the show, but like the actor that played Harry Kim was talking to like a producer one time and said, yeah, I was talking to the producer, he's like, oh yeah, your character's Chinese. And Harry was like, what do you mean I'm Chinese? My name is I'm Chinese. The character's name is Kim. So no, that's not correct. Okay, and there's more examples of this. Anyway, it's adorable. Okay, it's cute as fuck. Anime wasn't real yet, so no one cared about the distinction between Asian countries yet.
It was.
It's adorable. We all love it. Yeah, that's right.
And I'm saying like cope that it was.
So I have my note about the first interracial kiss. Hilariously, the two what's her face, Uhura's actress and. Nichelle Nichols, that's right, and Shatner. This is pointed out a lot of the times. In the scene where they did it, they were actually forced to do it against their will, which is a hilarious context to the first interracial kiss on TV. So, okay, all right.
Under duress.
It's under duress. The thing is, they loved it though, and like the characters are like, we were forced to do something that we wanted to do anyway. So it's fine. It's adorable. Just kind of funny. And also technically not the first interracial kiss. I'll put like a link here. There's like other ones that were first technically. Doesn't matter. It's adorable. Okay, moving on.
High profile.
Yeah, no one watched
this shit
those.
mattered.
Oh, okay. It was over a certain threshold of views, so it counts.
First one on TV that anyone saw or cared about.
I'm not even sure if that's true. I feel like
no,
the
it's
reason
not.
why
It's
it's
not.
propagated is just because William Shatner said it.
That's exactly right. It's
Why would he
said
lie?
so, yeah.
Why would he lie?
He probably just didn't know. Like, Shatner is my favorite person on the planet, and I love him deeply. He has like the biggest ego in the world, and it's so endearing. I love him so much. Okay, we'll talk about Shatner. You will not believe the shit that Shatner gets up to a little bit later. Okay, so quick touch on alpha canon versus beta canon. So, as an alpha myself, I will only be discussing alpha canon.
I thought you were a Sigma.
I'm also a Sigma at the same time, okay? You're not ready for Sigma canon. You're not ready for Sigma canon, okay? Alpha canon is what's like, it's referred to by fans. It's like all the show stuff. The shows and the movies are like, that's like the real Trek that, that's like the Bible.
There's real Trek and, oh my god, I was joking about new Trek, but you did put new Trek.
This subject is what literally defined the term, like new thing.
My god.
So it comes, it's a fan term, but it is, Star Trek is the place that this came from. So if there's ever a place to use new correctly, it is this context specifically.
That's so funny.
So yeah, so this is where it came from, at least as far as we know.
And new metal.
Like,
well, because I'm only a crack in this castle of glass.
Right, versus, speaking of betas, got him, there's beta canon. Yes, block. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Us betas gotta stick together.
Betas get it done.
So there's beta canon, which is like the books and the video games and the comics and it's all the other stuff is beta canon. So it's like, you can care if you want, but it's not like considered like the mainline story. So there you go. We'll touch on like a little bit of beta canon, to my chagrin.
One fun detail here is that there are actually different wikis online that detail the various characters and concepts of Star Trek differentiated along the different continuities. The primary one, Memory Alpha, has all the Alpha timeline content that's all totally canon. Then there's Memory Beta that has the spin-off stuff that's less canon. And there's even a third one, Memory Gamma, for fan creations and ideas that are super duper not canon, and I just think that's adorable. Surely it's only appropriate that we add Captain Nate Bestman, the best goddamn instructor ever to tap dance through Starfleet Academy, to there, right? We like to have fun here.
One of the issues about like new Trek, speaking of which, is that some of the things that I've described so far, specifically the optimistic like human vision, which I admit I have like some philosophical questions about and haven't like, I don't think they fully thought it through. There is no answer to a lot of these questions. I wonder about a lot and would love answers. I mean, if they had a real answer, we could like solve human nature, I guess. So that's going to be a tough ask for them. But in the later shows, they have a problem with like optimism. They have a problem with like the upbeat attitude that I feel is essential to the nature of Star Trek, even in the depths of like the wars of like Deep Space Nine or Voyager. Voyager gets dark at some times and there's some questionable decisions. This is like the schism about whether it feels right. That and this idea or this concept that like lower budget means more talking equals feels more like real Star Trek. We don't want like many flashy battles. We don't want like a million special effects. We want dudes in a room sitting at a conference table discussing the problem at hand and like finding a solution. To me, that's like real Trek, and it was that all the way up to here. And then like with even before that, the movies began to change sort of the way Star Trek was considered and even understood itself. So we'll talk about that more as we go along. So, okay, time to get to the fun stuff. Let's talk quadrants, people. Quadrants are what the Star Trek is all about. Quadrants, 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 quadrants. Yes, okay, great. So, there are 4 quadrants, as you would expect, in the galaxy in which Star Trek takes place. They are the Alpha Quadrant, the Beta Quadrant, the Gamma Quadrant, and the Delta Quadrant. Greek letters, yes, that's what they are. So you may notice that the Federation right here, the blue blob here, the United Federation of Planets, capital is Earth, capital of the Federation, it is situated directly on like the prime meridian between the Alpha Quadrant and the Beta Quadrant. So that's just like a convenience, I suppose, because they probably drew the map. So there you go. It's like our map, and we get to decide where it goes. Quite convenient indeed. Can you believe it just so happened that the line goes directly over Earth? That's crazy. What's that, Mark?
That's legit though, because they're in universe making the map.
They literally drew the map. Yeah. So no, this is not convenient.
I rescind my convenience.
Yeah. No, this is totally understandable.
Wait, what is it? The line from Earth to the Borg?
Oh, this right here?
Yeah.
You're asking about this yellow dotted line?
That the line through the galaxy.
These are just my coordinate maps to show the different quadrants. Yes. It's divided into 4 big chunks. That's just how they'll say like, what's happening in the Gamma Quadrant today, or the Beta Quadrant.
And they drew the line so that Earth would be directly between Alpha and Beta?
Correct.
Okay.
So the Federation is on both sides. It's on the Alpha Quadrant and the Beta Quadrant.
I understand. Literally.
So yeah, there it is. I ride the line every day of my life. Which way will I fall today? Okay, so there's hundreds of sentient spacefaring species in the galaxy. That's fun. But we will now do a quick blitz for fun through the main forces in the universe. I'm sure I missed some. There's way more than this. I tried to get like the biggest ones. And like some of these are like kind of spoilers, so fair warning, like even the existence of some of these factions like sort of is a spoiler. So I'm going to spoil like everything with wild abandon. So either like I want people to listen to this and like not really care and like sort of pay attention and just get me ad revenue by watching the video.
The truth comes out.
Just like yeah, there it is. So just I don't know, like absorb whatever details you care to. None of this is going to be like super critical or whatever. So just have fun with it. There you go. That's the intention here. So, okay, main forces in the universe. Let's go down the list. So the United Federation of Planets, our main character, humans, yes, and our many allies. Capital is Earth. Situated right here. There you go. So the Klingon Empire, that's number 2. Capital is, so it's spelt with complicated letters here, but everyone pronounces it Kronos. I hear an R in there. Maybe it's just supposed to be Konos, but I hear Kronos when they say it. They speak Klingon, so it's a different language. Yeah.
In my experience going through the Klingon Empire, I would always pronounce it QONOS.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Nos, you say. That's how they make the ships go so fast through space. That's awesome.
Right. That's right. You never want to hit your QONOS first.
That's true.
Big mistake.
So the Klingons exist in varying, like fluctuating positive and negative relations with the Federation over time. Again, everything's kind of viewed through their relationship with the Federation, because that's us, that's humanity. Those are our boys. Excuse me. So the Klingon Empire begins as like staunch enemies of the Federation in the original series, down here. But later on, they'll become like allies, occasional allies, rivals, and like be mostly friendly, but certainly not like members of the Federation. They're their own empire for sure. Although they are evolving over time. There's a lot of change that happens within the Klingons as we like meet more Klingon characters. Some Klingon join the Federation and like become members of Starfleet, like Commander Worf or Lieutenant Worf as he is originally. We love Worf. Worf's great. Okay, so whatever. There's the Klingons. The Romulan Star Empire. Okay, the Romulans are these guys over here in green. Their capital is Romulus, of course. There is a Remus, but it only comes up very briefly. I hear Romulus, I'm like, where's Remus? What's the deal with Remus?
Where's Remus?
He comes up.
We need to know what Remus is
He's
doing.
a more interesting character than we've ever had before. If we can get Remus working, this whole thing will work. He comes up, the planet comes up very briefly in one of the Next Generation films. It doesn't matter at all, but it's all about Romulus. So, and the Romulans are a splintered off race, I believe, off of the Vulcans. So the Vulcans, the Vulcans were first, they splintered off, and like some of them formed the Romulans. And so the Romulans have their whole big empire over here, and they're like really bad guys. They are scheming like all the time. They're kind of significantly worse than the Klingons, because the Klingons are like they call them like the space samurai, because they care about honor more than anything. They're a warrior culture. They would rather die than surrender. They're very expansionist and territorial. Tech.
I was saying, like, you know what to expect with the like Klingons most of the time.
But you don't know what to expect with the Romulans, because like your own mother could be a Romulan spy right now, and you got no idea.
Yeah. Well, all right. But my question was, they're called the Romulans. It's Romulus. That is like Rome. That is like a Greek thing.
Sure is.
Is that a coincidence, or is there a connective tissue between Earth and the Vulcans or something?
Okay, that right there is a total coincidence. They were not like shaped by Earth's history of Rome. Okay. It's just like when they're writing this show, like these aliens are gonna be Rome themed. Okay. So that's what we're gonna do here. So you're gonna see a lot of that. You're gonna see a lot. Oh, a quick point that I might forget later. In one of the biggest conveniences of all time in all of fiction, like basically every race is a bipedal humanoid with like some minor changes to the face. They're like all like that. And there's like some attempt to explain it in like some Voyager episode, which totally sucks. And people like to pretend, we like to pretend isn't true. Yeah, we basically just ignore that. It just happened that way. We're embarrassed about it, but that's what's happening. Ben?
Well, maybe it's like how every genus and species eventually evolves to resemble a crab. Because it's just the most efficient form you can have.
You know, I've heard crazier theories. There is a moment where there's like way out in the Delta Quadrant when Voyager stuff happens, there's an empire. I didn't draw it on here, but it's a pretty big sized empire out here of like dinosaur people, and those dinosaur people descended from the dinosaurs on our planet, then traveled out there and like formed a giant galactic empire. And they have like theory. There are schizo scientists that are like, I swear guys, we came from a distant planet. We came from far across space. Our ancestors came here. But the others are like, no, that is haram. That is not our true beliefs. We were born on this planet right here, and we will accept no other philosophies.
Absolutely not.
These are the Romulans?
Awesome. These are the space dinosaurs.
Wait, what?
To repeat myself, goddammit, there's an empire of dinosaur. They're now bipedal humanoids, but they're around here. They descend from the dinosaurs on Earth that traveled out just because our dinosaurs were actually space travelers and eventually got it together
I must
enough.
have spaced out for a second.
Yes. They traveled out there and they settled the planet out here, and now they have theological debates about whether they came, the insanity of the distant planet theories or the based and truth-pilled like homeworld homeboys who believe that they were from the original. So there's the homeworld homeboys. There's intense debates about this out there. I didn't draw them because like they feature in like literally one episode, and it reshapes like our entire understanding of humanity. So there's a lot of things like that get thrown out that you really can just kind of ignore stuff if you want to, and just you can't change like the entire understanding of the planet with like one episode, but sometimes they do. Mark, did you have a question?
So even on that planet, they're having like dinosaur fossil age debates. And
oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Mm-hmm. What? I guess we're not so different after all.
Exactly.
Okay, other factions to discuss. Okay, so these guys suck, but we'll mention them quickly. The Bajoran Republic. I'm joking. The Bajorans are fine. Okay, they're kind of like the victims, so that's cringe, you know, like be like Chad, like the Cardassians. The Cardassians would never let this shit happen to them. Yes, Ben?
I mean, their empires is really small.
Oh, so I drew it on here. Look, this is a courtesy circle, okay?
Oh.
They control like 2 planets. Embarrassing. It's fucking cringe,
Shameful,
dude.
really.
It's true. So they were a pretty weak power. I guess I'll just describe them. Yeah. So you see, I have Bajor. That's their home planet. Plus Deep Space Nine and a wormhole. We'll discuss this when we get to Deep Space Nine. But so they're like a handful of planets in around like the Bajoran system here. They were colonized. They were, what's the word?
Conquered.
They were conquered, yeah, effectively. What do they call it? Oh, the occupation. They were occupied by the Cardassian Union, or Cardassian Empire. I think it switches between the two. They were just like taken over for like a long time, and it was, it was not cool. It was, cringe. They didn't like that. And they were like resistance fighters for a long time. And they eventually, in Deep Space Nine, the Cardassians like gave up, because this was like, sunk cost. It was like, this is costing us too much money. We're leaving, and you can like have your shitty planet back. We already stripped all your resources and all your shit, so good luck putting your planet back together. So that's like the events of Deep Space Nine, basically dealing with Bajor. And we'll talk. So there's a orbiting space station called Deep Space Nine. We'll talk about when we get to that show. And there's a wormhole nearby. We'll talk about that, Deep Space Nine. But that's Bajor. Okay, then the base Chads of the Cardassian Union, conquering, claiming territory. Let's go easy on the S word, spoon. Don't call them spoonheads, okay? This is a very harmful term for their people. They have a thing on their forehead that looks like a spoon. I don't want to hear any hard ends for spoon. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I said it, excuse me. I merely said it as an education type situation, so it's okay when I do it. And their home planet's Cardassia Prime. Ben.
Why are they our allies if they're out doing conquests?
Oh,
I thought we were cool.
That's a good. So to be clear, these are absolutely not all allied empires. These are enemy empires and neutral empires. They're just, this is us. We are the blue guys. They're all members of our Federation, United Federation of Planets, and these are all the other factions. Some of them we like, some of them we don't, and it changes, various times. Mark?
Does Starfleet interfere in any sort of like global, or sorry, not global, but like galactic conflict like that, where one is conquering another? Do they feel like, oh, we got to go in there?
Well,
world police style?
I think it is like the UN in that like you make a calculation that's like, okay, we don't like that Cardassia took over Bajor, but are we gonna go to war with them when Bajor is not a member of the Federation, and like a lot of our guys are gonna die, and like we feel bad for them, but like this isn't really our territory, and we don't owe them anything. So, like, how many of our soldiers are we going to send to die for people that we are not affiliated with? So, Tech.
Starfleet just likes to look, to the beta quadrant a lot.
They sure do. They turn their gaze, being real beta. Pretty cringe. It's such an L for the Klingon Empire. They're entirely in the beta quadrant, but I try to ignore that.
They make it work.
They make it work. The Romulans too. They're more beta. Okay, what else we got going on?
They're so scheming and.
Oh, more of these. Okay, the Ferengi Alliance. So the Ferengi are the, whatever, their home planet's called Ferenginar. They're these orange guys right here. They are, how to put it delicately. So they're called Yankee traders. As like, when they're first introduced in TNG, they're called Yankee traders. They are like the American seafaring, enterprising guys. There's a different tribe
that some in the community have observed that, based on historical, stereotypical characteristics,
they bear more of a resemblance to, because they love economics and making deals and exchanging money, and they're also played by a lot of Jews also, so like they're pretty clearly
able to be associated with those stereotypes regardless of intent, and therefore appearing
Jewish inspired, which is fine by me. I don't have a problem with that. You have a problem with that.
I think that point could use a little elaboration, wouldn't you say? Because honestly, this discussion is kind of fascinating given the good-natured and open-minded kind of show Star Trek is. Plus, I'm tenured at Starfleet Academy anyway, so fuck it. Let's dig in a bit deeper. The whole idea of Ferengi being this caricature of Jewishness has been discussed for a long time and is kind of a divisive topic. Roddenberry, alongside his co-producer Herbert Wright, who wrote their initial appearance, absolutely conceived of the Ferengi as basically evil hyper-capitalists, greed is good Gordon Gekko type dudes to a cartoonish degree, who, just like other alien races, exaggerate some human trait as a reflection back upon us. But Ferengi also have this whole spectrum of what many have perceived as negative, stereotypical Jewish traits that have had people, ever since their introduction, wondering if it was intentional or not. It's like the goblin bankers in Harry Potter. And as we all know, nobody raised an eye about any patterns there, no sir. And the Ferengi were consistently played by Jewish actors from the start. This is a real quandary for the good little boys and girls out there. Because on the one hand, if you say Ferengi depict harmful Jewish stereotypes, you might find, as I did in many threads on the subject, responses along the lines of, hey buddy, they were not designed that way. We know that. And it says a lot about you that you made that connection. Curious. But if you don't acknowledge it, someone could just as easily say, well, hey buddy, way to just ignore these harmful stereotyping happening, and your silence speaks volumes. They got us boxed in, boys. We're taking shots from all sides, and I'm just trying to be a nice little chudoid. Now, as fans know, the Ferengi are greatly developed over the course of DS9 and are no longer solely cartoon money goblins, but it's not like they totally shed the characterization either. So this may have not been a deliberate connection, but it is absolutely in the sus category. Because aside from everything else, in TNG and DS9 and Voyager and whatever else, you just can't get away from the question, why did they cast nearly every single major Ferengi character with a Jewish actor? What's going on there, big guy? Are they an intentional satire on anti-Jewish tropes, unwound over the course of DS9 by its Jewish showrunner, Ira Steven Behr, even though they're from TNG and Roddenberry and Wright are the ones that came up with them? Or is it a mass hallucination or something else? Regardless, hey, I think I can speak for all of us when I say, Star Trek, buddy.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Okay, so, but the Ferengis, they start out as like a really shitty group that totally sucks, but they get developed in Deep Space Nine and become like actually interesting. So, and they're like mostly neutral to okay. Ben.
I've seen a couple of original series episodes where they're like goblins.
Well, so they don't appear in the original. You're probably talking about TNG.
Oh, okay.
Well,
but some
yeah,
early
they look
ones
like goblins.
They're like feral goblins.
Well,
that's great.
That's in their like literal first appearance where they always do kind of act like that. They're always kind of like, they do, but they're like really aggressive with it early on. And they kind of, Deep Space Nine is when they get made like a real faction that you can like sort of respect. It's like, okay, you guys aren't like a total joke. You really have a philosophy and you have like some representatives that aren't completely reprehensible or embarrassing. So yeah, there's this guy Quark we're gonna talk about a little bit later briefly. Quark's based, okay, we love Quark. He's a free enterprise loving businessman, doing deals, power player. We love Quark. Quark's a great guy. I mean, he's kind of like a little evil, but he's mostly good. He loves profit. Who among us? That's right, that's right. If even Sora of Kingdom Hearts fame has a little bit of darkness within him, who among us doesn't? Okay, so, oh no, the Federation, please.
Where's Chief Engineer
Victor, please. Engineer me a better fucking flag up here, please. All right, everybody, and we're back, and more importantly, make it so. We are all going to space for the betterment of the human race. Yeah, okay, great.
Yes, we're back.
So, next group is, the Dominion. The Dominion is an enigmatic group that it was kind of like a surprise reveal in a later season of one of the shows. They are this purple blob over here. They're big and powerful and pretty kooky. So I guess I won't say much about them now. I'll explain them when we get to a later show. But they're big and powerful and mysterious. I'm just going to leave it right there for now. We'll define them better as we get to the show with them.
They're an odd fellow.
Indeed. Here is Ocampa. This guy over here. Now, Ocampa is another one of these like courtesy circles. They're not really like an empire or an imperial or a galactic power or anything. They're like one planet. But what makes them matter is that orbiting above Ocampa is, or was rather, after episode 1 of that show, is the Caretaker. This is from Voyager. which is like a orbiting satellite thing where a being lives that is like, I am the protector of Ocampa. And what he does is he pulls ships from like all over the galaxy. He's like super insanely powerful, like nothing is this powerful, but he is for some reason. And he pulls Voyager to him. So if you want the spoilers right now, Voyager was here, got whoop, just pulled over here, and they got to get back from there. That's Voyager, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Yes, Mark.
In Star Trek, there's no sort of like mystical elements, right? So how is he?
Virtually none,
So
but like a little bit sometimes.
Just in the lore. How
There's
does
like
he
all
accomplish
debate.
it?
Oh, well, they would be like, he just has some very advanced like ability that we just don't understand.
Right.
There's some kind of science he has that we don't get that is what it must be. And by the way, you could like look at magic that way in any context really and be like, yeah, it's just like super advanced technology. I don't know how it works. So they're very much, secular. It's not magic, it's something we don't understand yet. Tech.
Could Q take on the caretaker?
Q could like effortlessly deal with the caretaker for sure, because Q is exponentially more powerful than like literally anything in the series. So yes, that would not be a problem for Q. But we'll get to Q momentarily as we get to his faction. Okay, so that was the Ocampa. Here we go. The Borg. What's the deal with the Borg? That's this huge blob over here. It is the biggest section in the galaxy. Again, it might not be to scale, but it's pretty consistently the Borg thing is the biggest faction in the galaxy. What is the Borg? The Borg is a hybrid, mechanical, organic species that acts like a giant sort of like a virus or whatever, and all it does, it spreads out and it consumes and adds to itself. It consumes civilizations, technology, biomatter, anything that it can add your biological distinctiveness to our own, to achieve perfection. Their whole point is they want to perfect themselves biologically and mechanically or robotically, whatever the appropriate term is. So they want everything. They want all knowledge, all information, and they're doing a pretty good job of it so far in the galaxy. So they're definitely successful. And the Borg like a little bit change over time into like how their structure works. But like originally, the Borg are like a totally, what do you call it? When like you've got a system where like every individual part everywhere like could survive on its own, and they don't like need the original faction to be. They don't need to be connected to like the hive. They're just like a splinter faction. So it's like there is no main central guy of the Borg to kill in order to defeat the Borg. That wouldn't be a thing. You would have to delete it all, one bit at a time. That gets updated a little bit later. There's like a queen that shows up and like, I bring order to the chaos of the collective, which people have debated this for decades, that like, was that cringe or not cringe? I think it's definitely like kind of cringe. It seemed to basically be invented so that they did have someone that they could kill in order to beat the Borg, which was like the whole concept of not having that originally. Plot convenience.
They kind of changed the Borg from like this. I don't know the term either, but I know what you're talking about. But they turned it into kind of like a bee analog, right? Worker bees or like worker ants or something.
Right, with a queen at the center of it.
Is the term not really just hive mind?
Yeah, they're a hive mind. They're absolutely a hive mind. And so like, okay, when you kill one member of the hive mind, there's a lot of other members of that hive mind, so you're gonna be okay most of the time. But now there's like a really important, super special member of the hive mind.
Like decentralized?
Decentralized. I think that's the term I was looking for.
Oh, sure.
So like they're still like kind of that way. It's the queen. The existence of the queen doesn't like totally undo that or anything, but it does like kind of cut against sort of the original understanding. That's why they were like so scary. When you hear the Borg coming, you hear like a mass of voices all shouting at once in like this freaky, scary robo voice. And you're like, I'm going to die. I'm going to be consumed by the Borg. There's nothing I can do. They're super scary. And they have the best technology. They're like the fastest. They're the strongest. They have this thing called the Trans-Warp Network, or Trans-Warp technology, which is basically lets them travel through these passages like faster than the limit of warp speed. Which we will get to warp speed momentarily after we get through the factions.
So they're kind of like the space version of like a swarm of locusts.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. Only they're even scarier than a swarm of locusts, because like if they get you, they're going to consume you and make you one of them, and anything that made you special is now their thing, and they will use to kill like your family and everyone else you know. And the only way that the Borg can sometimes be like kind of docile, if they think that you're not a threat or you don't have anything they want, then they will just ignore you and like not care at all. So yeah. Betas, it's our day. They don't want nothing from me.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
We are literally like an interplanetary force, so I'm sure they probably want something from us.
They want the Federation for sure. Yeah, so they're gonna fight the Federation and kill them real good, as they do.
Yeah,
many
I'll wipe
times.
your brow.
It's tough for us betas every time.
Did you have a question, Tech?
No, I was just wiping my brow.
Life is hard for us betas.
So the Breen, I put them on kind of as a joke. The Breen aren't like a big deal. They're not a joke faction, but they're just like a little cluster over here outside of Cardassian space. As you can see, it's uncharted. The Breens are like a meme mystery race. They always wear these masks. I think in like later shows, they do like finally show us what a Breen looks like, which I don't even know. I'm not even gonna describe it because it's like funnier to not know what they look like, and I'm not even sure that was like from a real show. Yeah, again, as we can see, I'm clearly not in depth, I'm super knowledgeable about the later shows because I don't care and I'm not gonna watch them, except for like one or two, which we will describe. Except for one season of one show, which is a very interesting case that I look forward to discussing because I have a take on it, but we'll get to it. The Breen and the Breen are over here. They wear these masks, and they sometimes ally with like, mostly like the enemies of the Federation. They're like, oh God, the Breen have joined their forces. It's over for us now. They've got the Breen. That's kind of their role, but they don't do much. Beyond them is the Tholians. Okay, those are those pink guys down here. So the Tholians are an actually like non-bipedal species.
All right.
So there are a couple out there, and they're like a pretty big sized group there. They show up in the original show. They're like, I don't think they're like literally made of light, but they look like these weird like spider red pyramid guys, and they speak like exclusively in like shrieks. So it's very unpleasant to deal with them, as they occasionally do. But they're like a space awesome. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. They look cool. They're very intimidating. They're scary. But they're not like a super big threat to the Federation. So they mostly keep to their space. So not that big a deal. And there is just the Q continuum is the only other thing I added here. So the Q continuum like isn't like a physical place in the galaxy. It's like somewhere else. And what it is it's just like the place where the Q live. And what are the Q? The Q are kind of hard to define, but they're sort of like gods. They're like approaching. They're like we're not gods. We're just like super duper advanced. We were like you. We evolved. We're like the coolest guys ever. They can do like literally anything. There's this guy Q. Shows up at the beginning of The Next Generation, played by John Delancey. Everybody loves Q.
Hooray.
He's cool. And he just like shows up, he like totally demolishes every attempt that the Federation has to like stop him or obstruct him. Although he isn't like literally omnipotent. They are able to like flee very briefly. So he's not a god. But and he like tests them and he does pranks on them and he fucks with them and he's kind of like a silly, flippant guy. But he seems to want to like test humanity because he likes humans personally, but mostly they treat the galaxy like their plaything. Although they seem to like have some responsibility not to like totally fuck it up for no reason. Unclear why that would matter with like the level of power that they have where they can just do anything at any time. There are like some limits to it, I guess. But that's the Q. They're like sort of god jesters that are above everybody else. Ben.
Do we ever see any others besides the Q?
Yes, and they're all named Q. So you'll be Q, it's you. Yes, Q, how are you doing? They all do this all the time.
Are they all played by John Delancey?
No, they have like other actors that play them, and some have kind of fun roles. I'll mention this now, since I doubt I'll spend that much time in the Q later. In Voyager, actually, one of my favorite episodes is that there is a Q that shows up that like wants to die. I want to be able to commit suicide effectively, because like nothing else could kill me, clearly. And there's like a trial, there's like a court case, there's like a debate as to whether or not the Q continuum will allow him to kill himself. He basically has this point that like the Q are stagnant. We have not evolved over time. We've been like too perfect for too long, and that's cringe. We need I'm willing to die. I'm sick of life anyway. I think this would be a good thing. I should have the right to do so. So that's a very different Q than like lots of the other Q, for sure, who like don't do that. We're very happy right now as like the jester gods of the universe, effectively, or of the galaxy at least. Yeah, so I don't know. Hey, good job, Voyager. I like that episode. A lot of people clown on Voyager, but I think it's a little overdone, personally.
Why?
Well, complicated reasons. Some are just sort of like, sort of less interesting concepts in episodes. There's the thing is like the show got into like the later days of the Rick Berman era here. They were sort of running low on ideas, and there was a lot of like recycled plots from TNG used in Voyager. It just got a little like mundane for people, and it was less like exciting and interesting and philosophically involved, and got a little pedantic or mundane. Yeah, Ben.
I always thought Voyager seemed a little silly.
So, there you go. So that's it. There's definitely some silliness. The other aspect of it, I think, I don't know if this is everybody's opinion, but it's that like the reason people have a problem is because there are some legitimate like morally fucked up things that the Voyager crew do that like do sort of cut against the like good-spirited nature of Starfleet. I give Captain Janeway, I'm going into my Voyager thing a little bit now, I give her a lot of leeway though, because her situation is like unbelievably fucked up, and she has to do her best. They are so far away from any allies in the middle of nowhere here, that like anything that fucks with her crew, she has to be like very harsh going against, or like her people will die, they'll never get home. And she does put in a valiant effort to uphold the duties, responsibilities of being a Starfleet captain, so Janeway gets a little bit of a bad rap, but also Voyager's like not one of the better shows. It's an okay show. There's a lot of episodes I like, but that's because there's a million episodes of Voyager. So of course there's some good ones in there. Yeah, Tech.
Do you think like a sort of like appraisal of Voyager is partly due to the if only you knew how bad things really could get?
Absolutely, yes. That's definitely true. Also for Enterprise, so I only recently watched Enterprise. I look forward to talking about this because I watched this fairly recently. I've got some seriously good things to say about Enterprise, and maybe I would have felt differently if I had watched it, before a lot of the more disliked shows came out. It's like, oh man, this feels like real Star Trek again, and yeah, it feels good. Yeah?
That's the one with the silly opening, right?
It's been a long road getting from there to here. It's been a long time, but my heart is finally clear. I actually really like that opening after listening it to 4 seasons. What is it? Faith of the Heart. Faith of the Heart.
Faith of the Heart.
I like it, man. It grew on me. It grew on me over time. And you know what? They said the fans are pissed at us because they don't like the opening song for Voyager. Like, it'll grow on them. You know what? It did grow on me, and I like the opening to Enterprise.
You guys need to look up this song. That's all I need to say.
I think it's good. It's not good. I'm a bad representative because I recently watched this, and I'm like glowing from the vibes of like actually liking a Star Trek show. But yeah, I do have faith of the heart. I will go where my heart will take me, and it feels great.
Also, we don't get cheesy TV openings anymore. So, like, when we watch,
I know.
When you watch stuff from the 2000s and it has a cheesy, you're
Dude,
like, oh, that is
the
so
sincerity
cool.
is there.
Yeah.
The like Navy attitude and like the chain of command that's respected, and like the organization is like, it doesn't like hate itself. It respects itself, and it like sees the future getting better, not worse, and like all these great, and it like believes in humanity's ability to contribute meaningfully to like the world and not be like shitty and stupid. Yeah, it's great.
Does the show start pre 9/11?
It starts. Oh, great question. I think it starts.
Sure, it was
After
filmed.
it's right around 9/11 though. Woo! It's right there.
So it was just like all that. They captured that optimism, and they were like,
this is too optimistic. We'll give it like 3 more pity seasons, but
yeah.
we got to move on past this.
We're rolling with it.
You know, there has been a lot of discussion about like what is the deal with like Star Trek kind of getting more sort of like morbid or like down on itself over time. And as with all media, it's a definite reasonable theory that like it reflects the philosophy that embodies the time, and that like in the 60s, everyone was like, life is gonna get so good. Yeah. We're solving all problems in life right now. We're going to the moon, baby. We're going to space.
We're going to have
LSD's great. That's right. We're doing everything great right now. Life's only gonna get better from here. We're gonna unite the planets. We're gonna solve all our problems. And like that attitude pervaded largely through the 90s. But then, I mean, maybe like post 9/11 or whatever, which is when things started to get a little bit dour, they stopped doing it.
It's not the attitude these days.
It's not the attitude these days, but like, I don't care. Suck it up and figure it out, okay? Put a smile on your fucking face, do your job.
Fake it till you make it, humanity.
And we will talk about a certain hype era moment, okay? A certain thing that happens later on, which proves that it can be done. It can be done. But I have slightly complicated feelings about it, so I look forward to discussing it with all of you here. All of my beautiful Starfleet Academy, future former members of Starfleet after you're fired for insubordination. Because you're too much like Kirk, but you don't have plot armor, so that's not going to be good for you. I want to talk important concepts of Star Trek, which I really enjoy. Here's my favorite one, probably. Warp travel. How do they travel in Star Trek faster than the speed of light? Don't you know you can't go faster than the speed of light, you stupid idiots? You
true.
literally can't travel anywhere, dum-dum. What's your plan, stupid? No, because they figured it out. Okay, here's the version of faster than light travel that exists in Star Trek. Okay, warp bubbles and subspace. What is subspace? It's like a different dimension where the laws of physics like are different. In what exact ways? I mean, not like specifically clarified. They're making this up. It's sci-fi. But what you do is you create a warp bubble around your ship, around a ship like this one right here. A bubble forms around it that is a bubble of subspace. You're like kind of pulling your ship into like a different dimension, sort of, but not really. And then you compress space around the ship. You like compress it in the back, and you like pull it in the front, and by doing that, by warping reality, you are like just you zoom along in a little bubble of subspace to wherever it is you're trying to go. Ben, question?
I was going to say, how do you compress space in
I
front of
don't
everyone?
know the answer
How
to that.
does it work?
I assume it's by the way that
Do they use dilithium crystals?
They do use dilithium crystals.
Took a bite of gum.
He took a bite of dilithium.
Their energy comes from hitting matter and antimatter. They have an matter and antimatter reactor is like the core of the warp engine, or is like the warp core. That's like how it all runs energy-wise. Obviously, like those aren't like real technology, so I can't explain how it all works. But that's how they get lots of power. The power is what lets them make the warp bubble to access subspace and fly off into adventure. So that's how they travel really fast. So that's about it. That's how it works. And subspace is this amazing thing that lets them basically bend the laws of reality, the laws of physics. Because you can do other things with subspace besides just travel. Like, for example, you can send messages. So, for example, if you were trying to send like a phone call, it can only go at the speed of light. Not with subspace. Okay, you can like send messages forever, super duper fast. It's great. So this is like how Star Trek has this thing where like you can go anywhere like insanely far, and you can send messages, and you can detect things with your sensors like insanely far away that it doesn't really make like any sense that you could reach like 10,000 light years or something, because their sensors like all use these principles to like go way further than they would in any other way. Ben.
Pretty convenient.
It is pretty convenient. That's right.
Extremely convenient.
I give it a pass because like
exists.
the whole concept is based on that's the case. So I'm okay. But it is convenient that they found yet another loophole to the laws of physics. But again, the premise is all based on that, so I'm okay with it. Tech.
You'll probably get into this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But, so like the premise of Voyager is that they get warped really far away and they need to get back home. Why don't they just use their warp drive and immediately go back home?
Because so you're like sort of, you're doing like a physical thing in reality in order to like move yourself along in subspace when you travel at warp. By the way, warp 1 is using the bubble to travel at the speed of light. Warp 2, so it's not like warp 2, it used to be, it's like changed over the years. Warp 2 isn't just like double the speed of light. It's like a quadratic equation or something that like, and it approaches like infinite velocity at warp 10. So it's just like an equation where so you can eventually travel at like warp 9.9999 or something, and that's very fast. But that's nothing compared to warp 9.999999999. Now that's some serious speed. But also, it does that math is like how things have kind of settled now. But that wasn't how it always was described. So the terminology is like a little. So you might face some like confusion at some point. Okay, so but how to your question, like why can't they just warp back? Because the caretaker did something that no one he didn't like warp them there like using warp technology. He did like something that was like essentially magic and like pulled them through means unknown because he's like so much more advanced than anything that they understand. So it's just something way different than anything that the Federation understands. So and so if they want to get back, they can travel at like warp I think they cruise at like warp 8 most of the time, which is pretty fast. But it would take them, this is Voyager stuff, we'll talk about it more, but it would take them 70 years at their general cruising speed to get back to Earth from here. So, and they're middle-aged people mostly. 70 years is a long time, and most of them would probably die. And the thing is, no one had ever been here from the Federation ever before. They have no idea what's going on in the Delta Quadrant, so they're completely in the dark. You gotta give Janeway some credit, okay? She did her best out there. Be nice to Janeway.
I'm giving her
I'm
as
not
much
even a big
slack as I
Janeway
can.
stan, but I think people are way harsh on Janeway, personally. There was that time she killed TUIGC, but whatever. We'll worry about that another time. We'll get into TUIGC briefly when we get to Voyager.
TUIGC?
You guys are hating on her.
Yeah.
Personally, I like the Janeway.
Janeway's cool. Janeway's cool. She's all right. Okay, so... I wanted to discuss, the in-universe history of the Federation quickly. So here it is. So history was mostly the same until like the 1960s when the show takes place. Right? It was the same through that until a little while later. Then the eugenics wars broke out in 1992, and that was a bad time. So people had just started doing like gene splicing and trying to like perfect humanity through eugenics, and this is like part of the canon history of of Star Trek. Of
How
like,
we perfected ourselves, but not that way.
So what really happened there was they successfully made like superior men. The thing is, they like thought they were too superior and that they deserved to rule over everybody else. So they tried to seize power and like did succeed at doing so quite a bit. But like humanity eventually like fought them back. And after this practice, this isn't true on every planet in the Federation or in Star Trek, but like eugenics of any kind, like gene splicing, is like banned because of this. Like no gene manipulation, maybe like a little bit around, but you got to get like a permit for that first. Okay, you can't be going crazy.
Not because like they had to do bad things to do the eugenics, but because it worked too well.
That's correct. It worked too well. They're like, if we make perfect people, it's going to like split our society, and we don't want that to happen. So like we're banning it. So maybe this was invented as like Gene Roddenberry's way of being like, yeah, this is how we deal with the why haven't we like, genetically manipulated all of the humans to be like perfect all the time and like have some flaws. But I don't know. I think it's fine. Again, other cultures don't believe this. Other cultures are like, no, we're gonna do some gene splicing. We're great at it. We haven't had these problems, so we don't care. But humanity had a problem with it. Then World War III breaks out a couple years later in 2026. So strap in, boys. It's coming soon.
In the Big Lots parking lot?
I would assume so. One would assume so.
Where's my intergalactic travel?
So it's coming soon, I hope. Although they hadn't invented intergalactic travel yet at this point. That happens after World War III. And I hope it will for us as well. So this was from 2026 to 2053.
That's a hell of a
It's a long war, yeah.
That's a hell of a war.
There's like a couple of different conflicts in there. I think actually in some continuities, like the eugenics war overlaps with World War III to some degree, because that was obviously like destabilization to a large degree. Yeah, like a lot of like Earth was ruled by some of these like eugenic products guys, so that was a bad time. 30% of humanity was killed during this time. It was like nuclear holocaust everywhere. It was like totally fucked, but humanity did survive and was not killed. So okay, they made it out all right on the other side. Then there's a recovery period, and then we get to April 5th, 2063, to our main character of the Federation, Zefram Cochrane. Who is Zefram Cochrane? Zefram Cochrane is the man that gave us warp drive. He invented warp drive on Earth. He did the first manned flight of a warp drive vehicle on a ship called the Phoenix, and when he did that, when he broke the warp barrier and went the speed of light above Earth on his test flight, launching out of Bozeman, Montana, a beautiful American hero, because America's the main character of Star Trek, basically. I think so, anyway. And he was detected doing so, as people that are always detecting, by some nearby Vulcans that were cruising around. Vulcans are, alien race, that's what Spock is, from not too far away. These guys, yeah. Those guys up there, live long and prosper. And they were detected, and they're like, shit, we detected warp drive. The Vulcans, because the Federation didn't exist at this point, obviously. Humanity is just doing like a warp launch now for like the first time. But the Vulcans had a thing where we don't make contact with people until they achieve warp drive. And so they did so. They're like, shit, they did it. Let's go talk to them. It was like some
and they know
patrol.
about humanity because they just finally.
Well, they keep an eye on the goings-ons around the galaxy, and Vulcan is pretty darn close to Earth. So they could see this is a war torn. It was one of the many planets they keep tabs on, and this one achieved warp drive. So like many other planets that eventually achieve warp drive, they go make contact. This relationship between the Vulcans and the humans, this is first contact. This is humanity finding out that aliens are real. It totally changes their understanding of their place in the universe. They learned a lot from the Vulcans, who try to nurture them and help them grow. Humanity had already like started to get things together, but like with their help, I think it is after this point that humanity becomes one world government. Yes, it is. Right. Like almost 100 years later, in like in a period, I have a note say, in a period ending in 2150, United Earth is founded, which is the collective world government of Earth. They have successfully unified. It's pretty good. People seem to get along pretty well now. And Starfleet is founded around 2130. That's an estimate. That's a little bit before this. So they're going into space. They're forming a world government. Everyone's happy about it. This is a good, positive vision of the future, and everyone's excited. And and the Federation itself would be founded from the United. There's like 4 planets that start. Vulcans and the humans are 2 of them. There's a couple of the Andorians, and I think the Talarians. Yeah, I think that's them. Those 4 and maybe some others found the Federation
like the Talarian Community College.
Is that a real place?
No, that's a YouTube channel.
Yeah. It's probably this.
Talaria is a place in Magic the Gathering.
Oh, okay. I might be saying it wrong because there's like a lot.
I don't know.
It
could be the same name in 2 different franchises.
Could be. But in 2161, the Federation is founded, and like from there, it's off to the races, and we're out exploring, doing cool stuff. Even before that, Starfleet was out exploring already, but like this is a big deal. We have founded the Federation that would grow to be a giant galactic. It's not an empire; it's a federation of good boys that like each other and are nice to people. But it's good. They can defend themselves. They're strong, and that's it. And notable things before we get into the actual show are the Starship Enterprise, the NCC-1701 ship of the Federation of Starfleet Enterprise. There are several different enterprises that exist, beginning with the NCC-1701, the original Enterprise, commanded by Captain Kirk. But there's Enterprise A, B, C, D, E, F, and even G recently, going all the way through the continuity into the future now. So that's it. And they ride the Enterprise, our crew, out in the stars, exploring new worlds, seeking new life and civilizations, and boldly going where no man has gone before to make new friends, make new alliances, and have fun, and have adventures.
I had no idea that the Vulcans were our first contact.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
You make it very like nostalgic. Like that's probably why. Would you say that the Vulcans are like our closest?
They are
allies?
Probably our closest allies in space. I would say so.
Like that's so cute.
It's nice. The Vulcans are great. Although there is a period of definite annoyance with the Vulcans that persists in Enterprise. But we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Did I miss when the United Federation of Planets was founded?
I did. I believe I said that. That was in 2161. So it's like United Earth. So first contact happens in 2063. United Earth is founded in 2150, and then 11 years later, in 2161, the Federation is founded.
And that
with a unity.
So only 11 years pass.
Well, that's
is that an Earth-led movement to unite the planets into a federation?
Earth-led? I'd say
because Earth is the center of the Federation.
It is. I would say probably yes. So we have never seen specifically depict. It shows up a little bit in Enterprise, although this is kind of a controversial episode. Whatever. We'll ignore that. We see very little of the specific period when they are founding the Federation. I think we know the date, but like they're kind of cagey about it because I think it's like a big event and like the details aren't like totally fleshed out all the time. We just know it had to be invented sometime, and the capital is Earth, and humanity wasn't like super together that long before that.
Humanity wasn't the first in space.
Absolutely
so how come they're the head of the Federation?
They probably are the ones that had the idea.
That's entirely possible. I would say that this right here is the sort of like the case for humanity as like the main characters of Star Trek, which is like, the Vulcans are logical. And for a long time they had better technology. Hey, the Klingons are strong. The Ferengi are good deal makers and stuff. The Romulans are sneaky and good at subterfuge and being powerful. But humanity just has something about it. Just something about it that makes it a little bit different. That they're bolder, they're brasher, they're not afraid to take risks, they get the job done, they grow real fast, they learn quick, they live fast and they die hard.
Earth
as exemplified
America.
Basically, as exemplified in our American hero, Captain Kirk, effective main character of all of Star Trek, and real main character of real life in the form of William Shatner. Yes, Mark.
Does the human sort of like sexual, our sexual nature, does that ever come up as part of like one of our, like one of our strengths? It's like how active and horny we are compared to the other races?
I mean, I don't know if I'd like necessarily call it a strength exactly, but like they interbreed with other species for sure. And
oh, really?
Yeah. That happens. There's plenty of like half-breed people. I mean, Spock himself. Not everybody knows this. He is a half Vulcan. He's not actually a full Vulcan. So his mom is human, and his dad is like a famous Vulcan guy.
So what are features of full Vulcans?
So Vulcans are like purely logical beings. They do have emotions, but they suppress them. They used to be like violent killing machines, but then like a philosopher of theirs came along and is like, no, we must repress our emotions and embrace logic. Sarek, is that his name? Whatever, he's like the most famous guy in Vulcan history. He's like their Jesus Christ, basically. Their entire philosophy is based on like this guy's teachings. So they have emotions, but they repress them, and this is like their entire culture. Spock, as a human, has like more emotions, and I wouldn't say even has that much trouble controlling them, but he just like is maybe more in touch with them. But he like really embraces his Vulcan side like most of the time. He like is effectively like a full Vulcan doing logic and stuff. But there's sometimes like, he's kind of human today. He was like nice to me and something. So,
so like physically, he just looks like a full Vulcan.
He basically looks exactly like a Vulcan. But,
Vulcan blood.
The thing is, the Vulcans look like so close to humans anyway. Yeah, exactly. The only difference is the pointy ears, the eyebrows, and the haircut, I guess. That's where they have like a Vulcan haircut, kind of, yeah.
Maybe it grows in that way, like...
And
stays.
And he has Vulcan ears, he has Vulcan eyebrows, and he has the haircut. So that's the full list of Vulcan features. Anything else to say about that? The Enterprise is a ship of dreams that adventures and explores in the stars and has a great time. So that's fun. So that's pretty much all the backstory. And we will now take a little bit and discuss the actual shows of Star Trek. But before we do, let's make it so. We are all going to space for the betterment of the human race. Yeah! All right.
We gotta go.
You gotta go. I figured you might have to go.
That's
You're going to space.
That was a good.
That is good. We gotta go to the train.
To the train. For the betterment of the
Mark getting home. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. All right. It is what it is. Nice seeing you, brother. Thanks for coming out. Really appreciate it. Okay, let's talk some of these shows. Okay, so again, this is really going to be like sort of the overview thing. There's the first show has 3 seasons. Each one has like about 24 episodes or so. Later ones have like 7 seasons. Again, each one has like 24 episodes, and also each episode isn't like 20 minutes or half an hour. They're like an hour-long show, meaning the like runtime is like 45 minutes if you just watch it without commercials and stuff. So there's a lot of content here. It's really good, and I really love it. So it's great. Would watch. Would recommend. Not all the episodes are good, obviously. But anyway, we're doing overviews. I'm going to talk about like a general premise and like the main characters. And some of them are going to be pretty fast because like there's only a few things I want to say beyond like establishing the main premise of the show. Especially for our first show, the Star Trek, the original series, of course, originally just known as Star Trek. Came out in 1966, ran for 3 seasons. Cool. All right, so that's what it is. Also had some movies, but we'll talk about them in a minute. So, what do we want to know about those? Oh, fun facts about the founding show of Star Trek. It had 2 pilots that were made. It had a first pilot that featured this other guy. I forget the name of the guy, but he played Captain Pike. And he is in an episode called The Cage, which would run, it was like the 3rd episode released or whatever, but it was the pilot. It was the first one that was made. And it did like okay, I think. But it was not enough for them to launch the show, but they wanted, there were plenty of people that really liked the idea here and they wanted it to happen. So they commissioned a 2nd pilot, but it was like kind of hard to get off the ground. They weren't sure if they could do it. But a angel investor came in to fund and be the force behind getting the 2nd pilot done so it could be made. And that was Lucille Ball of I Love Lucy. That's right. It is thanks to her that Star Trek exists, due to her deep enthusiasm for Star Trek. No questions?
I had a question, and it feels like it's in poor taste now. So
let's hear it anyway. It sounds funny.
Well, I was curious. Was this angel investor part of the Ferengi
Alliance?
Indeed. But I think Lucille Ball was actually yours.
Okay. I didn't even know that. Okay, well, anyway.
Maybe that's a better angel investor you could ever ask.
I mean, she's an angel to me. She allowed Star Trek to grow. Yeah, she just personally financed it.
I love
Lucy. I love Lucy. I know, so true. And she, it was like her production company, I think. I forget the name of it. It's like her name is like a portmanteau, her and whatever the guy.
Husband or something.
Yeah, with her husband.
One Ball Production.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, cool, great, epic stuff. Star Trek
One
continues.
space production.
One space production.
I could go
One
on. I could do this all day.
Federation productions, one galaxy. Right, so, and crazy things happening in the original series already. Like a woman second in command? What? That's crazy.
O'Hara's
So
second
Lucille
in
Ball was
command.
probably like, it's happening, boys. Here we come.
Is that like Lucille Ball wanted more women on the show?
I have no idea if that mattered to her at all, but that is true. Although that woman was dating Gene Roddenberry. So no, the woman that played the number one. She's only referred to as number one. I don't even know if she has a real name, but she was like the second in command. She would go on. I forget her name, but she's like vital to Star Trek. Not really lore, but like the meta understanding. She would play Lwaxana Troi, just kind of a love it and hate her kind of character from The Next Generation, who's Troy's mom. It doesn't matter. But also that actress would voice the computer for Star Trek for like many years. So you hear her voice like all the time in Star Trek.
Hello, computer? Is Commander Riker still on the bridge?
Negative. Riker is currently in holodeck 3.
Oh, it's a great voice. She's a great lady. Love her.
So I left out a few things there and definitely undersold this. So her name is Majel Barrett, but it would go on to be Majel Barrett Roddenberry because she married Gene Roddenberry, and they were married from 1969 until the day he died in 1991. Now, he was still technically married to his first wife, Eileen, until 1969, well after he met Majel, but apparently they'd been separated for years, so things got a little bit messy there. What can you do? And brace yourself again, because you're not going to believe this. Gene was an unconventional guy in many ways, so do you think he had a traditional American wedding? No! This guy flew to Tokyo, Japan, and had a Shinto wedding with this lady. It was 1969. Weebs weren't even invented yet. Holy shit, this motherfucker had the blessing of Amaterasu on his union. And you know what? It worked out just fine. Except for the fact that he apparently had an additional romantic partner since like 1975. This lady named Susan Sackett, but whoopsie, can't win them all. Anyway, his actual wife, Majel Barrett Roddenberry, is known as the First Lady of Star Trek because she was involved in like every single thing that it did until she died in 2008. Rest in peace, Majel. You're a legend, mate.
So, who is the crew of the original Enterprise, the NCC 1701? That would be Captain James T. Kirk, our Iowa boy. On the ship, he is the decider. He is the action man. He is the guy that gets it done. All the burden is on his shoulders of command. He is out there representing Starfleet, representing humanity, doing his best to be a hero and do the right thing. Sometimes things get a little complicated out there, get a little tricky, but he always does his best to bring his grounded Earth, good boy Iowa attitude to represent
a real home planet hero.
That's right. He sure is. He sure is. We love Kirk. He's here, and he's a lover. He truly is a lover.
And a fighter.
Yeah, I would say so. Although he has a reputation for being like more of a fuckboy than he like actually was. There were like a handful of times it's like implied he like banged some alien ladies, but I think it's tastefully done, virtually all the time. He's a gentleman.
He was really tasteful about it.
He is no Lando, no. I think he's a little more classy. Although we love Lando too.
We love Lando.
Although he's in a series that is verboten when speaking about a good series, Star Trek 101. So strike that from the record. Okay, so who else we got? We got the first officer, Commander Spock. We live long and prosper boy. Vulcan, he's half Vulcan, but he represents Vulcans. And his role in the ship, so he's the chief science officer, so he does all the sciencey stuff. of which there's a lot in Star Trek stuff. Oh, an anomaly's happening. I need some convoluted bullshit explanation for it. He's the guy who's got you covered. And he does the whole logic thing.
And one interesting thing about Spock's design, the reason he has the pointy ears and all, is because he was designed to look like the devil, to have the pointy ears and a devilish sort of appearance.
And I had written in another character who wasn't even human, an alien who looked like Satan himself, complete with pointy ears.
He was even originally planned to have red skin, not the sort of greenish yellow that he ultimately had. The only reason they scrapped that was because it didn't work in their, TV tests. The general idea was that Spock was going to be a good, smart, nice alien guy, despite looking devilish, less subverting expectations. But Roddenberry basically was planning to have the devil be on the Starship crew. What did Roddenberry mean by this?
We'll come back to that in a moment, but our other sort of main trio of the show is Leonard McCoy, Dr. Leonard McCoy, aka Bones, who is the ship's surgeon, aka the ship's doctor, and he is sort of the more emotionally led guy here. So there's Kirk, who must decide things, and then there is McCoy, who is follow your heart, Captain. Come on, Jim, you gotta do the thing that is the human way to do things. And then Spock's like, I propose humbly that you should do the Vulcan way to do things, and you should apply logic to this situation. And Kirk decides what's to be done. That's the dynamic that plays out over and over again in these episodes. And they're all best friends, and we love them, and they're heroes, and they're great guys. Also, we got Montgomery Scott, the Scotsman chief engineer. And Scott's great. He is hilarious and awesome, and we love him. And he's the kind of guy that tells you, it's gonna take me 3 hours to fix the engine, Captain. I can't get it going, Captain. I need at least 3 hours. And Kirk's like, God damn it, Scott, you've got 1 hour. He's like, Captain, it'll take a miracle, but I'll see what I can do. And then he gets it done in 10 minutes. Yes. Oh my God, how did he do it? Because he was lying the whole time, and it actually was a 15-minute job, or a 5-minute job, and he did it in 10 minutes. Holy shit, he's based. Ben?
What do they say, promise late, deliver early?
That's right, yes. That's what he does. That's what he does. Yeah, Tech?
Beam me up, Scotty. Am
Beam
I right?
me up, Scotty. He's the guy. He's
That's
the one.
Right.
He's the one who does it. That's right.
Oh, hell yeah.
Thank God you said that. They would have crucified me if I didn't say that shit sometime.
Well, won't they crucify you for correcting me and saying it's like a myth or something? He doesn't actually say that.
Oh shit, is that true? Because I was just thinking now. Okay.
I think I've heard that.
I don't know
that he doesn't
every
actually
literal
say
piece of trivia about the show. Okay.
I've heard that. Something that exact line isn't said. Something like "beam me up."
I was just thinking
they do say beam me up.
He's not the
Scotty
transporter technician, dedicated guy. That's actually sure, he's one of the main cast. He definitely could do that.
They might say beam us up, Scotty.
Oh, okay. What? It's close enough, man.
Time.
He's engineering. He does stuff to help him.
Trekkie stuff.
It's fine. I'm not I'm a cool Trekkie, okay? I'm not one of those Trekkies, okay? I don't know anything about the series and pretend to have authority that I have not earned.
You haven't even been to a single convention.
That's true. I have not been to a single Star Trek convention.
Not a Star Trek convention.
Maybe I should sometime. I don't know. Do they even do those dedicated Star Trek conventions anymore? I know
they've
you
got
go to
an
they've
anime
got to have been
agglomerated into
they must
into the anime has absorbed them by this point. Tragically,
they must just suck.
It's terrible. I don't know. I mean, you could really justify going to a Star Trek convention in the 80s when that's the only way you'll meet people. But now, I don't know. Now everything's everywhere. You can watch the show on your phone. Okay, so what else we got going on? Other characters. We've got Uhura.
You can watch Star Trek on your fucking phone.
I know.
Get real.
It's a brave new world
That is
we're in.
such a sadness.
We've got.
I don't get dreamy anymore.
We've got Uhura, who is the communications officer. That's the lovely black lady from Africa who's got that giant thing in her ear that, I don't know why it's so big. It's comically large. Anyway, she's great. Everybody loves her. Martin Luther King is her best friend. That's cool. Chekhov, the Russian guy we talked about, he's the navigator. He's a cool guy. These other guys have sort of less and less main prominence. It's kind of all about McCoy, Spock, and Kirk. They're the main squad.
I mean, did they utilize the opportunity for a very stupid joke and
what's that?
Make him have a gun.
Make who have a gun?
Chekhov.
Oh, ha ha ha! They probably did at some point. And the last one is Sulu, the Japanese guy with the very non-Japanese name. But he's the helmsman. He's reliable. He's a good soldier.
He's the Jinbei.
He is the Jinbei of the crew. That's correct. That's correct.
He turns it left.
He turns. I forgot
when
that
the green room shows
when the
up.
green room happens. I forgot what a loaded term helmsman is, but you're right. Deeply embarrassing stuff.
It has not aged well.
No. All right, so really we're gonna go pretty fast because I'm not gonna detail every adventure they have on the original ship. But this is the original crew doing their stuff. Gene Roddenberry is running the show. He's in charge. They go on adventures with the Chad Kirk doing stuff like fighting the Gorn and making a bomb out of materials that are around and doing things that really a captain in charge of the lives on a ship probably should not be doing. And in later shows, they're of course we're not sending the captain to go to this. That would be insane. We would send an enforcer agent or something, or the number 2. So. But even then, later on, they'll send Picard to go fight, which is stupid. But that's mostly in the movies. Okay, it doesn't matter. All right, so he does fights. He gets out of tight spots. He thinks about stuff. He comes up with the philosophies. He tries to solve problems. Fights the Klingons. The Klingons, they butt in. And the Klingons are very bad in this era of the world. They're the main enemies. The Romulans do appear from time to time. They meet the Tholians. This is their Tholians' first appearance. That's the majority of them.
Do Klingons just attack Federation people on sight?
It might not be that direct, because they know the Federation is a fairly powerful enemy. It'd be mostly if you're in Klingon space, without an invitation, this is an act of war you're doing right now, being on our turf. So leave, or we will attack you, which is, fairly understandable. This is the agreements that they've signed with the Klingons in the past. I believe they have an accord of some kind at this point. There are more to come in the future. The one of Algernon, the Treaty of Algernon. That's in TNG though, so that hasn't happened yet. What else is going on? Adventures. They meet races. I'll let you guys watch the show and discover all the fun adventures they do, because there's too many to go into to list anyone specifically, and there isn't really any particular overarching story of Star Trek other than the general stuff that I've already described. That yes, they're out there exploring and meeting new people and having adventures, and it's lots of fun for everybody. So go do that. But I've got a couple of fun details. So for example, it's in the original show where the concept of the mirror universe is introduced. What is the mirror universe? It's the closest universe that exists, parallel to our own, where everyone's evil. It's all evil versions of you. And so there's opportunity. And yes, and they have little beards. They are evil and they have little beards. And this is where the association of little beards in Star Trek, that's the evil version comes from.
What if you're already evil?
I think that you're now good. It's an inverse of your good to evilness. It's not a perfect one-to-one. This is a pretty consistent theme. This is a canon dimension that exists, and it pervades almost every show. So it's a canon. It has its own timeline, its own history. I think it most recently appeared in the Section 31 movie, where it features very prominently in the narrative.
A writer just cannot resist the draw of the mirror universe.
They can't.
It's just too juicy.
It's tempting, but also it is canon, and it kind of has its own history that I am kind of attached to the goings on in the mirror universe. All my friends have other versions of themselves there, and we meet them sometimes, and I hope they're doing well. So, but again, a lot of them are evil, and I don't like those guys because they're bad over there. But, it depends. Last couple of details just about the actual show. So, you may notice this ran for 3 seasons. That's kind of funny because they're very specific in the original show that they say, I'm Captain Kirk, Starlog, whatever date. I am on a 5-year mission with my ship to do whatever. They were it's a 5-year mission, but they only got 3 seasons. They did not make it to 5. It was a damn shame. It's kind of awkward, but whatever, it's fine. Beyond that, or rather, when the show got canceled after season 3, there was attempts to bring it back that unfortunately just did not work. There was fan outcry. They wanted it to come back. I think this happened after season 2. And part of the reason, because it was doing well in syndication, part of the reason that they kept it going was because of fan will to keep it going. But after season 3, they're look, I'm sorry, we know that people like the show. It just isn't enough. It's not getting enough views, so we are canceling it. It would later totally explode on syndication, leading to its revival in later years. It was tough getting it off the ground to keep it going after TOS though, so it was tough going. Okay.
You know what?
Yeah?
This sounds exactly like Family Guy.
Yeah.
Exactly what happened with Family Guy.
You said it. You said it, buddy.
It's the same show, basically.
There's a lot of good comedy in Star Trek. It's true. Okay.
Do you have cutaway gags?
do they have cutaway gags? They have the holodeck, which is like occasionally sort of kind of like that. The real answer is no.
Geez, Spock, this is worse than that time we encountered our mirror universe guys.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. By the way, you may notice I'm bare because I'm adhering by Starfleet protocol.
Oh, you
I
shaved
must
it.
I did something. I'm just being a good Starfleet boy. Although famously, Commander Riker has a beautiful beard and is a handsome fella. So I don't know. This just felt right. It just felt right as a Starfleet officer. Okay, anyway. Also, it was too long. It was silly. It was a pirate thing. I'm not a pirate anymore. I'm a Starfleet officer, goddammit. And you've got to be well groomed if you're going to represent Starfleet well, which I must. Okay, so other things. Now, hang on, everybody. 5-year mission, you say? It's canceled and cucked and we all want to kill ourselves? Good news, everybody. The animated series is here to save the day.
7 years later.
Was that 7 years?
Looks
oh,
like
Jesus Christ. I guess you're right. Yeah, that's right. In 1973, they actually got to make the animated series, which was exactly 2 seasons. So in my heart, the 5-year mission was complete. Now the animated series was like more of like a kid show and was way less like serious. So it's like kind of a spin-off that, you know, isn't like necessarily be taken too seriously. I haven't watched it, I admit. I've seen like little clips of it here and there, but some people seem to like it. I don't know, it's probably okay. But most importantly, the 5-year mission thing, in my mind, it is satisfied. So that's why I care about it.
Stylistically
That's what it
and
is.
tonally, from what you've seen, what would you compare it to?
The animated show? I mean, it's an old school cartoon. It's like kind of looks like Hanna-Barbera, and
it might actually just be.
It might literally be Hanna-Barbera for all I know. I haven't looked into it, but yeah, it looks like that. They do, you know, they kind of talk. They have, I think, the voice actors from the show, so they got like the real actors to do it.
Oh, really?
I'm pretty sure that's true. I'll double check that, but. So, you know, it was Gene Roddenberry, I believe, was running it. It was like a real show that they were putting thoughts into, but it was sort of skewed at a younger audience. Again, just to clarify that, like, the overall show, it really, I think, does a beautiful job of appealing to like a wide range of fans in terms of age that watch the show. Because like I love like classic Trek like more and more as time goes on. It's campy and silly for sure. Oh, and just to go over like the premise of it being positive and stuff. Star Trek can be almost like laughably, like everything worked out just fine despite like how dire circumstances were. Like in the most fucked up, you know, ridiculous situations, the planet's falling apart. Oh, we figured out to use like the one particle that like reversed everything, and we shot the beam down with like 5 seconds and it literally reversed it and everything was fixed. Like that stuff happens kind of a lot. But and the science mumbo jumbo bullshit's kind of annoying. But like, as long as they do something cool and meaningful with it, like there's a character development arc or something, I say just like relax, let them cook, let them do their little thing, and just like enjoy the moral ride, the philosophy they're doing. And this is why like I think it hits its sweet spot the best in TNG, which, spoiler, is by far my favorite show in the whole runtime, because it's like there that they. Sure, there's like bullshit and like they get their way out through like, you know, convenience and stuff. But like the stories are good, like the morals are good, and like the thinking and the thought process to get there is like the most consistently good there. So that's like why it's enjoyable to watch. So there you go. So we were saying the animated series happened. Okay, so as you said, Star Trek was like dead for quite a while. It was like 69 or something until 73. So like 6 years it was gone. They wanted to bring back Star Trek for quite a while. Roddenberry was like, I have not given up on this thing at all. We've got to bring back Star Trek. This is my baby. It's my legacy. It's what I'm going to be known for. He knew all that shit. So let's keep it going. He had real faith in this thing. So, but in this interim, in 1977, there was an actual space shuttle launched called the Enterprise, the Shuttle Enterprise, named after this, and like all the cast of Star Trek came out to like do photo ops and like participate in it. So this is just like part of the PR stuff of like Star Trek is like already shaping the reality around itself, and people are like, this is making us dream of the stars and like do cool stuff and be science guys. So enthusiasm was growing steadily. Ben.
What year was that in?
That was in 1977. Okay. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, that was 77. That's right. That's a real shuttle. You can look it up. That's what happened. I don't know if it like this particular shuttle like did anything like discover alien life or, you know, but it was like a shuttle named after the Enterprise. Fans requested it and they got it.
Just goes to show you that Star Trek had a place in the zeitgeist.
That's exactly right. And this is like when they're trying to revive the show. So like people are like, yes, please bring it back. It's been growing over time.
And in terms of other interesting cultural influences, of course, Star Trek did, to some degree, shape George Lucas's idea of what would become Star Wars. So, Star Wars fans get dabbed on. And also, many have noticed the unbelievable similarity between the Starfleet Command logo and the current United States Space Force logo. They are, like, virtually identical. However, the real story behind that is that the original Starfleet logo was modeled after NASA and apparently other aeronautical symbols, so the upward-facing arrow and all that stuff, so it's kind of been an iterative back-and-forth process. But really, this symbol is like virtually one-to-one identical, so that really does not seem like a coincidence to me, but what do I know?
Star Trek, I wasn't there, obviously, in the 70s, but, like, it's always seemed to kind of, like, struggle between, or have, like, a balancing, not even a problem, just, like, it exists balance between, like, appealing to like a mass audience and then like the turbo autists that like, are hyper dedicated fans. And that's always been like the tough balancing act for it to find, because it was the turbo autists that like really wanted it back, which I humbly submit that I fall in the category of these days. So that's kind of the challenge Star Trek has always had. Okay, Star Trek Phase 2. Star Trek Phase 2 is a planned but never realized like version 2 of Star Trek they were trying to do in 1977, and as you can see, it was canceled. It's just mentioned. It's worth mentioning as like a big piece of Star Trek history. They tried to make it happen. It didn't happen. That's a shame. A lot of the materials were kicked around, and a lot of the pieces of Phase 2 would resurface and be reused in the Next Generation. So, pretty cool period. But Phase 2 didn't happen, and even before TNG would be considered, the movies, the Star Trek original series movies, are a big deal. There were 6 of them. And they were fairly successful, is my understanding. And they were cool and interesting, and they brought the crew back. Star Trek was back alive in theaters, looking better than it ever had before. So that was really cool. For everybody. First of them, we're going to briefly touch on what happened in each of them. Star Trek: The Motion Picture in 1979. This is a super trippy movie, kind of like 2001: A Space Odyssey, with like bizarrely indulgent shots that go on like really, really long.
Is this the one I watched at your house?
Were there shots that went on really, really long?
Yeah,
then yes.
Them going into a big thing.
Yeah, going into the like
for like a really long time.
Yes, yeah, that's right. So it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird.
It's kind of like initial premise, an hour of shots of them going into a big thing for a really long time.
Yeah.
A conclusion. And that's the movie.
Pretty much. And the first shot, that's like the super indulgent one, is like the first reveal of the Enterprise. And we were all watching this.
Oh yeah.
We were thinking like, man, okay, you're a fan.
Keep showing
they simply just kept showing it.
They're so proud of it.
It was like something like 1969. You were like, let's say you're a big fan. Okay, you've been watching syndication. The show's been dead. And you maybe even watched the animated series, 1973. That was pretty good. Or ended in 74, I guess. That was pretty good. But like, man, where is my real Star Trek? And they're like, holy shit, it's back. A feature film, Star Trek: The Motion Picture. This is the best moment of my entire life. And so they spend like an awkwardly long amount of time lingering on the reveal of the ship in space dock, in space.
It'd be like a long panning shot, and then they'd cut to another long, and they did it enough times that I started. I think every time
we were like laughing.
This has to be the last.
Panning shot. But it was not.
It
was not. It was true. It was something. I'm glad I experienced
we were laughing at every new cut because I can't believe it's still happening.
Yeah.
What would be longer, the shots of the Starship Enterprise entering like a space station or something, or Bartleby's limousine?
Bartleby's limousine is probably going to eclipse it by a few.
And if it was, he could simply buy a longer.
That's right. What else? Okay, so I mean, it's got like sex, birth, vagina metaphors, like Voyager, which is like the again spoilers. I mean, whatever. The like story isn't like that critical to this. It's about like the experience of watching this movie. It's like it's cute because they put like the satellite Voyager, which is like a real life thing, is like they find it in Star Trek from the future, and it had like gone to like a distant galaxy, and then it came back or something, or I don't know if it's outside the galaxy.
Gained sentience, and another alien race like gave it even more sentience.
Yes, I think it might have been outside the galaxy. That's worth saying though. I don't know if that traveled outside the galaxy or not, because critically, one thing I should have mentioned about this is that there are impenetrable barriers, well, virtually impenetrable, at the edge of the galaxy that no one can leave. Like nobody leaves the galaxy ever. You can't do it. There's a wall.
Just bang into something?
It's unclear exactly what keeps you in the galaxy, and like
So it's like
theoretically, one would think it's just like the absence of stuff. Like, why would you go outside the galaxy? There's nothing there.
So that's the whole galaxy.
This is the entire galaxy, yes. So again, so these empires are like really big. This is a whole galaxy here. But also, there is a barrier around the center of the galaxy also. No one can get to the center of the galaxy. It's like Outer Wilds or those other things.
Spore.
Yes, so we'll Spore, right. We
It's
will.
the Grox. It's the Grox keeping you out.
These perfectly impenetrable walls, we will check on the permanent impenetrability of them in some of our narratives to come. Okay, anyway, the first movie, I don't know, look, it's fine. Long panning shots, really funny. Sex, birth, evolution of humanity. These are the themes. That's what you get. Okay. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Everybody's favorite movie of Star Trek. This is where it all goes down. Okay, so this came out in 1982. So you got to learn about a guy named Khan Noonien Singh. Okay, Khan Noonien Singh is a genetic freak. He's not normal. He's not normal. He's one of the guys that showed up in, or he was one of the eugenics wars creations. But he wasn't just like one of the super warriors. He was like emperor of Asia. He like ruled the entire planet on like that side of it, basically.
In like the past?
Oh, this was in like 1992 or so. So for us, the distant past. But yeah. So he had been on a ship. This is in an episode of the original series. He had been on a ship that had been like preserving him and his genetically enhanced boys. And they during the ends of the eugenics wars, when he was like, his empire was being invaded and he was going to lose his seat of power, him and his boys shipped out into space to like flee so they wouldn't be captured. Again, this is all in one episode of the show before we get to the movie here. So he's discovered by Kirk, and they have like a battle, and they find out that, oh, he's Khan Noonien Singh. Kirk has the opportunity to like, arrest him, kill him, anything, because he's still in control of his ship. He doesn't do that. Why doesn't he do that? Man, I watched this episode again recently. Interesting stuff. Him and the three-man decision-making team of McCoy, Spock, and Kirk. They're sitting around talking about him, and they're like, "Look, we know he was like an emperor and like a tyrant kind of and stuff, and like he's genetically enhanced, which like we frown upon. But he was also kind of based, is the thing. He was actually like one of the better emperors. He was like pretty good, actually.
He's one of the good ones.
He was one of the good ones. This is seriously what they talk about. And they're like, we know he was a tyrant, but he was like a pretty good tyrant. He was like pretty nice to his subject, like mostly.
They really are like dragon.
So Kirk really did not. Yeah, this is very dragon coded, isn't it? Nah, this is a good one. They're like, we actually don't really want to like do anything bad to this guy, because like they're like, he was like Napoleon. This guy's like cool. We like
I'm
this.
back in.
Yeah. He's all the way in. This is like the comparison they make. And so they're like, it's hard to dislike this guy. He's like a legend of history. He's like really cool, and we've got him on our ship. What it goes? Singh? Oh, Khan. Right, Khan. That's what they call him. But in that episode, guess what? Khan betrays him. Okay, he like tries to kill him and tries to kill Kirk, and everybody almost dies. But they turn the tables on him. Trust and faith is restored. Okay, it's great. But at the end of that episode, Kirk is still like, I still kind of like this guy. I mean, I know he just tried to kill me and like all my people, but like he's based is the thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna set him down on a planet that's like perfectly fine. He doesn't have warp drive there, and I'm just gonna let him and his people that he was trying to escape to space with, I'm gonna let them cook. They can. This is an uninhabited planet, but there's plants and food. You'll be fine there. I'm leaving, and like we'll come back in like 100 years and like see what kind of civilization you will make on this planet. This is what happens at the end of the episode, and they just leave. He leaves this like tyrant that just tried to kill him on the planet because he like respects him. He thinks that he was a cool guy in history. That's the end of that episode. You don't see him again in the show. Now, flash forward to the movie, a couple of decades later when it comes out. So what has happened on this is that in the interim time, that planet, like a nearby explosion, like a sun supernova or something fucked up like the rotation of that planet on its axis, and like a neighboring planet got exploded, and this one is now like, by Starfleet's tracking, they like think that this is that planet, so there's a little bit of confusion. The point is that they've sort of like lost track of where Khan is, and the planet that he's on has like turned into a desert hellscape, which it was not before. And so Khan and his people are like dying there now, and he's very upset about this. One of Khan's like girlfriend or wife or whatever was like a lady on the Enterprise. One of Kirk's staff members. This lady that's like obsessed with history. That she like fell in love with Khan like immediately because he's like Napoleon. It'd be like meeting literally Napoleon.
In that episode that happened.
Yeah, and so she betrays Starfleet and like helps him like try to kill Kirk. So he banishes Khan and he sends like she goes with him is the point. And in the interim of this time, like she has died. So Khan is very upset that she has died. That's like his wife or something. And like I think other of his people have died. She wasn't like genetically enhanced, so she didn't have like the opportunities to survive. So Kirk didn't intend for this to happen. He put him on a nice planet, but like something happened and now the planet has turned to shit. And it's Kirk's fault that he's here. So he's like sort of responsible for this happening because he like hasn't checked in on him in a while. And everything went to shit.
How much time has it been?
It's been, unclear. I was trying to find that out, like at least some years. So he's been like years there.
Very unlikely event to happen to the
super unlikely. Extremely convenient plot device.
Very convenient.
No doubt about it.
Well,
no
inconvenient for Kirk.
Inconvenient for Kirk. Convenient for drama, which is what we really care about.
Convenient for us, the viewers.
That's exactly right.
We get a good movie.
So Khan on his planet does some stuff. I think basically what happens is that like Chekhov and is it like Sulu or something? Some of Kirk's men are like driving around and they land on this planet. And this is convenient, man. They have no idea. They're like in the same system where Khan had landed, and they forget that Khan is like anywhere around here. It's like not on their mind at all. That they think they're on the planet next to where Khan was placed. Because it's like Viridian, I forget what it's called. Planet 3 is where they put him. They think they're on Planet 4, but it's actually Planet 3 having been knocked off its axis, now like in the position of Planet 4. So there's some legitimate confusion about this, but like they really should be clued into the fact that a planet exploded here and like check their records to see that like Khan was here. He's kind of a big deal. So silliness has happened a little bit. But Khan used the opportunity of these Starfleet officers. They land. He like kidnaps them. He puts some brain slugs into them so that they'll like go help him take over the Enterprise and get revenge on Kirk. Lots of other stuff happens. Yeah.
Are brain slugs an established thing?
They're a very convenient plot device that happened to be a native thing on the planet where he was placed. He's like, this is the one cool thing about the planet I'm on. We've got these brain slugs, and so we're gonna use them. So that's what happens. Okay. There you go. There you go. So that's what's happening.
He should use the brain slugs to like make himself a chill guy.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Oh, so this is the thing. He was like kind of a chill guy before. He wanted to like be a dictator and stuff, but he was mostly nice when you weren't trying to stop him from becoming a dictator.
Right, of course.
Most dictators are.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, I don't want to dictate him.
But now.
And if you can't be a dictator, then like
what's even the point? But now he has been like totally warped, and he's like 100% vengeance, man. All I care about is getting revenge on Kirk specifically. He did this to me. He killed my lady. He fucked up my people. My life is ruined. Everything went to shit. I've lived here for years, and life is hell. I want to kill Kirk. So that's what he's trying to do.
Word up.
So, he gets his career, whatever. So they like fight and stuff. I'm not going to go into like all the back and forth. Other important detail of this movie is Kirk finds out, or we find out, that Kirk has a son. Kirk has a son we've never seen before. What he is Kirk had a child with a lady years back, and she had made it clear that like with his freewheeling lifestyle, she thought he would be like a bad influence on her kid's life, to be like his father's out there, not in his life. He's too busy with Starfleet, so he respected her wishes to not be involved in the kid's life. So that they haven't met. He knows the kid exists. He's not in his life. They meet in this movie. Drama happens. They get a little closer and stuff. I think Khan like tries to kill his son. Doesn't work. Okay, but this is like obviously a weak point that he could exploit against Kirk. But it doesn't hurt him. It works out just fine. The other plot device of this movie is the Genesis device, which dominates like the next like couple of movies kind of. It's like a thing that Kirk's son was working on with his mom. They're science people. And what it does is you shoot the Genesis device at like a dead planet, and it all comes to life. And it becomes like I think it's like mostly plants. I don't know if like animals will be generated too, but the whole thing like comes to life. It makes a dead planet alive again.
Now that's convenient.
It is quite convenient. That's true. It's convenient for the events that are going to happen in Star Trek 3, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Right now, it's like something that they're like fighting over, and Khan wants to use it to like kill Kirk somehow. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Watch the movie if you want all the details. The point is that like, they're fighting over this thing. His son is there. They're having conflict, and eventually they fight. And Khan puts Kirk in a situation where like his engine's gonna overload, and the only way to stop it, he's gonna die. Khan is also like dying on his ship. They've been fighting or whatever. And the only way to like save the day is someone has to go into like the radiation chamber and like shut it down due to the machinations of Khan specifically. So who's gonna do this? But it is fan favorite character, Spock, Leonard Nimoy, I was thinking. Spock goes in, he's good buddies with Kirk. If you watch the show, of course, we all know this, him, McCoy, and Spock, they're all best friends. Spock goes in, he shuts off the valve thing. They're like, Spock, no, you're gonna die, please don't do it. Spock goes in and he does it anyway. He shuts off the thing, he saves the Enterprise. Kirk rushes in, they're on like two sides of glass. Spock's on the inside, full of radiation. Kirk's on the outside, protected. You know, Spock has like one of the most famous lines, certainly in Star Trek history, but in lots of cinema in general. He's like, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So he sacrificed his life to save everybody. Live long and prosper. Spock dies. He dies in this event. He's dead. It's very sad. Kirk is totally devastated. It sucks. It's like his best friend. Yeah,
That's when he yells, Khan!
He actually yells Khan earlier in the movie. But yes, he goes, Khan! And one of the many times that Khan, like, has done a new thing to fuck with him in that movie. I forget exactly which one that was, but it was one of them. It was one of them. Yeah.
This is the Kobayashi Maru movie, right?
I believe this is the Kobayashi Maru, which I'll just tell you is a hilarious thing. There's this Kobayashi Maru test or like scheme or something that Starfleet gives you. It's a test. How do you get out of the scenario? The whole point is it's a non-win scenario.
This is like a test to qualify to be a captain?
Something like that, yes. At Starfleet Academy, maybe to like become an officer. And you take it, and the whole point is it is a non-winnable scenario. So like, what do you do in a non-winnable scenario? But Kirk is the only man to have ever beaten the test, okay?
Of course.
Because he's my boy, he's the main character of Star Trek. How did he do it? Okay.
You just know that William Shatner had that written into his.
I'm sure. I think he did. I think he did. But here's how he did it. They go into this like, how did he do it? It's like a tease for the whole movie. Then they're like, how did you do it? I'll tell you. I think he tells his son, I broke in ahead of time and reprogrammed the test before I took it. Other people didn't do that. I did that. I like cheated. I manipulated the situation so I had an advantage ahead of time.
Rat fucking bastard.
Rat bastard, like, but nobody knows that. It's like a secret that only he knows. I don't know, maybe the proctors know or something, but they were like impressed. This did not reflect on him negatively at all. Everyone loves that he did this. It's probably, I don't think he like told him. I think it's a secret. So that's the kind of guy that Shatner is, that Kirk is. And that's actually like pretty impressive that he did that though. So unironically, like that's the kind of forward-thinking you want a captain to do, to ahead of time make a non-winnable scenario into one that you can win.
Thinking outside the box.
That's right. That's exactly what it is.
Sounds pretty hard to do also.
I'm sure it was. He probably had to like hack into the mainframe and do all kinds of crazy stuff. So pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, cadets, let's get back into it. But first, make it so. We are all going to space for the betterment of the human race. Yes, okay, great. So we pretty much got to the end of the second movie, Wrath of Khan. Okay, you've got to hear this shit, okay? You've got to hear the original concept that Gene Roddenberry cooked up for this movie that did not get used. Okay, listen to this shit. So, this is so Kino, man. How did they not do this?
Wait, this is for Wrath of Khan?
This is for Wrath of... Just, like, it was a totally different story, but it was going to be the second Star Trek movie. Okay. So here's what it was. There was going to be like a time travel narrative happening here. There'd be many more time travel narratives to come, but they were going to start with it here. And it was going to be like the Klingons have like time traveled and erased history, so there is no Federation. So the crew... Okay, brace for impact, people here. The crew must go back to 1963... to fix the Kennedy assassination because the Klingons stopped the Kennedy assassination. They must correct and create the Kennedy assassination, and it was in fact considered that they would have Spock be the shooter to be the man that shot JFK. This was Roddenberry's vision. As you can see, he's a maverick. Yeah. He is thinking a little bit differently outside that box.
That's a non-standard
approach.
It needed to happen.
It needed to happen.
It should have happened. It had to happen. Again, this is not canon. This is like an anecdote, okay? I mean, it could not be true. Who knows? But like, this is the story that this is what like the original version was, and I believe it. I believe it. All right, so Spock was going to be the shooter. That's so key. That would explain a lot, honestly. That would explain it all. All the mysteries would be solved. Dude, they just released the JFK files. Check that shit for Spock. See if Spock is in there.
Die fast.
And then in Star Trek the movie 3, we can go back and make sure that Abraham Lincoln gets assassinated.
Yeah, right.
And on and on and on.
Okay, so Star Trek 3 movie. Okay, let's. These are going to be a little bit faster. There's like some important stuff that happens here, like plot-wise, but whatever. Okay, so here we go. Star Trek 3: The Search for Spock. Wait a minute. Why are we searching for Spock? He just died. Well, let's review the facts, shall we? Okay, so there's like a whole battle going on here where the Klingons, they want that Genesis weapon, which is the thing that makes planets alive, only they want to use it as like a destructive thing. Okay, fine. It's all about the Genesis weapon right now. It makes a planet dead, turns it into a live one. Okay, cool. So in this movie, over the events where they're trying to get the Genesis device, the Klingons kill Kirk's son. His one and only son is killed. It is, in fact, actually heart-wrenching and totally fucked up and deeply devastating. Because, like, I was watching this and, like, man, do I love Kirk and think he's awesome. And it's really sad for him to lose, like, his only family in the world, basically. Yeah, it's like, it affects a lot of his actions later on in the story. So this is really sad. Other tragedies in this movie. Okay, the iconic, beloved, we'll say this is like similar to it. Maybe this is it. The NCC-1701, the original Enterprise, is destroyed in the events. It's like, Shatner's like, Kirk's like forced to abandon it, to crash it. There's an iconic scene where the boys have been beamed to a planet. They're watching, streaking in the sky up above, the ship crashing into the atmosphere where it is being exploded and dying. And they're like, my God, what have we done? And McCoy goes, what you always do, Captain, what you had to do.
I'd love to hear that.
It's good shit, man. You really feel some shit with these movies. They really cared. Okay, so, but this is like the iconic Enterprise was just destroyed. This is devastating, especially to the fans. But the good news is it's a good movie, so we don't need to like hate that this is happening. We can like care and like it. Yeah, what's up?
So it's the original Enterprise. It's Enterprise A.
So the original is just no letter. It's just NCC 1701. The next version will have an A on the end to distinguish it.
I see.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so get ready for more bullshit, people. Here we go. Okay, so
I'm ready.
Obviously, this is called The Search for Spock. Why are we searching for Spock? Okay, some weird shit is happening in this movie. So our boy Bones, Dr. McCoy, is acting weird. I'll just cut to the chase. Why is he acting weird? Because the soul of Spock has possessed the Doctor. Because there's a Klingon thing, you know, Klingon mind melds you can do.
You mean Vulcan?
Oh, sorry, yes. Vulcan mind melds, of course. Where what do? You go put your fingers on the guy's face and my thoughts to your thoughts, my mind to your mind. And you can like merge memories. Okay. There's a thing you can do apparently when you're dying, which is, it's called the Katra? I believe it's called the Katra.
Can only Vulcans do this?
Yes. It's a Vulcan-specific ability where you can, which they just conveniently are introducing right now in the narrative. Hooray, we did it! It's quite convenient indeed. You can like, I guess when you're dying or something, you can like put your soul into another dude. And that's what they did. They did it to McCoy and it worked out great. But we need his body. It's like, wait, but his body. So they blasted, as is tradition in Starfleet. That's right. As is tradition in Starfleet, when an officer dies, they put him in a coffin, I believe in a torpedo casing for like a photon torpedo, and they blast him into space. I don't think that's really like the best thing to do with the bodies.
That with Spock?
They do it with yes, they do it with Spock, and I think they do it all the time. With like whenever anyone dies, it's like a burial at sea, it's like a burial at space kind of thing. I actually think that's a pretty stupid practice, personally. Like, you're really just sending it out there to, like, anywhere to be, like, debris, and it's probably going to get fucked up. I don't know. Like, at least in the ocean,
space
it'll, like,
is a really big place.
It is really big, that's true. But, like, people travel, like, I don't know, whatever. It's fine. I don't really care that much. I do wonder, I guess if I knew more, I would know the answer to this. Like, is the fact that they did that with Spock, which is plot relevant in this movie, as we'll get to in a moment, is that why they do it in like every other show that happens? Because like this is the first time this has happened in the story. Like a main character has died, and they like introduced this concept of like burial in space. Is this why they do it? Because it's actually kind of a stupid concept. It doesn't matter. Anyway, here's what happened. His body got blasted at the end of Wrath of Khan. Oh, another iconic line at the end of Wrath of Khan. It's I might paraphrase a little bit, but Kirk says like, out of all the souls I've known in all my time, his was the most human. God damn, I love Captain Kirk and Spock and all my best friends on the Starship Enterprise. They're heroes. They're based. Yeah. Okay. So, by the way, it has to be mentioned that like Captain Kirk, William Shatner, his vocal inflections are different, odd, and like the coolest thing ever. Like, I quote this line like all the time, but he goes, Spock. Spock. Spock.
Why, it's Mr. Spock.
Spock. The lightest, like, airiest tone you can imagine. And he says weird shit like that all the time. He makes very odd choices, like his whole career of singing, like spoken word singing.
Packed my bags. Last night, pre-flight. 0 hour. 9 a.m. And I'm gonna be high. As a kite by then. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am. No. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. Burning out his fuse out here alone.
It's like such a bizarre way to do music or whatever. Yeah.
His cover of Common People kicks ass.
I haven't heard that. Does he sing or does he speak it?
No. He does the spoken word thing.
Okay, all right.
I think Ben Folds sings the chorus. It's good.
He's a maverick, and he's not playing by other people's rules, even as just William Shatner. He's my hero. He's my hero.
Like nobody else acts like him.
I know. He's a unique individual, man, and it's awesome. He really is Sigma.
He's Sigma.
He is the Sigma. I think so. He just like really thinks he's like the main character of real life and acts as such, and I love it. I think it's the coolest thing ever.
And enough people will validate that.
I will.
Yeah.
I validate it officially. With all the authority invested in me as captain of Starfleet.
That's going to keep him going for sure.
All right, so all right, whatever. So cool stuff at the end of Wrath of Khan. So the point is, they need to like get Spock's body back because it's gone. We got his soul over here. Where's his body at? We blasted it into space. That was a bad idea. But it landed on the planet that the Genesis device had been used upon. And what does the Genesis device do? It turns a dead planet into a live planet again. Oh. Yeah, that's what it does. And his body was there. So like, let's go find it then. What's that gonna do? All right, so long story short, they go down to the planet and like the coffin is empty. Oh my God, where's Spock? Okay, so Spock's body has like sort of been like reborn as a baby. It's like started over from the beginning and
because of the Genesis
because
device?
of the Genesis device. That's right. It like took his DNA and it's like creating a new body for him. The thing is, this thing's like alive and it's like walking around and doing stuff. So it's like a new baby Spock is out there basically. Okay.
Implications for the world are staggering.
They are staggering. And get ready for these implications, okay? Because so there's like a lady Vulcan named Saavik who sort of had like some romantic tension with Spock over the movies. One movie, I think at least she was in, last one. So she's on the planet with him, and this is where like Kirk's son was there too. The Klingons are trying to get the Genesis device, right? So they're there as well. They're fighting these guys, and this is where Kirk's son dies. Very tragic. Saavik is there, sees it happen. She feels really guilty. She couldn't stop it. But also like baby Spock is there too, in his like baby form. But he's growing super fast. So he's like a day old, but he's like, I don't know, like a teenager or something. Tech.
Does he have like the hair and stuff?
He looks pretty feral. I think he's like believably. He doesn't have like super long. If you're growing super fast, you have like super long hair. He doesn't have super long hair, so there's obviously like some conveniences going on here. But whatever, that's
I'm just
okay.
imagining like normal Spock just like on like superimposed on a baby.
Something like that. Okay, but again, brace for impact, everybody. Now, this is technically non-canon, but I think it is like basically canon, and it is what I was thinking as I was watching it originally. So to me, this is canon. So that lady, Saavik, is a Vulcan, And as we know, Spock is half Vulcan, but is like basically a Vulcan. So there's this thing with Vulcans where they feel an insatiable need to breed once every 7 years. And they like literally can't stop themselves. It's like they're kind of fucked up about it, so they have to do something. Baby Spock is going through puberty right now. Oh, no. And he's feeling all kinds of ways about everything. And again, it's not literally canon, but like it used to be, and they like cut out from the script things that implied this. He definitely fucked Saavik, like when he was like a teenager maybe, or something like that.
When he was 7.
I mean, he's like 1 day old in real life, because this is like a clone that's growing at a super fast rate, and he's like going through it. This clearly was like, it's called the Ponfar. It's like the mating madness or something. That's like exactly what was being implied, and we know it was because it was in the original script, and yes, it got cut, but it's just obviously what happened. She fucked baby Spock, and it had to be done, and that's justice right there. So there you go.
Love wins.
Love wins. Love truly wins in the end.
And just to clarify on that, I think it is 100% canon that they did in fact fuck, because the Ponfar is actually highly lethal if you don't fuck. Not 100%, but like almost all the time. If you don't find some outlet for your sexual energy, you will die. So Saavik's all like, oh no, this poor sexy young man is dying. I have literally no choice but to have sex with him. So like that's canon, that did happen. But what was cut was a pregnancy plotline of Saavik getting pregnant with Spock's child, which was like gonna explain why she's not in like the next movie and stuff. It's the pregnancy that was cut. The sex is like is just implied, but like it definitely happened. How else would Spock have lived? That's obviously what the story is meant to imply. So breeding, not canon achieved, but sex, we did it, boys. Yes.
Where's Spock's soul right now?
Spock's soul is within the mind of McCoy, Dr. McCoy.
Is McCoy also
Bones.
in there?
Oh, yes. They're like sharing space in his head right now. So he's not like dead or wiped out or anything. It's a very awkward situation for him. He wants that out of there. But look, okay, the point is, like, Spock continues to grow after he breeds Saavik or whatever. And he's got his adult body. We did it. He's like literally Spock again in terms of body. He like isn't fully Spock yet. They go to Vulcan, there's a whole ritual, they put the brain of the Doctor next to Spock, they fuse, oh my god, is it gonna happen? Yes, we've got Spock back. He's back, baby. The search for Spock is a big success. Spock. We did it. Okay, Spock's alive. So Kino. Okay, cool. My only question that remains about this movie, I'm sure the big nerds out there know, like, I'm virtually positive that like this whole thing is based on a retcon. This idea of like the what was it called, the Kestra, the Katra. Okay, sorry, it's the Katra. I think they just like made that up because the way that they're like Spock gave his soul, his Katra, to McCoy was like this one brief touch, which like doesn't seem like anything important happened when the original movie happened. But like they're like, oh, that touch was when he did it before he died. Seems like a retcon, but it could have been planned also. I don't know. I'd love to hear somebody confirm this. Yeah, Tech.
When he died, wasn't he like behind glass? Because he was like...
That wasn't the moment he passed his soul along, though. It was before that. Because he's glass on glass with Kirk. Yes, he did. So it's like, it might have been like an imprint of his mind, like right before that happened or something. It's probably that. So like, isn't that like a clone of him then or something? You know? I don't know. It's Spock. He's back. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's fine. It's great. We love Spock. It's Kino.
All right, so I have gone and become the expert on here and done the research. Okay, so it's all a little bit vague and based on hearsay and tales, but here's the word on the street as to what's up with this kind of odd continuation from this death scene to a movie where he immediately comes back to life. So apparently, when they were working on Star Trek II, it was intended to be the final movie, sort of in the way that, like, they didn't guarantee there were future projects. The executives were like, we're not making enough money. So again, it wasn't like we're 100% killing the series. It was like, this is our next and possibly final movie. We don't know what's going to happen after that. And They say that Nimoy wanted Spock to die as a good send-off to the character because he's like, okay, we've done all we need to do here. Let's wrap this thing up. That's what I want to happen. And so they say to get Nimoy on board with doing the movie generally, they were like, okay, he will die beautifully at the end of this film. It'll be a great climax. And so Nimoy agreed to do the movie on that basis because he was already getting a little tired of doing all this stuff. So this is why the concept of the Katra only comes up in Star Trek 3 because they hadn't thought of that shit yet when they were doing Star Trek 2. What they had thought of was putting in a hook that they could build on, and this is where the famous remember scene comes from. Crammed in there at the end of production after the rest of the movie was filmed and completed, and after test screenings were done where everyone was deeply upset that Spock was dead and blah blah blah. So they stuck in this one tiny scene where Spock goes remember and does some shit to McCoy, which apparently Nimoy was comfortable with because he had like such a good positive vibes working on Star Trek 2 that by the time they were done producing the movie they were like, you know what, this is awesome, okay, let's make more stuff, let's put an excuse to bring Spock back after all. And so during the very end of production, they filmed the remember scene so that Spock had like a hook to come in, which they developed into the Katra in the next movie. By the way, the director of the movie, Nicholas Meyer himself, hated the addition of this whole like resurrection plotline that he thought was like a total spit in the face to the fans, cheapens Spock's death, fucks up the narrative, etc., and was 100% not intended when they started making the movie and only inserted after they thought it might do well and they want to make more movies. He later said that like, maybe I was wrong about that, but let me tell you, Nick, no, you were 100% right. It insanely cheapens his death. It's fucking ridiculous. That being said, though, the later movies are cool, so like I guess it's fucking fine. So for the general audiences watching the movie, no, it was not actually a retcon per se, but this is why the whole movie builds and feels like Spock was really going to be dead forever, because that was the intention during the production of the movie. They just added a little extra hook at the very end of production that they could use as an excuse to bring him back, because everybody wanted more Star Trek and they wanted more Spock after all. So that's the full story as far as we know.
All right, Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home. So Spock is back alive. Everyone's excited about it. That's great. Just overall point here, this movie is colloquially known as the one with the whales.
Yes.
Yes, this is the movie with the whales. This is a kind of extremely retarded movie about, it's directed by Leonard Nimoy. It's like, whales were like a big topic at the time.
Save the whales. Save
the Whales was like really popping off around this era. So like, I don't think Spock wrote it. He directed though, so he's like in charge behind this. They like have to go back in time. Okay, a probe appears. A probe appears from space out of literally nowhere that is never explained or addressed at all. That like is shooting out noise. It's coming to Earth. It's like destroying Earth right now. Nobody can stop it. It's like the most powerful thing anyone has ever seen, and it's shooting out this noise that nobody knows what it is. They do some math. They figure it out. They crunch the numbers, and it's whale song of I think it was like beluga. It's some kind of specific whale that like is extinct on Earth right now. Because we didn't care for our whales in the past. How could we have been so selfish? So they have to time travel. We have to now time travel to go back to the past, to get some sperm whales, to bring to the future, to communicate with this. We have to like get the language of the whales to talk to these guys. And that's how we're gonna solve this problem. They've concluded this. It appears to be the only way to do it. So they do like this cockamamie, stupid, like, oh, go around the moon real fast and like you go back in time. Okay, fine, I guess that happens.
Easy.
They've gone back in time and...
Did James Cameron write this?
It's something. I mean, it was fucking Leonard Nimoy. Yeah, Ben.
They can already travel faster than light. They already have everything they need to do time travel. They can already just break.
No, it needs to be the moon. You don't get it.
What does the moon have to do with anything?
I don't know. They just do some stupid maneuver that I don't care about at all. Just
that's so obnoxious.
Something to go back and it's like not well explained even a little bit.
Is this one kind of good?
No, this is like this might be my least favorite movie of them. Some people like it because it's like the silly one.
It's funny.
It gets they go back in time to like when it takes place in like the 80s. This is 1986, and I think it's like the modern day one. It's like, okay, it's happening. Star Trek does this from time to time. They're like, they go back in time to like the modern day, and they have like lots of fun with it, but I don't personally like it very much when they do it.
Fish out of water shit.
What's that?
The fish out of water stuff.
Yeah, that's the idea. Like Spock's in the past, but he's like the logic man. I'm in the 80s, And it's very silly here, and people are being goofy, and I don't understand how I'm supposed to act. And they're like, yo, Jive Turkey, what's your situation, my man? What's with the updo and the hair down low and the... They're just being very silly to Spock, and this is like what the movie consists of.
First you were doing Jive, and then you sort of got to like a Bill Cosby.
I should have. What's this guy doing over here with the ears and the silly hair and whatnot? Okay, all right. That's
our bill.
That's our bill. I don't know what.
Sadly, couldn't make it.
I don't know what they were thinking, other than like we want to make a movie
Friend
about
of the
whales.
show.
Yeah. It's just a silly movie, okay, where they get whales and they go back to the future. They like meet like an eccentric lady in the past, and like Kirk and her like kind of have a spark. It doesn't work out because he has to go back to the future. Whatever, who cares? This movie is like fine. People like because it's like silly and funny. Not my favorite movie in the series. Guess what? It all works out. They get the whale song. They like save some whales.
Cool.
Yes,
we did it.
you.
All right, guys. Remember to save a whale near you today, children of the 80s. All right, great.
All right.
That's fine. Moving right along to Star Trek V: The Final Frontier. Okay, here's like a pretty like good movie now. Okay. So, incidentally, this is made in 1989. Star Trek: The Next Generation has begun running now. So we've crossed over officially. Star Trek is back in real life now, like the show. So that's cool. All right. So what happens in this one? Basically, Vulcan Jesus appears, who's got like a new way of doing stuff. He can like heal people's
that guy's
harm
still
or whatever.
alive?
Oh, so it's not the literal Vulcan Jesus. I'm speaking colloquially here. Like a new like prophet guy who's got like a new way of doing things for Vulcans has appeared. He's actually like, no, you actually should embrace your emotions. You shouldn't suppress them. This is my way. And he's got followers. He heals people. You know, he's doing stuff. He's fine. And guess what? He's Spock's half-brother. Wow, we did it.
Full Vulcan?
He's a full Vulcan, that's right. Although, ironically, Spock acts more like a Vulcan than he does, because Spock lives in the Vulcan tradition, and this guy does not. What's it? Cybok. His name is Cybok. Look, I'm just going to cut to the chase with this. Like, there's, like, some drama back and forth. Like, what do we do? Cybok is, like, he's, like, following a prophecy, or, like, his destiny or something that he believes in, to get to the center of the galaxy.
Yeah.
He believes that, I think this is, that God awaits for him, effectively God, the ultimate being at the center of the galaxy, which no one can get to.
Vulcans seem strangely religious for a purely logical species.
Makes you think.
They seem to have a lot of like prophets and stuff.
Well, I suppose they're using the word prophet a little loosely to describe. He's really like a philosopher. Okay. Is there like whatever his name is, Sarek or whatever, the one that they like all are like, oh, that was the #1 Vulcan of all time. Let me tell you. But now there's a new guy, Cybok, who's got a new way of doing things that'll get us to the center of the galaxy. This is the only guy that's him and his followers that he like just started doing operations right now are the only like religious Vulcans that we've like ever seen.
Okay.
And even calling these guys religious is like maybe a stretch because they've just got like a scheme to meet what is hopefully an alien. Okay, but anyway, so they follow destiny and they get to the core of the galaxy. It is like very poorly explained, virtually not at all, how they get past the canonically impenetrable wall to the center of the galaxy. Like we trust that it's going to happen, trust the prophecy, go, and it just like works out. They don't really explain how.
Prophecy was right.
But like the prophecy was right, it did work out, so okay. And they get to the center, and what's at the center? Is God there? Maybe, kind of up for debate. There is an alien force. Cybok's like, oh my God, I'm going to meet God. It's going to be awesome. Or like, effectively God. There's an alien there that's like, I was the one to put the call out to you. Give me your ship so that I can leave. And then the famous line from Kirk comes out. It's like, excuse me, God. What does God need with a starship? Good question. Why does God need a starship? He's not God. He's like an ancient alien that was like imprisoned here like a billion years ago. Unclear like exactly what the origin was. But like, no, this isn't God. They didn't find God. This is just a powerful alien. Point is they like beat him and they get away. That's what happens. It works out. I think Cybok dies. Whatever. That's the events of the movie. Okay, great. He's a bullshit God. That sucks, and they dab on his ass. Those are my notes. Yes, Ben.
The guy probably they must have gotten through the barrier because this guy wanted them to get through the barrier. If this guy's like in charge of
question, how did they get out of the barrier? That was always my question. Totally unexplored whatsoever. maybe it's easier to get out than in, but he was trapped. That guy the whole deal was he was trapped there. That's why I needed someone to come in and save him. It's really not, these are the questions I asked.
Well, he was trapped because he didn't have a starship. If he had their starship.
If only he had a starship.
Then maybe he could have flown out.
Down with a starship.
Okay, all right. I guess just having a starship is enough to get out.
The warp drive or something.
He seems like really, he's like super powerful. He's like killing, he's like zapping everybody and imprisoning people, whatever. So you'd think he could figure out a way, whatever, he can't. It's fine. Good movie though. I enjoyed it. It was good. Even though there's, got some questions. That's all right.
And one important thing about Star Trek V is that it's definitely seen as one of the sillier movies, and frankly, one of the worst movies in the series, even though I think there's a lot of things to like about it, and I definitely like the movie. But it's undeniable that there's a lot of goofy stuff happening in it, and that's why it's worth noting that this story is co-written, along with some other guys, by William Shatner, he's back at it again, boys, as well as directed by Shatner. So it really seems like this was his chance to do the kind of stuff he was thinking about at the time. So among other things, he includes a sexy Uhura dance seduction scene. And while we all love Nichelle Nichols, she is 57 years at this point, so maybe a little bit past the time when everybody thought that was the obvious thing to do. But he got it in there, you gotta give him credit. As I described, there's a lot of lofty ideas. A lot of people think it's weird to balance like the goofiness with the seriousness and that it's kind of an awkward mix. And maybe that's so, but you know what? It's definitely unique, very enjoyable, and Shatner was definitely working out at the library when he was coming up with some of these ideas. Let's hear what he has to say about it, shall we?
I've dreamed this story. I've helped write the screenplay along with David Lowery and Harv Bennett. Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? I've thought often since I wrote Yosemite, Captain Kirk, free climbing. I thought often, why did I come up with that idea? And I had no idea. But the mountain is climbed because I think the climber wants to hug the mountain. He wants to envelop that mountain within his body. He wants to make love to the mountain. Whether these tough young guys with their sinewy bodies and their one meal a day routine will admit it. There is a passionate affair going on between the climber and the mountain. Why do I climb the mountain? I would say the climber would say, because I'm in love.
Legend.
Last Star Trek, the original series movie, in 1991, Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. What does that name mean was like my first question. This movie is full of Shakespeare quotes, and The Undiscovered Country is one of them, and it basically implies like the future, like new things that are gonna happen. And this movie is basically about the Klingons and Kirk's relationship with them, because remember the bad thing that the Klingons did to Kirk specifically? They killed his son. It was Klingon dudes that killed his son, and they already didn't like Kirk very much. So what's the deal with Undiscovered Country? The future, okay, this is about like Klingon relations with the Federation basically. Because the Klingons have been the bad guys, and this might be because, so the next generation is now happening. It's already been running for some time. And there is a Klingon that's a member of the Federation. But like, are they our enemies still, or are they good guys now, or what's the deal? This movie sort of bridges the gap there a little bit. So a random moon blows up near Kronos, or something like that happens. So there's some tragedy in the Klingon Empire that like really fucks them up. And they're like, okay, forget all this Empire stuff. We're totally fucked right now. We need to make peace and friends with everybody in order to survive. So that's what they're gonna do. Kirk, however, is not ready immediately to get over his hatred of Klingons that killed his only son. So actually the main guy championing this alliance is Spock. Spock personally is like, yes, logically the thing to do is they are ready to negotiate. This is what we've been waiting for. Let's make peace with them. Otherwise, they will die if we don't. The civilization will crumble and they will die. And Chad Kirk says, let them die. Ooh. Pretty harsh stuff. But he's bad. They killed his son, you know? So it's basically, this movie is about getting over his hatred of the Klingons, and he sort of does that over some events, and it's fine. There's like negotiations. The Chancellor of Klingons, of the Klingon Empire, is like being escorted by Kirk specifically, and gets assassinated on Kirk's watch basically. And it wasn't Kirk. Kirk gets arrested for it along with McCoy, because they were present when that happens. Yeah, Zen.
I hear a lot of
good or like bad shit happening, which is fine. It's like entertaining, but like this doesn't really seem to be much with regards to being ambassadors for the federal. Like
you mean like all my talk about like the positivity of the universe and stuff?
Yeah, like the
sure.
Like the original premise.
Well, okay, so that's fair. So, but just to clarify that, because that's a good point. Again, it's sort of about like the internal workings of humanity is what has been like improved. Because like, of course, they haven't like made peace with all their enemies out in the stars. Because like, obviously, this show is written for a human audience, For sure. So I think by showing that like humans have gotten it together among ourselves, there's always going to be like challenges and enemies out there to fight and deal with. But within our culture, we've kind of figured it out and we've made peace. So like the Klingons, so like Kirk has problems with the Klingons. Obviously, you could definitely be like, well, what if like a human did something bad to Kirk? He definitely, they could still argue. Again, it doesn't totally make sense to me that like nobody has big problems within humanity anymore. Like, how do they solve that? I don't know. They don't address it. But like,
I guess my question is more are there examples or like episodes or movies where like they do successfully like be like, a new planet's part of our...
Countless. There are countless episodes where good things happen, yes. They're usually like, there's like, we're trying to bring a new planet into the Federation. Is it going to work out? And then like there's an internal faction on the planet that doesn't want this and tries to ruin it. But then there's like the good ones that are trying to smooth everything over. And we like solve the mystery and we work with the good guys and like it all worked out great. They're joining the Federation. Our family has grown. The galactic race of everybody.
Of the Federation.
Yes, exactly. Fed. You gotta love them. Okay, so the answer is yes, and that's why. Great point to clarify on that question. The distinction between the show and the movies. This is going to be like more clear with TNG because there's just more TNG. But like, so the movies have this thing where the stakes get like really high a lot of the time, and things look pretty bad a lot of the time.
That's like One Piece movies.
Exactly. That's like a lot of like sort of like anime original movies or whatever. Like the show can like be chill and like relax and stuff, but no one wants to go to the movies to see like an episode like Data's Day is like one of the best episodes of TNG, which is, there is like bigger stuff going on, but it's about Data chilling and like being friends with people, and it's like one event of Data's day in his life as like the android member of the Enterprise D. So like, I like those way more. So like, my point is that like, I'm show-pilled. The show is, in my opinion, like vastly superior, or like I get more out of it. The movies are like, they are more action set pieces and more like big drama and stuff. And that's, I don't think that is in fact like the best parts of Star Trek. I think that the show is like way better and gives you like more meat on the bone. So, but like the movies are probably more famous because like more people see them. It's a movie. It's like one thing I can go see in the theaters. So they kind of like eclipse the show in some ways. And this will be a major theme as we get to like the later stages of Trek's development. So we'll get there pretty quickly. Okay, so here we go. So the point of the last original series movie, The Undiscovered Country, getting along with the Klingons, okay? The Klingon Chancellor getting assassinated, they're blamed for it. But like they solve the mystery. Turns out it was actually a Vulcan on their crew, a member of the Enterprise, who like assassinated the Klingon, leader of the Klingons, because like she hates the Klingons and she doesn't want to be allies. She's like, they will never be, because she's a Vulcan, so she's logical, right? She's like, they will never be allies to us. They will always betray us. They're going to be bad. So that's why I had to do the only logical thing and assassinate the Chancellor with like her allies. So that's what happened. But Kirk is like, no, this was the wrong thing to do. We're not going to do that. All right, I'll give him a chance. I'll do my best to be a good adult man and a good liaison from Starfleet. Okay, so there you go. So that's how it ends. Oh, and they're gonna assassinate the president of the Federation. Oh my God, that's not good. But Kirk and his boys get there just in the nick of time, and they save the president, and everyone's happy. And that's great. Tech?
Who's the president of the
some like vaguely alien-looking dude.
Oh, okay.
They don't even say his name. He's just the president.
He's not a human.
He's not a human, no.
Interesting.
Because humans are not always in charge of everything all the time. They're a member, but the HQ is still on Earth, though. So
I'm kind of surprised to hear the Federation even has a president.
Well, you know, he's just like the executive director of stuff. Like, there's other people that have authority too, but they do have a president. Again, it is kind of like America with like states that have joined and stuff. That's a appropriate comparison to make. And last thing that happens here. So there's been one little narrative throughout the movies. So when the movies came back, Shatner had already gotten like definitely older. The whole crew had gotten older from the show when he was like his lean, svelte self. He's like starting to strap on the girdle, because he's putting on some pounds. Shatner's famous for like wanting to look good on camera and like tightening himself up, and he's gained a little bit of weight. Getting older, wears a toupee, all that stuff. There's a sort of willy won't he go back in command? Because in the first movie, he's been promoted to admiral already. Thing is, he hates being an admiral and he wants to be a captain again because he doesn't have a ship anymore. Like being an admiral is like too high of a position for him to be happy. So throughout the movies, there's this whole thing like, do I want to have a ship? Do I want to be an admiral? I got to go back. Am I too old? Actually, the first movie is about being too old to do anything anymore. But then like he immediately becomes like an action star again for like most of the movies after that.
Then, after defying Starfleet orders and stealing the Enterprise to try to revive Spock in Star Trek 3, and then going on to save the world yet again at the end of Star Trek 4,
he's demoted from admiral back to captain, is put in charge of the Enterprise A. The Enterprise A is new. Oh my God, they rebuilt an Enterprise. It's exciting. At the final movie, episode 6, they're like, okay, it's time to actually return the Enterprise and go into like retirement or be an admiral or something. And it ends with like, okay, I'm gonna do that, but one last trip around the stars. And he's gonna do one last lap, and like that's where it's ended for Kirk. Probably gonna retire soon, but like still has that fighting spirit in him. That's the end of the original section of the story. Or is it? Or is it? Because there's just a little bit more of memory beta shit. Some side story stuff. Okay, because I will not talk about the books at any other point here, but we must discuss this section of books known as the Shatnerverse. These are a series of 9 books, plus one prequel apparently, but 9 books written from 1995 to 2007 after the movies ended, written by William Shatner himself, focusing on the later adventures of Captain Kirk. After his 5th retirement or something, right. He had one more in him, like 9 more times. And this happens after Star Trek Generations, which, okay, you know what? I'll just spoil it. I'll just spoil it right now. That's fine. In the first movie of the Next Generation called Star Trek Generations, Shatner and Picard like meet through like a timey-wimey type situation thing, and Shatner's there, and Shatner does die in that movie. Captain Kirk officially dies in that movie in a scene that like everybody hates and nobody likes.
He like falls downstairs or something?
He effectively falls down some stairs, something like that.
Oh my God, down these stairs?
Well, yeah, basically. Well, I'll mention a little more detail later, but like the point is, with these books released after that movie, Shatner is like, no, that is not what happened to Captain Kirk. Okay, here's what actually happened to him. Okay, again, he's writing to like fix the plot immediately after those books have ended, okay? So Kirk is brought back to life by the Romulans, the like bad guys, because the only force strong enough to allow them to defeat the Federation once and for all is, of course, Captain Kirk himself.
That's right.
So this is why they bring him back to life, okay? In fact, to fight Picard, like the main character of TNG. So this is like 100 years later or something. They revive him to fight Picard. And they like do so, but then they become best friends, and it's great. What else we got? Oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever also. There's also a plot line, and like there's like some different stories in the books here, but like one of the trilogies here is about, in the mirror universe, the emperor of like the Federation or the universe or like a big section of land, like the human empire. Because again, it's like an evil world. Things are like more evil, so the human empire is like an empire instead, are ruled by Emperor Tiberius. Did I ever mention the middle name of James T. Kirk? His name is James Tiberius Kirk. So yes, of course, Emperor Tiberius in the mirror universe could only be the only man for the job. James T. Kirk is the emperor of humanity in the mirror universe, as he should be in our universe. So again, reminder that this is William Shatner writing these books about himself effectively, his character. Yes, this is awesome. Okay, that's all I have to say about that. Yeah, Ted.
Well, did these books come out before or after Tech War? Those like sci-fi novels that William Shatner wrote.
Oh, did he do that too? I don't know. I looked up very little of the book stuff.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you.
Couldn't tell you what it is.
But as you can see, these books are firmly situated in the base department. The base department was consulted for the writing of these books. They're hilarious. You gotta love it. There was like a secondary writer, but he was involved. He was a writer on all of these, so at least he wrote some of them, I think, by himself. Whatever, doesn't matter. All right, skipping along. We're done with TOS. Time to talk the next generation.
Yeah.
The Next Generation, yes, it's back. In 1987, the actual show of Star Trek came back. They were doing movies at the time. A real show is back. Okay, so who we got here? By the way, there was 7 total seasons with 4 movies, and it came from 1987 to 1994. So it's been a while now. So what happens? Who we got? Who's our crew? Captain Jean-Luc Picard, the French-sounding noble guy. Very aristocratic, very English, very astute, loves his tea. But hang on, his name is Jean-Luc Picard. That is like a French name, yet he has a British accent. What's the deal there? Okay, hilariously, one of my favorite details about this is that he is French. He is definitely French. Why does he like talk British and stuff though? His family is from France, of course. In Earth's history, at some point in the past, England just conquered France. England conquered France, and they started speaking British and stuff, and so now he has like a British accent.
Okay, so that's not exactly true. In fact, it's completely wrong. Picard's accent is a subject of much debate, and it turns out that that story is just one of the theories that was out there I had heard over the years, but there's actually nothing confirming England conquered France after World War III or the Eugenics Wars or anything like it. So let's examine what we do know. In Season 1 of TNG, there's a moment where Data mentions that French is an obscure language, and Picard gets a little defensive about it, although they don't say it's extinct or anything like that, so it definitely still exists. 300 to 400 years isn't really that long for a language to die off anyway, so that seems unlikely. It is possible that over time, English just subsumed French and became the standard language in France. It's already kind of the global universal language right now anyway. So that's plausible over 400 years. These kind of cultural shifts in language do happen, so maybe that's the case. But this leads us to another hilarious theory. The theory is that in the show, Picard's universal translator is working overtime 24/7 to translate the gobbledygook nonsense French that he is speaking into a civilized man's language, English. This could actually work as an explanation. This is exactly what the universal translator is for, although Data's earlier line about French being obscure doesn't really work if he's talking to Picard, though that could be classic goofy Data. But anyway, there's reason to doubt that that's true too. Apparently, the show that shall not be named addresses this in Season 2 by saying that the Picard family fled to England during World War II and didn't return for generations, becoming more anglicized in culture and language. Okay, cool, but since Jean-Luc and his whole British accent-having family were born and raised in France after moving back, that seems implausible. Do they never leave Chateau Picard, where apparently everyone speaks exclusively in British accents? Cringe alert! Not good isolated explanation alert! Some people speculate they went to boarding school in England, which would make some sense, and they'd pick up the accent there and all that stuff, but it is not confirmed anywhere, so let's just ignore that. Now, of course, the real reason for all this confusion is, of course, Roddenberry wrote himself a French captain. But when casting him, they stumbled upon the legend himself, Patrick Stewart, and knew he was simply too good to pass up on. The rest is history, and they've been bullshitting their way through the issue ever since. Internal logic be damned!
Again, he loves Shakespeare and all these British things, because Patrick Stewart is obviously a super British guy who is a Shakespearean actor and all that good stuff. Like the Royal College of England or something. So he's British as fuck, but his character is French. and they like tried to have him do like a French accent when he like first applied for the job. They were like, this is terrible, or this is not gonna happen. We will just retcon the entire history of the country of France to fit this character for you, to explain your accent and backstory. And that's what they did. Question?
So they'll just like retcon the universe of Star Trek for this, but Sulu is a Japanese guy with a Filipino.
Some people have said that like, maybe he's like part Filipino or something, but like that's like never clear. All they ever say is that he's Japanese. He's just like a Japanese man. It's just like just put like any other letter there. If his name was like Subu or something, fine, not a problem at all. That letter just literally does not exist in Japanese. Okay, anyway, so. Who else we got beyond that?
Commander.
William T. Riker, Alaskan native and man of action, okay? Known to put his foot up and lustily look into the camera and lean in on people. He really will like lean over people with like his leg up, really getting his crotch in there. It's quite something to see. But he's awesome. We all love Riker. Riker's great.
Yeah, there's no HR in space.
There is no HR in space, that's right. We've mastered ourselves. We don't need them anymore.
More like masturbated.
Who else? Okay, let's run through these quickly. So, Lieutenant Commander Data. All right, Data is, without question, we all love Kirk, okay? But Data is, in fact, the best character in all of Star Trek, by a pretty huge degree, in my humble opinion, because he like is a walking narrative arc. He is an android. He's an artificially created man. Don't call him a robot, that's like mean or something, but he's an android, so he's like built to look like a human being. He is absolutely not a human being. He looks mostly human. His face is he's got like weird colored skin. His eyes are weird colors. He looks human and stuff, and he like breathes, but it's like all fake. He has like servos and gears and like metal inside. He's like not organic at all. He just looks that way. But his whole deal is he was built by Dr. Noonien Soong, and the Soong family history would be revealed over time, to make androids that were like as good as men, as good as human beings. And like he is sentient. He is able to think and grow. Actually, I'll just say now, like one of the best things that happens on the show, in season 2, I should know that. I forget the name of the episode, but it's like one of the best episodes of the show.
Measure of a Man.
Measure of a Man, he knows, that's right. There is a actual trial held about, there's a scientist in Starfleet that wants to like disassemble Data to make more androids, because he is singular, he's the only one of his kind. His creator is gone. No one knows where he is. Might be dead. And so Data's like, I could be damaged in this procedure, so I respectfully refuse. And then there's like, no, I order you to do it though, because I outrank, I'm like a commander or something. And so a legal process must happen, an actual legal proceeding is held to determine what rights does Data actually have. Is he the property of Starfleet, having sworn allegiance, or is he like a sentient being that deserves rights? They have a trial, it's awesome. This is exactly the best stuff that Star Trek does, like logically debate topics and like go over things. Picard does like epic Picard speeches. Everybody loves them.
Facts and logic.
Facts and logic, okay. All right, liberals, listen up. Picard's about to tell you about it. And he lays it on the line, and he makes his case, and the judge is convinced, okay, you've made a good argument. Data will be respected as a sentient being. He fits the qualifications. Like, they're admittedly kind of fuzzy, but he seems to qualify for sure. So he has the right to choose about his own destiny. He is not the property. He is a free individual. There it is. Great stuff. We will return to the curious case of Starfleet being good at this later on when they fuck something up really bad in later seasons. But right now, damn, they're good at like thinking about stuff and respecting races that are like he's effectively like a new species, like a new race, basically, just of one. And yeah, they're like good at this. So keep that up, Starfleet. We'll see how it goes. All right, Lieutenant Natasha Rape Gangs Yar. Yes, Lieutenant Yar. Always going on about those rape gangs that she was always running from as a kid.
Enough with the rape
Enough with the rape gangs. She brings it up all the damn time, okay?
Look, we've all got problems.
Tell me about it. She is the chief of security on the Enterprise. She's a lady, but she's real strong and tough. And there's not much to say about her because she dies like right away in season 1, despite being like a pretty major character, because her actress wanted to leave and go do other stuff. So it was unfortunate. Her death was like pretty shitty. They like clearly regret killing her off this way because she pops up in like multiple forms in different ways through like her like secret daughter or like her sister and her like a clone or stuff like that. Flashbacks, you know. But it's kind of nice. We like Natasha Yar. She's not bad. And she bangs Data. She has had sex with Data.
This is that episode where everybody gets horny?
Correct. Oh, they get drunk specifically, which also makes them horny. They're like in a nebula that makes you drunk. I think it's like a flashback to like the identical event that happened in the original series. They go to like a nebula where it makes you drunk, and it makes them horny also. What are we seeing there?
No, I was showing the camera that I was looking at the camera.
Whoa, cool, man.
We like to make our own fun here.
We sure do. We sure do.
Have a good time.
So Natasha's dead. Rest
Does he
in
not get a
peace.
demerit?
Demerits all around. Everybody gets a demerit. Oh, it's too late. Big mistake. Big mistake. All right. So she's dead. Rest in peace. New head of security is our boy Lieutenant Worf the Klingon.
Yes. Yay.
Okay.
Worf.
Now, in actuality, Worf is like cool and all, but he's kind of like a jobber despite being so strong. Because like when you want to show that a character's strong, like Data for example, you have him beat Worf's ass. Because Worf is not like a big decision maker. He's like a tough guy, and they don't really need a tough guy that often. And plus, like Data is like canonically stronger than Worf because he's like made of metal and machine and stuff. So Worf like kind of is a poor showing in like his originals. He's cool. He's got lots of good shows. He also shows up in DS9 as a main character. So Worf does fine. He's cool. And he's like really grumpy, which also is kind of like not endearing. He's like annoyed and projects negativity a lot of the time, but he's still cute. He's still nice. He like has relations with like female Klingons that are really cute because he like doesn't know how to act. Because the thing is, he was raised by humans because Romulans, those fucking Ramis, killed his parents. I just made that up. That's a good one.
That's good.
They killed his whole family.
That's fucked up.
When they like raided like a compound. Yeah, you see their borders. They have their borders, the Klingons and the Romulans. Probably was near Federation space too. And so he was adopted by humans after that. I don't know why they like couldn't bring him back to like Klingon parents or whatever, or Klingon relations or just somebody to adopt him, whatever. He was raised by humans, these like silly Russian couple that show up in like one episode. That's why his last name is like Boroshenko or something. It's like his like human last name or something. But he's Worf, son of Moog. That's like his. You always do like the son thing with Klingons. Yeah, so he's raised by humans, so he's got a bit of an identity crisis thing going on, because like he's the only Klingon in Starfleet, because they're like not allies with the Federation. They're like tenuous neutral terms.
It's gotta be tough.
So yeah, it's gotta be tough. He's like his identity issues, and like he's like, am I Klingon enough? Like I'm not accepted by the humans. I mean, the humans are nice to him, but he's like, I want to be Klingon. I'm a Klingon. So he practices the traditions. He's always practicing with his batleth and doing other Klingon stuff. But he just wasn't raised with them. His parents are dead. It sucks. A lot of his episodes are about like his family history and like what happened to his parents and what can I do to increase my honor count and all that stuff. So Worf is a cool guy. All right, Lieutenant Commander Deanna Troi. She was later promoted to Commander. Yes.
She is so hot.
She's hot. I prefer Beverly Crusher personally. Right, so she's like a Greek hot lady with like voluptuous curls.
I have to agree with you. I don't like Troy's haircut.
Her haircut is okay. It's not bad. But like, these are the sexy lady duo, basically. Troi and Crusher. I'm a Crusher man. What can I say?
You're crushing on Crusher.
I'm crushing on Crusher. It's true. It's true. And we'll get to her in just a moment. But Deanna Troi is the ship's counselor, and she's also a half Betazoid. So she effectively is a Betazoid.
We're made for each other.
That's right. That's right. Presumably from the Beta Quadrant, one would imagine. I don't actually know that's true, but probably. But she is.
Is there any other Betazoid?
Her mom is a full Betazoid. Luxana Troi.
Do they just look like
You're
humans?
looking at one.
Oh, so the only way they look. So she looks basically 100% human. I actually don't know if they do it. So Betazoids look exactly like humans, but their eyes are like their pupils are like pure black. Like they still have the white sclera, or what's it called? The white of the eye, whatever.
Yeah, sclera.
Sclera, yeah, okay. But the center's like just pure black. That's like the only way they look different. But they also are psychic. They're telepathic, so they can read minds and project minds. Troi, however, is a half Betazoid, so she cannot do full telepathy, but she can sense emotions. So she can sense like intent or feelings, and this is like the most useful thing ever for a Starfleet captain to have. He'd be like, Troi, could you like literally tell me what my opponent is thinking right now? And he's like, oh, he's thinking he wants to like betray you and like murder you. And he's like, I'll factor that into my calculations for how I should respond. It's like such a cheat code for like every situation.
Convenient.
It's quite
How convenient.
It's convenient, but like, of course it's convenient. That's why she's on the ship. He brought her on to do it.
Fair enough.
So like, yes, you're right. That is convenient.
Oh, so the engineer knows how to fix the ship.
Jeez, guys. Little on the nose.
So is she in the show? Is she called an empath?
That's exactly what she's called. Yes, she is an empath. That's right. What else have we got? Lieutenant Commander Geordi LaForge, who, like, the first season isn't this, but then, like, in season 2 or 3 or whatever, I think he's promoted to commander or something, but the point is he's chief engineer eventually. He's, like, originally the helmsman, I think, and then becomes chief engineer. So, yeah, he got a big upgrade to, like, a real job. So that's good. We don't need helmsman. Right, so he's the chief engineer. So his whole deal, he's played by LeVar Burton, of course, of Reading Rainbow fame. Everybody loves LeVar Burton. He's way cool.
Butterflies in the sky.
I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow. I can do anything. Friends to know and roots to grow. Reading Rainbow. Okay, that's enough.
I only know him from his appearance on Community.
Oh,
really?
You can't disappoint a picture.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to move on, people. We have to move on. Okay, here we go. I'm going to be so efficient. I'm so good with my time.
Reading Rainbow lecture?
Down the hall. Reading Rainbow 101.
He's blind. He's a blind-ass bitch, okay? He was born blind, and he wears a silly visor, and it lets him kind of see, like, in, like, a weird, different kind of way. But it's, like, plot useful plenty of times. Because, like, oh my god, no one can see anything. He's like, but I see different, so I can see. Very useful, yeah.
Are there times when, like, he gets visor knocked off and he's like, my glasses, I can't see without my glasses.
Yes, but he really can't see without his, he's got like implants that go into his brain, so it's some serious blindness this guy's got.
He can see in the dark, he can see like with like tactile vision or like sonar vision or something.
Yeah, I forget exactly how, but he sees like different and can like see everything, so yeah. Yep, any question?
So he just like chooses, couldn't this get fixed
some
other way?
Episode 1 of the show, Beverly Crusher, the doctor, is like, we could like do some surgery to fix this. Because he gets headaches from it. So that's not super plot relevant. Last thing about Geordi, he's like a bit of a nerd, like a little socially awkward sometimes, but it's kind of endearing.
Wait, Tech asked about.
Why doesn't he just fix his eyes?
Oh right. We'll finish that point. So there is like a surgery that could theoretically be done to fix his eyes, but they're like, my vision would be like a normal guy's, as in like worse, because this is like technically better than a normal human can see. It's like more advanced and more complicated. And she's like, well, yeah, it'd be like normal human vision. He's like, no thanks. I'll just stick with my like supervision. I think there's like some downside to it too. He wants to be normal. He does want to be normal, but there's like some downside I can't remember that like makes it like not worth doing. So I can't remember exactly what, it's in like episode 1. I forget, but there is an explanation. Maybe I'll add a note in here. So then there's Beverly Crusher, who is a commander, and she's the one that could do the surgery on Geordi, potentially. She's hot. I'm not afraid to acknowledge it.
She's a commander?
I think she technically is a commander. As the ship's doctor, she has the authority to take the captain out of command if she deems there's like a medical reason to do so. So the medical officers on ships have serious power. I mean, if you do that for like a bad reason, you're in serious trouble and you got court-martialed, but theoretically, it can be done. And she's known as the dancing doctor because she used to tap dance and stuff, but she's like embarrassed about it, so don't talk about it. But she's way hot. And the point is that her and Picard have like a kindling romance between them, but it's a little complicated because, so her husband is dead. She has a son, Wesley Crusher. Her husband died, I think like under the command, or with at the very least, I forget exactly which, with Picard. I think it was under his command, I'm pretty sure. So like he's sort of responsible for killing her husband. And now they're like kind of having like a romance thing, and it's like, oh man, it's like, also they were best friends. He was best friends with Jack Crusher, her husband, who's now dead. So like, man, would it be like fucked up to like date, like she died under like my command. Isn't it gonna be like, I did this or something? So it's a little complicated, but they clearly have like strong feelings for each other. Everybody wants them to get together. They're just not doing it. They're fucking around for a million years. Way annoying, but she's still cool, so I like her. She's a good doctor, so everybody likes her. All right, we've got Wesley Crusher, her son, the boy genius, who everybody loves. Oh my God, he's the best character ever, right? People complain about him. I think he's a little overhated personally, but he is kind of annoying. And in season 1 specifically, he gets like a little bit too like, oh my God, this child is like the smartest and coolest kid ever, and he can like do anything. He definitely has a little bit of that. but he's also like a pretty good character. He later goes on to enlist in Starfleet Academy, just like all of you cadets here today, here in beautiful San Francisco, on the planet Earth in the 24th century.
Fed.
I
think I shoved him into a locker on the way to class.
Indeed. And he like develops, he matures, he's very competent, he knows his way around a starship, and he's got like plenty of good episodes that have him doing cool stuff. So there's one where like the whole crew of the Enterprise gets like addicted to this like game that you put on your face. And they like it's like a drug episode where like everyone's like literally addicted to this game. It gives you like endorphins that like are better than sex or something. So everyone's addicted, but Wesley, he just says no and he won't play the game. And he like saves everyone by being, listening.
Above the influence.
He's being above the influence. And he does it. Great job, Jordy. Him and Data figure it out together. Okay, and last there's Guinan. Guinan is played by Whoopi Goldberg, and she is like the bartender at 10 Forward, which is the bar on the ship, on the Enterprise D. And she's like the wise old, she doesn't look old, but she is like hundreds of years old. So she's very experienced and wise. She loves to listen to people, help with their problems. She's really nice. Okay, there you go.
What is she?
Oh, she is I forget the name. She's not human. She's a different race that like lost their planet, and they're like wanderers now. And she's one of them. She like just likes listening to people. It's just she likes to run bars. She's a people person.
She's not like some sort of ghost, is she?
And she is not.
Okay.
Sometimes it kind of implies that way, but no, she's not a ghost.
Okay.
Or it doesn't imply that. It implies that she has like superpowers sometimes.
Seems kind of mystical.
One time, well, Q, actually, I was about to talk about Q. One time Q shows up, who's like a god, as we talked about before, and like squared up, and Guinan like squares up, like they're gonna have like a god battle or something, when like, what the fuck is she gonna do to Q? It like implies that she could do something, but like nothing actually happens in that scene. So that was weird, and like canonically there's no way she could do anything, as far as we know. So, I don't know, that's curious.
And one other thing, Ben was kind of right about this whole mystical power thing that Guinan has, because in the episode Yesterday's Enterprise, when timeline shifts happen and we go to like an alternate reality, the only person that senses that anything is wrong with the universe or the timeline is Guinan specifically, who goes and tries to influence things to get things back to normal. So she's got some weird timeline powers too, apparently. Maybe that's what she was going to use to fight Q somehow. Who can say? By the way, that episode, Yesterday's Enterprise, is absolute Kino, in particular where Guinan talks to Tasha Yar, who's supposed to be dead in this timeline. She died in season 1, but with the timeline shift, she's back alive. And Guinan says, Tasha, you're supposed to be dead, sister, so please return to that state of affairs. Tasha doesn't quite die. She goes through a portal and stuff and like lives elsewhere. But in the end, turns out she gets captured and made into a Romulan sex slave. Man, old Tasha rape gangs Yar cannot catch a freaking break. Am I right? Anyway, back to the other stuff we were talking about.
Okay, Q is introduced in The Next Generation. Right, Q is omnipotent. Q basically thinks Picard's like the funniest and coolest guy ever. He likes humanity a lot. He's like a god. And he's like, I want to fuck with humanity because I kind of like you guys. You're impressing me. You're mavericks. You're just like me for real. And I'm going to test you. The opening episode of The Next Generation is Q reminding Picard, having a literal trial, that he like summons them. He like, I've found you, Picard, out in space. I summon a trial. I like made all the guests and stuff. Humanity was evil in the past. It did all kinds of atrocities. Are you good now? I deem you evil. And Picard's like, test us. We'll prove that we're good. And the whole point is like, they pass the first test. They like save an alien that's suffering. They do good things and they help the world out. And Q's like, the test never ends. You will always be being tested by me. This is like what so the whole show is kind of like Q's game of like, be a good person out in space, or like, I'll fucking kill you, or something like that. Or I'll blow you up and, do whatever. So there you go. So, yes, Tech.
How many episodes are trials?
There's quite a few that fit that pattern. There's the one where there's the one that's like the drumhead is a trial episode. The Data one, we were just Measure of a Man. There's the Q ones that are trials, probably many more, because it's a great format for exactly what we want Star Trek to be doing, having smart people argue about ideas in like a cool and interesting way. So like, yeah, it's a great way to set things up. The Borg are introduced here. It's actually Q. So Picard is bantering with Q in like season 3, I think, or something. Might have been season 2. Q shows up. He's like, hey, what's up, Picard? Picard's like, get the fuck off my ship, Q. You keep showing up. I hate you so much. Please go away. And like, we're mature, Q. We don't need you to train us. We're smart. We're cool. We can handle anything. We're ready. And Q's like, you think you can handle anything? Get ready for this then. And he blasts the Enterprise, presumably into like Borg territory. So this is when we first learn that the Borg exist. No one knew they existed before, other than some like flashback episodes with some retcons basically. But whatever, this is like in real life when the Borg were first introduced in this episode. Q blasts them into Borg space, and they meet the Borg, and they learn everything I said before about them. They're like a terrifying hive mind. They're like way stronger than anything they've ever encountered before. They've got like a gigantic empire, and they're constantly expanding, and they're gonna consume everyone they know and love if they don't do anything about it.
Could Q destroy the Borg if he wanted to?
Q could almost certainly easily destroy the Borg, but that's not what Qs do. They don't like... They try not to pick favorites, it seems. They do have like some sort of code of ethics. I think they're like... It's kind of like the Prime Directive that the Federation has. Like, we will not fuck with people that aren't ready. Q will fuck with you, but he's not going to just like solve all your problems for you all the time. It's not even clear that he really loves humanity or is on humanity's side. He definitely kind of is eventually, but he like advocates them for them in tough spots. But it's just, you know,
he likes them, he finds them amusing.
That's exactly right.
Like, just like Ryuk.
That's right, like Ryuk in Death Note. That's correct. That's correct. So the Ferengi are also introduced. Yankee traders, okay, they love economics and business, right? Okay, cool. That's the only comparison I could possibly make about them. And they have a really poor showing through all of TNG. They're like a joke race, basically, and they're better in DS9. We'll talk about them a little bit later. Only other character that must be mentioned right now is Sir Reginald Barclay. He's not really a Sir. Okay, Reg, is also like the best character ever in Star Trek. He is an incel. He is an incel, self-conscious nerd, a member of the Enterprise crew who like is incapable of dealing with his life. He's terrible at social situations, and he's addicted to the holodeck, which we didn't discuss before, but it's a room that you make a hologram. They're light beams. It's like you're in a real place.
Is this a regular character?
He shows up like from time to time.
Okay.
So regularly, he's not like an everyday character, but dude, when I discovered...
But he lives on the ship?
He's a member of the crew. He works for Geordi. He's like a subordinate to Geordi in the engineering department. When I discovered this character was like a real character on Star Trek, I was like completely blown away. I was like, this is like the best character, the most endearing, the most just like me for real. Yeah, it was like discovering gold. It was so good. Reginald Barclay is fantastic. He's a fan favorite character for sure. He's just like socially awkward, addicted to the holodeck. He will do things like, because he cannot talk to women in real life, will on the holodeck, this is like a big faux pas in like the future where there are holodecks, will make characters that just are the women he knows in real life, but here they worship him sexually.
That's also a faux pas in real life.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. And, you know, and so he's like discovered doing this at one point, and it is not looked upon favorably. It's not like illegal or anything. It's just like a big, like, don't do that. That's like really not a nice thing to do. And everyone's like, they're all icked out by it in a big way. But this is where it must be said, the wonderful thing about Barclay isn't even him so much as a person. It's what he allows to happen in the events of the story, which is that, look, this guy sucks, okay? This guy is cringe. We don't like him around. He's gross. He does gross things. But Picard is like informed of the situation. Geordi's like, Picard, please, Captain, let me get, this guy is gross, he's weird, let him get me off my team. Picard is like, no, I'm not gonna let you do that. Here's what you're gonna do, Geordi. You are a commander. You are in charge. This is a man under your charge. You are going to work with Barclay and like figure it out. He is your new project. Get it together. And Geordi's like, I guess I've been literally ordered. I have no choice. The point is, they don't give up on Barclay. They, you know, it's convenient, of course. You can't like solve your personality issues quickly. But the point is, they do not give up on Barclay. He does have the skills to be on the ship. He just has like some social issues, and they work through it together. He starts having like regular meetings with Troy as like a counselor to help him work through this stuff. And he like overcomes his holodeck addiction like a little bit at a time. He doesn't like perfectly change everything. He shows up in like more series. He's actually in both. Well, he's in Voyager for sure, as like in various roles.
Wait.
Yeah.
How is he in both shows?
I can describe it later. He's like, we cut to Earth basically from Voyager. It's like Barclay's doing something. And it is relevant. It's like a communications thing. I'll go into it a little bit when we get to Voyager. Just remind me, because I'll definitely be happy to talk about it. I love Barclay. All this represents, like, what does Starfleet do with, like, you know, like a real problem, like someone with, like, lacking social skills? What do you do? And the answer is they don't just kick him to the curb and say, like, you're not fitting in, fuck you. They're like, no, this is our crew. We're like a family out here. We're going to try to help as best we can. And you know what? It helps. It helps a lot. And Reginald Barclay becomes like a beloved member of the cast.
That's
and
nice.
It's
nice
so white pilling. It's like my favorite thing that happens in the show, besides like everything involving Data, who's also a huge white pill and is like the most sunny, rosy guy of all time, despite having no emotions, because Data just has this childlike wonder that is so endearing, because he's like, how quirky and interesting about humanity. I'm interested in this. I would love to know more. He's so positive and upbeat. Love Data. Best character ever. So, okay, that's all the characters. We've already talked. I'm not even going to describe any episodes of the show. There's so many great ones.
Check it out.
It's fabulous. Go watch The Next Generation.
You've described a few episodes of the show.
We have. That's enough. Let's cover the movies real quick. Star Trek Generations. It's Star Trek 7. We already described it a little bit. What happens in this is it is the vehicle to get Kirk and Picard in the same place at the same time. And
that's what I've been waiting for.
We all wanted it. It's like a cool idea, but how do we do it? Possibly in like the worst way ever. So it begins with, we cut back to the original series, basically, with the Enterprise B being launched. Kirk has retired. He's already retired. But like him and Chekhov and Scotty are like going to like do an inspection on the ship. The point is it launches, there's an incident. Because Kirk is such a Chad, like the captain of the Enterprise B is like, please take over for me, Kirk. Please, I'll do anything you want. I'm gonna shit myself.
Probably from the Beta Quadrant.
Definitely from the Beta Quadrant. And Kirk takes over and like he saves the ship, but Kirk gets like destroyed and like the ship gets a hole ripped open. It's like, oh my God, Kirk is fucking dead. He got ripped out by this anomaly through his heroics to save us all. That's so sad. There was like this giant band of light that did it or whatever. All right, cut to the future. It's Picard. So Worf's getting promoted to like lieutenant commander or something. I think he's lieutenant commander. That's cool. But the bad news is Picard gets a phone call and says, Picard, bad news. Your whole family burned to death in a fire. This is what happens.
Okay.
Yes, this is what happens. His brother Rene his brother Robert and his nephew Rene. The wife is apparently fine because they only mentioned those two. There was a wife of his brother Robert. They just burned to death in a fucking fire. He gets a phone call about it, and he's like totally fucked up, but he's still a captain, so he like has to just deal with it. Okay, we will circle back to this in a moment to discuss what the fuck that's about. So this band of light is like revealed to be this thing called the Nexus. There's this guy Soren who's like trying to get there. He's like trying to blow up planets to get the Nexus to the place he wants to be. Point is, they're fighting this guy. He's going to cause problems. He's going to blow up a planet. That's really bad. They have to stop him. They get to the Nexus. They get in the Nexus. Why does he care about the Nexus so bad? What's the deal? Who gives a shit? So the Nexus is a place where all your dreams come true. It's like a warp in time and space. And if you like touch it, you go in and you like live exactly how you want forever. It's perfect. So like Soren's like family was dead. So if he gets to the Nexus, they're like basically alive again in this like illusion. And it makes them feel good about it. You can like go to any time and space or whatever. Picard gets sucked into it with Soren while they're like having a fight. That's fine. That's cool. But Picard like realizes this isn't real. This is like a fake reality he's in now, and he needs to get out of there. He needs to stop Soren, who like just blew up a planet to achieve this. That's really bad. So in the Nexus, he actually meets Guinan, who had been in the Nexus previously, but this is like a past version of Guinan. It doesn't matter. The point is he's given the instruction to like, from the Nexus, you have the power to warp anywhere in time and space that you want to go. Anywhere. Where would you like to go? Are there any recent events you might be interested in going back before they happen to do something about? Anything come to mind? Any guesses?
Is he gonna stop the fire?
No. He goes to the mountainside to fight Soren.
Okay.
Reminder, you could go to any time and place in all of history. He chooses the mountain to fight Soren. Okay, but before he does that, he's like, I can't do it alone. I lost last time because they had like a fight. I need the strongest guy of all time. Guinan told him, Kirk is in the Nexus. Kirk was also absorbed in the Nexus when he got ripped out of the ship earlier on. So Kirk's there, so he goes to meet Kirk. It's fine. Kirk's been in the Nexus living in a dreamland. I mean, to Kirk, it's like he just got there, because like time is convoluted in there, so he's been there for like 5 minutes or whatever. Kirk is tempted, because like everything he ever wants there. Picard convinces him to come back to reality. Okay, it's fine. So those two go to the mountainside, and they fight that guy, and Kirk dies, and it's really sad. He falls off a cliff. They do it. They save the day. They stop that missile. Okay, but Kirk dies. He does have I think it's a pretty Kino final line. He fell to this ridge. He's gonna die. Picard went down to him to get his body, and he just says, "Oh my." And then he dies. "Oh my," are his last words.
Oh my.
Oh yeah. I think it was pretty Kino, personally. The line, that is, the scene was dog shit. Because the fight was terrible.
That's too bad.
And also, why did he not go back? This is what everybody asks about this movie. Why didn't he go back to fix the fucking fire that killed his whole family?
What's done is done.
What's done is done. But the planet was already blown up. No, the events of this movie are him going back in time to fix something. That is what he is doing. That planet was already blown up. He does that.
So
we've accepted the premise that we are comfortable going back and changing things. Why not go back and save his whole fucking family? And I know the answer. It's because the point, kind of ironically, the point of this movie is like accepting bad things that have happened and not living in illusion. But they literally time travel to fix the problem of the movie. But they don't do that to save Picard's family. This movie is kind of hated. Oh, by the way, also another event that happens in the fight with Soren, the Enterprise D, our beloved home on the ship, is crash landed and destroyed permanently in this movie. And nobody is happy about that. All the fans were mad about this because it's like this stupid mission. We've survived so many worse situations than this. This is a problem with the movies. This is what the movies do. They crank up the drama. They like kill Picard's whole family, which we have met personally in the show and were like beloved cast members. They showed up like once, but they were beloved. They had a huge role at one important moment in Picard's life when Picard got absorbed into the Borg and fought his way back out, or was rather Riker, the Chad himself, saved Picard from being absorbed into the Borg, like the hero that he is. Riker is like the #1 hero of the Federation in my book, because he did that shit. Damn, that was crazy. Okay, anyway, it was awesome. It was awesome. We love Riker. Okay, so why didn't he fix it? It was stupid. The point of the movie is about like accepting bad things and moving on with your life. Okay, did we have to kill his whole family? Did we have to lose the Enterprise D, like the most beloved ship? Maybe the original Enterprise, but like I love the Enterprise D. That's my home, but it's been destroyed, and I'm very sad about it. All right.
What happened to the B and the C?
So the B was the ship that Kirk was on when he got fucked up in the Nexus. Oh. The C, it does appear in a, I think is it a TNG episode? I believe it is a TNG episode. It just like hadn't really done anything. We're just on D now. But there was a C captained by some lady captain whose name I forget, and it like had like been destroyed on a mission in the past somewhere. So like it was just like a ship that did ship stuff.
Okay.
I forgot. It's mentioned from time to time. Next movie, Star Trek VIII, First Contact in 1996. This is a time travel. I'm going to really speed through these now because we can kind of hustle along now they're past that. This is a time travel movie. It's kind of silly, where they go back in time to meet, remember, Zefram Cochrane, the man that invented warp drive.
Yeah,
yes.
Of course.
They go back in time, and turns out he's like kind of silly. He's like not the like, I mean, this guy's like the #1 hero of humanity, basically, who allowed them to like go to the stars by inventing warp drive. He is like a drunk and is not doing this to like make humanity great. He's doing it to make money. He's financially motivated to like invent warp drive. He's got like a benefactor or something. So he's like uncomfortable with being a hero, and there's back and forth. Also, the Borg sent like, there's like a Borg sphere that was sent back in time. This is why they went back in time to like stop that Borg cube from like killing Zefram Cochrane and stopping First Contact, which would destroy the Federation or make it never happen. So that's the events that are happening here, and they win, and they save the day.
Right.
And First Contact still happens, and it's like pretty cool. Yeah.
So the show can happen.
Correct. So all the events of the show can happen. That's right. Of all the shows. Yeah, that's fine. It's good.
Cool to meet Zefram.
It is.
Cool to finally meet Zac Efron.
Well, Zefram Cochrane had shown up in the original show.
Oh.
So it's like...
Is he played by the same actor?
No. Oh. So it's kind of like a retcon situation a little bit. He really wasn't like he is in the movie. They're doing some retconning to like make him silly because this is like the idea. Wouldn't it be funny if Zefram Cochrane was like wacky and a drunk and like silly Americana music? Yes, it would be funny.
It's pretty silly.
And it's fine. Yeah.
Is he played by like a famous actor?
Yes, it's I think Kiefer Sutherland's dad.
Ooh.
Wait, no, it's not Donald Sutherland. It's that other guy. He's in he's like a million movies. I can't remember the name. He's like an old guy. He plays like an Irish cop in what's that one movie?
Boondock Saints.
L.A. Confidential. He plays like the mean old Irish cop in it. Whatever. He's like an old actor. He's cool. He did a good job. It was fine. All right. Star Trek 9, Star Trek Insurrection. Okay, this we can skip through pretty quickly, except to comment on some like funny things that happen. Yeah. This is like an episode of the show, just made into a movie. There is in fact an episode that is like virtually the identical plot, but it's like kind of handled more ridiculously in the movie because the movies make everything more ridiculous. The basic premise is that like there's a place where there's a planet where there is a substance or there's something about it that keeps the people that live there like young forever. And if you go there as you're old, it'll make you young again. So it's like really good. Everyone wants this thing.
So
yeah.
When you go there, you're young.
It makes you
And then when you leave, you're still young, but you age. And
presumably,
when you go back, you become young.
Like our characters only spend like a little bit of time there. They're like, oh, I'm feeling like more vigorous today. I'm feeling healthier. But like they don't spend like years there, so it's unclear, what would happen. So the whole deal is like Starfleet is actually working with some aliens that are like, look, we want the shit they've got there that keeps them immortal and like young forever. We want to use to make medical technology that'll save like billions of lives. And this is kind of the key issue here. There's 600 people that live here. 600. This technology, they say, could help billions of people. Mm-hmm. And here's the issue. They're like, they have to leave if we're going to do this. And they're like, but that's unfair. This is our home.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. Yes, you're right.
The needs of the many outweigh
the
needs
of yes, that's
the
where
few.
the conflict kind of comes in. But they're like, okay, we've done this whole like colonialism thing. We don't want to do that.
Maybe a little colonialism.
I would do a little colonialism.
A little colonialism can go a long way. And this might be the time for it.
We can apologize for it later.
It's a little bit silly. But okay, but to be fair to this movie, a lot of people like kind of make fun of it for this, which is fair. Because like the numbers, if they said like the numbers were like way lower, like you have to kill like 1 billion people and maybe you can heal 2 billion. It's like, well, that's too big. I'm not going to do that. It's a bad deal. It was like literally 600 people. That's like so small. Just move to like any other planet. You'll be fine. I guess you won't be like immortal anymore, and like it's not our right to make you not immortal.
That sucks
but
that you wouldn't be immortal.
I do feel for you on that, but that's kind of something you need to grapple with, I guess. Okay, so the point is that they've like ordered Picard to like be part of this, and Picard's like, this violates, I will not do it. I'm not doing it. So he stages an insurrection against Starfleet itself. But it's not like Starfleet, it's like one admiral that's like in charge. So like he's the bad guy.
To make them not invade this Fountain of Youth place.
He's gonna like fight with those guys, like the population against Starfleet in this case. It's very silly. He doesn't even fight Starfleet. He fights like the alien allies that are working with Starfleet, so he doesn't have to kill anybody like on his team. Thank God for that.
I hate this.
It's quite silly. It's quite silly. But to Picard's eternal credit, there's one scene that I think is very valuable here, where like Picard's talking with that admiral, and he's like, "Look, I know you want this. I get it. 1 billion people, like billions, could be helped with this. There's 600. The math makes sense to me. But like we don't want to be just like moving people out of their home. This is their home. They live here. Okay, so let's work on this problem. Let's like talk to them and negotiate." And the admiral's like, "No, today take them out." So he's being unreasonable. Okay. So like this is why it's like, okay, this is like not, you negotiate first and then maybe you have to do something eventually. Because there is an episode with like the exact same premise with like literal Native Americans that resettled a new planet in space. They just are Native Americans.
But in space.
But in space. And they settled this planet like this is like our new homeland and stuff. But it's in like a territory that's just been like redistricted as part of like an enemy empire. So like that's not Federation territory. If they leave them, they're gonna get massacred by I think like the Cardassians.
So a deadly battle very nearly breaks out, but it's able to be stopped just long enough for Picard and the Cardassian guy to negotiate a deal where those people are going to be allowed to stay on their planet, but that planet will be ceded from the Federation to the Cardassians, but they make peace and say everyone's comfortable with this, we'll just do our best, and those people accept the risk of being under filthy Cardi rule. So, good luck to them, it's what they want.
Also, it's not just that. This will like be a war proclamation against the Cardassians. We just made this agreement. Very sorry that but they're a hard-ass bunch of people, okay? They'll like kill us all if we don't do this. Anyway, that kind of shit happens. They're being a little silly in this movie. Last thing that happens here, the Baku, I think, are like the immortal people there. There's this other very silly group, the allies of that admiral, the silly aliens. I forget their name, but they're like all fucked up. Their like skin is like, they have to, there's a repeated thing where they have to go to like a skin stretching like club and get their skin like stretched, like pinned down. They're like all fucked up clearly. They're just like a break-off group. It's revealed, it's a twist. They're like the same people as the Baku, just like they got kicked out for like doing an insurrection or something and trying to take over in the past. And they're like medically fucked up and they like want to be healed by the planet and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why they're organizing all this.
Too.
Anyway, Picard kills that guy in a big explosion and fight and stuff. And the good guys win, and it all works out great.
Did they?
Debatable. Sorry, those billions that could have been saved. I guess it's fine. To be fair, that's like speculation, and maybe that's, I mean, it's literally the fountain of youth. That's like what is happening here, so I don't know. I guess it's fine. Okay, last movie, Star Trek Nemesis. This is the final Trek movie for many years. So here we go. Actually, I guess it was only 7 years later that they did like the new ones, but we're gonna skip over this shit fast. So, okay, here we go. So Star Trek Nemesis, the last TNG movie. Basic premise is like the Romulans have a new, is it Emperor, Chancellor, whatever, new head of the Romulan Empire over here, and it's a Reman. I remember Remus? Yes,
all right.
Reman shows up.
Finally.
Unfortunately, he's not literally a Reman.
Great.
It must be great. So there are Remans. They're like weird, scary, like bat people, because they live on a planet where it's like all darkness all the time. Because it like doesn't, it rotates with the sun so that one side is always in shadow and the other is always in light.
Sucks for that planet.
It does suck. So one side is like insanely hot and the other is like very cold. So whatever, like bad people, whatever, it's fine. But this guy,
Punk hazard planet.
yeah, that's right. But this guy he's not actually a Reman.
Oh,
I know. He's got lots of Reman allies. His like surrogate father is a Reman, so he's a cool guy. But it's actually a clone of Picard. Yes, a clone of like Picard. He's like a young man. What was his name? Oh, I don't remember. Who cares? The point is they like fight and like Picard kind of has to overcome himself and like, oh, am I a bad guy? Would I be just like him, like a bad guy if I was raised in like a shitty planet like this clone? He was a clone made by the Romulans, by the way, to like do some sneaky shit on because this is the Romulans, what they do. They make all kinds of fucked up plans and clones and sneaks and murders and invisible stuff. And this plan didn't work out. Send him to Remus. We don't care about this clone. Send him to the mines. But he like took over the whole empire, which is pretty cool. So that's what Picard can do, baby. Yeah, 10.
Is this the one where where Picard's riding in the dune buggy?
This is the dune buggy one. That's right. Another important thing that happens in this movie, they find a android. So Data has like some siblings also made by Dr. Noonien Soong that made him. So his sibling, there's one sibling called Lore. Lore is a very similar android man, excuse me, the R word, forgive me. He's a similar android, but he's like kind of like evil Data. Data's like analytical, but Lore has like emotions and is like cruel and scheming and stuff. So he got like BTFO'd in the past. I think got like disassembled by Starfleet because he was being a bad guy, doing schemes and stuff. Oh, and on this planet, in Insurrection, on a planet, this is like part of a scheme, I believe, by Kazon? Whatever his name is, doesn't matter. Shinzon, it's Shinzon, that's played by Tom Hardy, one of his early roles. They find a robot called B4 that is another brother of Data's, B4, and he's like kind of like the stupid one. He like doesn't really function very well, but he like is a very similar android to Data. And they're like, well, I guess this Data version is like kind of defunct, but we'll keep him in storage. We'll keep him around and do whatever with him. The thing that happens though is that Data fucking dies in this movie. Data literally explodes and dies at the end of this movie in a heroic self-sacrifice, saving Picard from his evil clone, Shinzon. And Data is fucking dead. And this is like the worst thing that's ever happened.
Yeah.
Data is
terrible.
the best character.
That's rude.
And this, by the way, just for reference, this is how This was the state of the game for an eternity. After 2002, it's been so many decades, and Data's just dead, and we were left with like this being his ending, a heroic sacrifice. We never got anything close to like the real ending for Data of like becoming like the real boy that he always wanted to be. He just died, I guess like everybody does, but he could have had like so much more meaning to him.
But in my infinite magnanimity, I will say that the thing about the Star Trek movies is they never knew if they were gonna be making a next one, so it may well have been the intention to bring Data back if they had continued the series. They just didn't get a chance to do that. And there's one interview where they say this basically explicitly.
As far as the demise of Data, I felt fine about that. That was because I figured in the next film we'll get him back. And I still think that, by the way.
Because you know it doesn't matter if you die on Star Trek.
I mean, how many times did Spock go?
We killed Denise twice. How many? We killed Denise twice, brought her back.
Denise been, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Shatner? He was killed a couple times, I think. But no, wait, seriously, I figured if we did another film, it would all work out fine. And, but I said, we didn't know if we were going to do another film, so we thought if this is the last one, let's leave the audience with a nice, dramatic, moment. And as it turned out, not only did Data die, but so did the rest of the cast.
So I'll grant them that it was a little bit of a bad luck of the draw that they stopped making the movies after this moment, rather than them intentionally fucking up Data's story arc. And this may or may not be revisited later on in the universe of Star Trek.
And for the record, in the finale episode of The Next Generation, which is basically where they should have left it, not making any of the movies, just to make a more satisfying thing. The last episode of The Next Generation, All Good Things, is possibly my favorite episode of the show, where, among other things, we see a flash forward to what like the future could look like, and where we basically like, all the shit you see in like some of the movies and stuff later, it was all kind of foreshadowed in the flash forward in this episode, and things are like not perfect. There's definitely some bad stuff. I think like Troy died. Oh, that's so sad. But we see like, for one thing, a vision of Data where he's like an Oxford professor who's like really developed in his humanity and is like doing great. And is like really, and it's like that right there is what we want for Data. That's like a very satisfying idea. And by the way, that timeline gets like undone. So that those specific events won't happen in that episode, but they're like, this is the sort of thing that could happen, so you can dream of any possible future. Perfect way to leave a story that like, we know the characters will go on and do other adventures, but we're done after 7 seasons. Great ending. The movies were shitty, kind of, with the characters. Data's dead, very sad. Okay, so that's it. We're done with The Next Generation. Fabulous, fabulous. Let's talk Deep Space Nine. What is Deep Space Nine? The basic premise is Bajor, cringe little Bajor, okay, was occupied by the Cardassian Alliance, Cardassian Union, okay. They were doing some imperialism, doing some colonialization stuff, but they've just recently said, like, we're pulling out. We don't care. Question? Oh, no. Just mad at that pillow?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm thinking of the Cardassians.
The Cardis.
They
do have a little slur for them, the Cardis. That's right. I mean,
Cardi B's.
Cardi's Furniture.
In Beta. Oh, no, they're in Alpha.
Cardi B is actually in a Fast
They're in Alpha. Oh, the Cardis are definitely Alphas. They're in the Alpha Quadrant for sure. So they've like pulled out whatever. They're having internal problems. They're struggling to keep their empire going. So there you go. Yeah.
Just hitting the pillow.
Just hitting the fucking pillow, Ben, stop! All right, so, oh, by the way, we're in the TNG era. So this batch of shows was all released in like a pretty tight window of time, and it really all like fits together as like, it feels very cohesive. Just like, I mean, this is a little more like all over the place, TOS, but there's like the one show and the animated series and stuff. These are all very much the Rick Berman era. Oh, and by the way, Into the Next Generation, in, what year was that?
1991.
Gene Roddenberry passes away fairly early into the Next Generation run, and a guy, Rick Berman, takes over. Rick Berman gets some shit, but this is, I think, objectively the best period of Star Trek that there is. So I give the guy a lot of props. There's definitely some cringe, but a lot of it's good. Got to appreciate the good stuff that he did here.
So Deep Space Nine and Voyager were happening at like the same time as each other.
Correct. So Next Generation overlaps with Deep Space Nine a little bit, and Voyager quite a bit, and then Voyager ended and Enterprise begins like right after Voyager. So it's all pretty tight, and they overlap. They were really like, yeah, let's make a lot of Star Trek, and it was mostly quite good. So it's kind of miraculous, but they did a great job. So Rick Berman is in charge of everything. So rest in peace, Gene Roddenberry.
Rest in peace.
See you again.
Of all the Star Trek creators, his was the most
human. Indeed, so true, so true. Beam him up, Scotty, up to heaven where he belongs, which he doesn't believe in, and would spit on me for implying such a thing.
We're sending him there anyway.
We're sending him anywhere. We're beaming him up no matter what. We'll shoot him in a torpedo out into space. That's what he would want. That's what he would want. All right, DS9. Okay, Bajor. What's the deal with Bajor? They just pulled out. Okay, Bajor, now the Cardassians are gone, are like, oh my God, life is so fucked up. We've been having this resistance fight against the Cardassians for like our whole lives. It was like
50 years
of occupation, so it was a long time. They really fucked up Bajor quite a bit. But now they're like, okay, they're asking the Federation for just like help and protection while we rebuild. They're like thinking of joining the Federation. They're not members right now, but they want to join, and so they're reaching out. There's like debate within Bajor whether they should join or not join the Federation, because it comes with, there's strings attached, and you know, you got to live up to a certain standard. And they're probably a little more religious. Bajor is super religious, by the way. They believe in the prophets, which we'll talk about more in a little bit. But Bajor, they asked the Federation to come and help them. So Bajor had orbiting it was this space station called, I forget what it was called. It had a Cardassian name. I forgot off the top of my head. But it's been renamed to Deep Space Nine by the Federation. This is going to be a Federation space station. Or it might be like the property of Bajor now, but the Federation's going to run it. They've been asked to do so by Bajor as like a form of protection and to sort of like prepare them to become members of the Federation and to like help with the recovery effort after the occupation. So that's what's going on around Bajor. And so who is brought in to run this occupation but our boy Commander, he's a commander, not a captain yet at this point, Benjamin Sisko. Okay. Commander Sisko, he'll become a captain, like he'll get promoted in like a season or two, so we'll just call him a captain. And he brings his son, Jake. What's the deal with Commander Sisko?
So you're telling me that Sisko like just got introduced and he's already like engaging in nepotism?
Nepotism, you say? Why is that?
I think he's just bringing his son, like, to have his son around.
His son's, like, not in charge of anything.
On this really dangerous space station that's right next to the Cardassian
Well,
Union.
that's like reverse nepotism. It's not actually super dangerous. There is no war going on right now. Now, it is, like, a former occupation site. So, like, there's bad mojo around for sure. Deep Space Nine is in bad shape. But, like, the first thing they do is, like, fix it up. There were, like, residents on Deep Space Nine that that they work with to like repair the place and make it livable, because it was like a place of commerce, it was a place of activity, it is like a trading hub, and they want to build it to be that way again, and so they're going to work on that. So I guess I'll just quickly describe. Yeah, I'm going to describe Benjamin Sisko. So he's cool, really like him. He's like kind of a hard ass, but in a good, likable way. I think he's from New Orleans. I think he's a black guy. He's cool. Everybody loves him. I certainly do. His history with Picard is thus. It's that he was at the Battle of Wolf 359. What's the Battle of Wolf 359? Okay, remember that wacky little time when Picard got absorbed into the Borg and became Locutus and was like their main agent acting on like killing the Federation?
Did you mention that?
I did not mention. I just mentioned that he had become a Borg at some point. I threw that in there. So he...
Riker saved him.
That's right. Riker, when Picard was absorbed, Riker became the acting captain. And so he actually did defeat the Borg and defeated Picard, and it was like the coolest thing ever, and Riker deserves to be a celebrated hero of the Federation. But he like immediately gets demoted back down to commander and like keeps serving under Picard. It's kind of stupid. I think they only did that because like
Riker is
like a character on the show and he needs to still be around. Yeah, because that was like the moment where it's like, man, I'm getting really comfortable being second in command on the ship. Will I ever command my own ship? And then like he does exactly what he needs to do, but then reverts right back down to commander. Very unsatisfying, but whatever. It's like a plot convenience, I guess. All right, very convenient so that Riker doesn't leave, because we love Riker.
Well,
he's a Giga Chad.
Then it's good.
But so the Battle of Wolf 359 is like the battle where Starfleet met the Borg cube that Locutus Picard was controlling. It was one cube on its way to Earth to destroy Earth. Like every ship in the fleet pretty much got destroyed during this battle, and that was fucked up. And among those dead, Benjamin Sisko was there. He was on a ship. Sorry, he wasn't. No, he wasn't killed. But his ship got attacked, and his wife died in that battle. So Picard literally killed Sisko's wife.
But not really his fault.
Well, you tell that to Sisko and see what he has to say about it. Okay, the point is at the beginning, Sisko's like really... Picard's actually the guy that meets him at Deep Space Nine to like give him his assignment. It's like a crossover episode between the two.
So Picard is still captain of the Enterprise D.
Correct.
Okay, while Sisko is commander on the Deep Space Nine.
Correct. He's here like with the Enterprise D, like briefing Sisko, getting him like set up at this position, and like Sisko like doesn't want to do it.
Does he say sorry about your wife?
He's very uncomfortable about the whole thing. I don't think he Sisko doesn't ask him to apologize here. He just hates him intensely, which is like pretty understandable. He killed his fucking wife.
Fair enough.
He really loves his wife, man. And him and his son Jake love the dynamic between Sisko and his son, his only son, like the piece of his wife that's still alive, Jake. Super endearing. He's like a great dad. And he loves baseball. He's all in on baseball over here.
Yes.
They go and they toss the baseball around. It's like their thing. Okay, so that's what's going on with Sisko. I will circle back to like the developments of this momentarily as we cover the crew. Okay, Major Kira Nerys. Major Kira Nerys was a resistance leader on Bajor during the occupation, who has now become a major of like the interim government that they've got on Bajor, as they're like getting their shit back together post-occupation. Now they're in charge of their own planet again. And hey, she's like a tough broad. She's pretty cool. She's like a former terrorist, effectively, like freedom fighter. So she's kind of like hardline. It doesn't like perfectly fit into like a military operation. But she grows and we love her and she does lots of cool stuff. Okay, there you go. Jadzia Dax is an old friend of Sisko, but she is a Trill. Used to be, there was like a something Dax. I should know this, but I forget. So she's a Trill. What's a Trill? Trills, they look just like humans, but they've got spots. But more importantly, inside of them is a slug. What is the slug? The slug is a symbiote. On the Trill planet, these symbiotes inhabit the bodies of the Trill people, but when that person dies, the slug comes out and goes to a new host body. It then goes into the new host and grants all the memories and presumably like skills and stuff of that person it was in before. So Jadzia Dax is like the 8th or 9th host of this particular slug, and the one that Sisko was friends with was the old man that he used to be. So this is a new Dax body. So like Dax is like the slug, and the Jadzia is like the woman that it is inside now.
Oh, interesting.
So she's a woman, but she like used to be a man sort of in like another life, and has like multiple other lives that she lived. So her fun thing is like she's like a tough broad. She like acts like one of the boys some of the time, but is like a sexy lady also. So it's way cool, dude. Best of both worlds. That's right.
Episode of Star Trek.
That's right. Okay, so that's Dax. Chief Petty Officer Miles O'Brien, my man, a libertarian god with his Japanese wife, Keiko O'Brien. That's right.
Of course.
And his daughter, Molly, who's adorable. He is as Irish as the day is long. Is
this the guy whose dad was a union man?
Oh,
is that true?
There's like some
like one line about that.
There's an Irish guy on the Enterprise.
It's him. If there's an Irish guy you're talking about, it's him.
Isn't there an Irish guy on the Next Generation? And then that scene.
It's the same man. It's the same man. He moves
right.
from he becomes like a major character on this show.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's the one when Picard asks, like, didn't any of you build ships in bottles as boys? And he says,
he's a kiss ass. It's like, I didn't, sir. That's right. That's exactly him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. So he was the transporter officer on the Enterprise D. Now he's the chief of operations. So what I like about him, he is an enlisted man. He did not go to Starfleet Academy to become an officer. He is a lowly grunt that just signed up to be a grunt. And he like worked his way up from the bottom. And now he's like basically the head engineer on Deep Space Nine, is in charge of keeping everything running. Miles O'Brien is Kino. We love Miles, especially in conjunction. His wife is cool, and Molly, he's a great dad, especially in conjunction with Dr. Julian Bashir. This guy has a lot going on, but he's like Indian or something, but he's like British, you know, he's like from Britain, he's got a British accent and stuff. He's the doctor. He's like out here looking for adventure. He's like a young man. He's not settled down like Miles O'Brien. He's kind of annoying, and people don't really like him at first because he's very irritating and grating and says a lot of stupid shit to people.
Like in the show, the characters don't really like him that much?
Yeah, like he'll say something to like Kira about Bajor. He's like, Major Nerys, I've come to your world because I just love being out in the middle of nowhere, doing frontier medicine on the front lines of expansion where nobody would ever consider anything cool is going on. Like, this is the kind of faux pas he makes all the time. And she's like, I hope our quaint little world suits you, okay, doctor? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, but the thing about him, he's annoying at first. He definitely is. But him and Miles O'Brien become the greatest bros in the history of Star Trek. Why don't we check in real quick and make it so? Wait, how does it go again?
I fucking forgot.
I meant to write it down.
Going to space,
and we're doing it with the human race. I'm gonna write this down because I keep fucking it up. Can we do this one more time, people? Okay, let's make it so. We are all going to space for the betterment of the human race. Yes, great, thank you. Okay, so I was just saying about Dr. Julian Bashir. He becomes like, they hate each other at first. Well, Julian likes Miles because they're like men of like relatively similar age, and Miles is like a cool guy, but he's got a family, so he finds Julian really annoying. The point is they become friends slowly over time. The doctor impresses him. He stops being so annoying. He's like a very competent doctor. He's very skilled. And they just become like best friends, and it's super adorable. And like his wife is always like hanging out with Julian again. He's like, yeah, I mean, we're in the holodeck playing like, you know, they go to like, they do like, because this guy's Irish, the other guy's like English or British or whatever. And so they bond over like UK stuff. They're like, the Battle of Hastings and the Trafalgar Square and whatever stuff, you know. So they talk about that shit. They love it. It's great. Love these guys. Okay, the thing about Julian Bashir is he's a literal genetic freak, okay? He's not normal. But I mean that literally, because Julian Bashir is in fact a genetically enhanced man. This is revealed like late into the story. But so he was like programmed, so he was actually like literally retarded as a child, or he was going to be, and his parents like went to like a gene splicing dude to like make him smart again. So he's now like kind of a super genius. Damn. But yeah, this is his actual backstory, and but that's like illegal. You're like not allowed to do that. This is very much against like what you're allowed to do in the Federation. So like, he has to like lie about this and keep it secret. And
can't do a little eugenics?
You can't. It's not allowed. It's not allowed.
We were too good at it.
Maybe you have to get like a permit or something, but they didn't. They like went outside the Federation or like to some back alley stuff and got it done. So this is like an ongoing plot with him, and like, long story short, like it doesn't like ruin his whole life when the truth comes out. He like balances it. Okay, other important thing about him. So he is like super competent, obviously because he's like a genetic freak. He's not normal. So he loves spy stories, and there's like, in the holodeck, there's all kinds of like silly stories. Like Picard used to do, what was it, like Dick? It was like Dick Wilkins, or there's a name like that. Picard would do like spy thrillers like a detective. In Deep Space Nine, Bashir is like a James Bond equivalent. He has like James Bond spy stories. As an extension of like this fake thing that happened, I think the writers were like, let's do that, but for real. They invent the concept, I believe, of Section 31 for Julian, which is a secret, like totally not sanctioned by Starfleet division of Starfleet intelligence that just does secret spy shit, but like extremely morally dubious stuff, and they want to recruit Julian because they think that he can help them. So like, but the whole deal is that they're like really morally dubious, and the Starfleet is like not supposed to be doing this kind of shit. They do the kind of stuff that would start wars if people found out they were doing
very illegal things like assassinations and gathering
intelligence that you're not supposed to have, and you're in places you're not supposed to be. And they want Julian, And this is like, there's even a thing like, is he delusional? Is this like really happening? It is real. It is really happening. They really want him. And this is like an ongoing plot line dealing with Section 31, which is relevant because they just made a movie called Section 31 in real life.
Sounds awesome.
It sounds so good. I can't wait to tell you the Rotten Tomatoes numbers for it. We'll get to it soon.
I bet they're high.
I bet they're so high.
To the moon.
To the moon at least. Okay, so that's it for Julian. Going back real quick, Miles O'Brien. Constable Odo. Constable Odo is a changeling. So he is like the guy in charge of security on Deep Space Nine. They're in Bajor. Okay, well, I'll get to the premise in one sec. He's a changeling. He's like the only one in the world. No one's ever heard of a changeling before. He is the only one. He is a pile of goop. That is his like true form. But he can like change into anything, like a table or make himself look like a person. But it's really hard to look like a person because we have a lot of details. So like when he turns into a human, his features like very flat. He looks very weird because like it's really hard to turn into a convincing like humanoid shape. So he looks imperfect. But he is the security officer. He was found floating in space outside of Bajor, was raised in like a lab, and eventually just like decided to get into like security work because he's a conscious being and is allowed to do that. But they had to like figure out he was conscious because he was just a pile of goop originally. Mm-hmm. But so he had like an awkward growing phase, and he's a very awkward guy. And he doesn't really get along with the solids, as he says very well. But
it's very offensive.
He loves justice, though. He's fully justice pilled.
Why don't I remember this character at all?
Did you watch Deep Space Nine?
A little bit.
I mean, he isn't like super relevant to every episode. You might have just seen like episodes that feature him very lightly.
You saw some
He's also pretty weird.
Like interesting.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Custodian
so
on
like,
Deep Space Nine.
Is he cooped up or does he take like solid form?
So it kind of like requires effort for him to maintain solid form. So like at night, he sleeps in a bucket. It's like his bucket. He's kind of embarrassed about it. He doesn't like to tell people about his bucket. It's very personal. He feels like very vulnerable when people see him in his bucket. So it's like a running joke that like his bucket's embarrassing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, he's funny. He's a good guy.
Bucket.
Oh, and I'll tell you, he like falls in love with Kira Nerys, the like Bajoran lady who's in charge here.
If he's ashamed that he thinks if people talk about if he talks about his bucket, everyone's gonna think he's being gross because everyone on ship is a big Homestuck fan, and they're gonna think it's disgusting of him to talk like that.
Of course,
he's very
Homestuck is bigger than ever in the 24th century.
That's true. That's true.
It got a second win.
It was on the downturn for it got huge in syndication.
That's true. That's right.
Came back better than ever.
They reprinted the books and everything.
Yeah.
So we got like 3 other ones to say. So okay, so Quark. Who's Quark? Along with Rom and Nog. The first good Ferengi in the series is who he is. Okay, who is he? He is the bar owner / sort of like black market dealer. He's like the shady businessman on Deep Space Nine. And remember, Deep Space Nine was a Cardassian space station floating above Bajor, which it was like the guard post looking down on its occupied territory. He did business there with the Cardassians. Like, that's like not very nice to do, you know? So he like doesn't care about anything. He's all about money, as Ferengi are. They care about money. And in fact, Ferengi, we learn through him an extension of his character. The Ferengi are animated by the rules of acquisition. This is sort of like the vehicle that we like make them into like a real people. This like guides their entire philosophy of life. And it's all ways about like how to make money. Now, so they basically make Quark into like a good guy by like doing the thing where they like link capitalism with like being a good guy. Like he has a debate one time with a Vulcan who's like a terrorist and is doing something bad that I forget exactly. But he's like, no, you can't be starting a war right now. Right now, peace can be bought for a bargain. Because if you do this, war is expensive and you want peace because peace is profitable. But like, it always happens. He's got like a clear moral compass. He like is a good guy. So while some Ferengi would just like do anything for a buck, he's like, there are plenty of things he will not do for a buck, but he will like deal drugs and like do illegal gambling and like smuggle black market stuff. So, but he's kind of got a heart of gold, sort of. So that's who he is. And Sisko forces him to stay on the space station because like he's sort of the center of commerce of the whole thing, and he wants to like build this into like a flourishing economy on Deep Space Nine, which it does become. Oh, other thing about Ferengi, this is just funny. There's like in Ferenginar in Ferengi culture, whatever, women are not allowed to wear clothes, and they're not allowed to do business. So like the arc of the Ferengi are like maybe women could be allowed to wear clothes. And like maybe
they're
could
like
be allowed.
house elves.
They're kind of like house elves, but also like Quark's brother Rom is like really uncomfortable seeing his mother in clothes because like this is wrong. This is not how it was meant to be.
What a tremendous,
but he doesn't like
choice.
But for him, it's like because he needs his like emotional support mom. So when his mom is feeling like very kind, she will take off her clothes and hug her son and comfort him. It's just what they do. It's just what they do.
You see that? We see this?
I mean, we see like her from like behind like a little bit as like to indicate that she's naked. I mean, it's funny. The point is that like women be getting rights and stuff. Okay, fine. We did it, boys. We saved the day.
I want to know who wrote that. Like, I want to see what they've accomplished. Because like that kind of confidence to put that to paper.
Indeed.
That's just astounding.
Okay, other people here. So at a certain point, like 2 or 3 seasons in, Worf. Now Commander Worf like joins the cast here in Deep Space Nine. That's cool. We'll get to like sort of why in a minute. There's also the two sort of Cardassians. There are 2 Cardassians that are relevant. Okay, first I'll say Garak. Garak is like, he is a tailor, but he has like a million secrets and is like very suspicious and is the only Cardassian that lives on Deep Space Nine. Remember, the Cardassians just left. Why is he still here? Turns out he's been exiled because, this is all spoilers, but whatever, he was a spy. That he like they like never confirm this, but that just like clearly is the case. Okay, it is confirmed eventually. He's a spy that worked for the Obsidian Order and did all kinds of like covert op shit, but he was like exiled for like failing some missions. So now he's a tailor making like dresses and stuff on Deep Space Nine. All right, and last guy to mention specifically is Gul Dukat. Gul Dukat is like the villain of Deep Space Nine. So he was the prefect. He was the governor, effectively, of Bajor when it was like occupied, or like the most recent one anyway, because they've been controlling it for 80 years. So he basically ruled Bajor as like its god king or whatever. So the whole deal with like what's going on in the story of Deep Space Nine is sort of like, it's a very clear answer that like it wasn't cool to occupy them, but like the Cardassians like, no, we civilized the Bajorans. They needed us. We helped them when they had nothing, and like the occupation was justified. And the Bajorans are like, well, like millions died, and like, you know, you stripped us of resources and you fucked up our lives and you ruled us like against our will. So like, actually, no, we don't agree that it was justified. And like, they just like debate this endlessly, and it's like, you know, this is like the main source of conflict between them and stuff. But Gul Dukat's like, no, we did the right thing. I treated them well. And only at like the very end of the show do you get some like cracks where he like changes his character over time, and like, does he hate Bajorans? Does he love Bajorans? Oh my god, he had a Bajoran lover at some point. He has like a child that's like part Bajoran. Oh my god, that's crazy. By the way, very clear like Holocaust stuff going on with this joke. It's like clearly the parallel they're going for. Yeah, so it's pretty obvious. But yeah, I mean, just it's interesting. I think they handle it pretty well. I find it to be a very compelling narrative. But we haven't talked about like the big thing that happens afterward. So the huge thing that happens is this. So we said Captain Sisko, commander, but captain eventually, is sent to Deep Space Nine to like run it, but he doesn't want to be there. He's like sick of this shit. He wants to leave and like maybe go retire, work on Earth again, go back to New Orleans, be with his dad, who's like a chef, who's got like this restaurant, go work there or something. But something happens before he gets a chance to leave, in like episode 1, he encounters a Bajoran orb. The orbs are like the gateway to the prophets or something, because they worship the prophets here. What's that about? Okay, so the orbs like touch Sisko
and give him trippy visions of his past and stuff.
And he's told that he will be the emissary of the prophets. He is the Sisko, and he will like speak for them. Okay, what's that? So he was flying out in space
because they were trying to track down the original location where the orbs came from, detecting some weird particle disturbances and stuff.
And he gets sucked into a wormhole. Inside the wormhole are the prophets. The Bajorans worship them like gods. To him, as a Federation guy, they are just like, they call them wormhole aliens. But they like live outside of time. They don't exist normally. And they are sustaining the one and only stable wormhole in all of existence. This dotted line right here directly connects one point of the wormhole to the other here in the Gamma Quadrant. So this is like the biggest fucking shortcut of all time, and it just exists directly outside of Bajor, right where Deep Space Nine is. So this is the existence of this, and the fact that they can now teleport into like such, again, look, they haven't even explored all of like the alpha and beta, like not even close. But now they're all of a sudden to the middle of like the Gamma Quadrant. This is like one of the biggest scientific discoveries in like history, especially for Bajor. And this has now made Bajor like the main character of the Alpha Quadrant. Like everyone loves Bajor now and wants their shit so that they can go to the Gamma Quadrant and like explore and learn and get shit. This is a big deal. So Bajor's fortunes have instantly turned around, and now everybody wants to live on Deep Space Nine, which is right next to the wormhole, which is like a major source of everything cool that's happening in the universe right now. And Sisko is in charge. But he's also got this like religious thing going on where he's like the Jesus Christ for the Bajorans. He like speaks for their gods, the wormhole aliens. And there's like religious tension, and he doesn't want to be the prophet, but he gets comfortable with it. But also, since they live outside of time, they like let him sometimes like talk to his wife, like when she was still alive, sort of, so he can kind of experience her being alive even though she's dead. So there's all kinds of like religious shit going on. So that's happening. And just to kind of spoil where the story goes eventually, the big thing that happens later is eventually they encounter the Dominion. The Dominion is possibly the biggest, except for the Borg. It's gigantic. They rule most of the quadrant, or a large part of the quadrant, an empire that just rules this section of space. They are they enslave or control like many different races, and they're ruled by the Founders. Who are the Founders? Spoiler of spoilers, here comes the shocker. The Founders are changelings. They are all a group of changelings that like fear and hate the that hate the solids because they were like persecuted by them. So now they run them. They control them. They're like, we're not going to let the changelings victimize us anymore. This was like a long time ago, and they've ruled like Dominion for like 1,000 years or something. So Odo was like, oh, that's interesting. I've always wanted to know where the fuck I came from. I'm one of them. So clearly he came through the wormhole at some point. That's where he's from. So this sets up so the Dominion eventually declares war on the Federation, and it's like, we're taking over, we're going through the wormhole, and we're gonna rule the Alpha Quadrant. This begins like this is an actual war the Dominion War is like a huge event in Star Trek that like taxes all the empires like everyone is threatened here. The Romulans, the Klingons, eventually they all get on board of like fighting together against the Dominion. This is a huge deal. And even Cardassian.
What was it called?
Yeah.
Winter's coming from Game of Thrones.
The last storm, something like that. Yeah. Well, actually, the Cardassians join the side of the Dominion. So, like, the bad guys join the bad guys, basically. The Breen, they've even got the Breen. It's over. They have the Breen. What could we possibly do about this?
Not the Breen.
Not the Breen. Okay, I won't spoil this. I will just say, so one big turning point in the war, I won't say like the clear spoiler, I will just allude to it, is getting the Romulans to join their side against the Dominion is a huge deal. And there is an episode that every fan knows and loves of Deep Space Nine called In the Pale Moonlight, where Sisko is forced to make some hard choices about how to conduct this war that like probably are the thing that tipped the balance between victory and defeat by getting the Romulans on their side. And it is morally complicated and fabulous, and probably the best episode of Deep Space Nine, except for there's a couple other good ones, but it's really good, and everyone should watch it. Okay, it's really good. Deep Space Nine is great. Again, I'm not like gonna say every episode, so I'll let people discover that for themselves. It's really good, and the war happens, and maybe the good guys win, maybe they don't. I mean, I don't know. You'll have to watch the show and find out. So, the Dominion War is what happens in Deep Space Nine. Also, the Klingons feature like quite prominently in the story here as well. So they like become like pretty fast allies of the Federation during this time. A lot of Klingon like character development during Deep Space Nine because Worf is here, and he gets a much better showing, I feel, on average, than he did in TNG.
Worf is here, like, from the Enterprise?
Correct. Just like Miles O'Brien came over from Worf also eventually gets
Worf here for, like, the whole show? Or, like, just
he comes in, like, season 3 or something like that. Yeah. He comes a little bit later. That's all the ones I want to talk about. Oh, one last thing to shout out here. Jeffrey Combs, the actor.
Oh.
Who, you ever see, like, Reanimator and stuff? He's a prolific, like, horror actor and stuff. He plays a character called Weyoun in Deep Space Nine, which are... I forget the name of the species that is, but he's got like the best voice ever. He's like the coolest guy. He plays a bunch of different characters in different like shows of Deep Space Nine, or of Star Trek in general. And I love that guy. Weyoun is a totally Kino character. He's like the ambassador of the Dominion, basically. and he's awesome. He's a clone. He plays a clone, and like Weyoun like 5 dies, and then Weyoun 6 shows up, and then Weyoun 6 gets killed, and Weyoun 7 shows up, and that kind of stuff.
Get rid of this Weyoun guy.
Weyoun's great. We don't want Weyoun to go away. It's really good. You know, that's all I'll say about the Dominion War. There's lots of cool stuff, like the Jem'Hadar are like the shock troops of the Dominion, and like they survive by cloning basically, and like Odo is tempted to join the Changelings again, but doesn't.
And not to undersell it, Odo really wants to rejoin the Changelings if he can. He gets all kind of spiritual and unique biological satisfaction being with them and merging their goopy forms together in what they call the Great Link. And they really care for him and seem to want him back too, but he's too damn justice-pilled, so of course he helps Sisko and the gang wage war against them and defend against them, so Odo gets quite a significant role as the story develops. But about how cool of a villainous group the Dominion, and in particular the Founders, are, so to ensure total compliance of their subjugated species, for the 2 core species that are the clone-produced ones, namely the Vorta and the Jem'Hadar, so they genetically encode beliefs into them that they, the Founders, the leaders, are gods, and they encode total submission into them, again, at the genetic level, as they clone them and make more of them. With the Jem'Hadar, they produce like massive amounts of them as just shock troopers. The Vorta are more specialized, like commanders. It seems that apparently the other species they control, which there's a lot of with their huge territory in the Gamma Quadrant, they're just subjugated the old-fashioned way with Jem'Hadar soldiers and stuff. They use all kinds of methods to control these slave races, for example, by using a Ketracel White, which is a compound that the Jem'Hadar troops need, but whose distribution is strictly controlled by the Vorta. And it acts as the only form of substance that they need to survive. But it also works like an addictive drug that if they don't get, they go into withdrawals from and eventually go totally berserk. So basically the Founders mass-produced an army of crackheads jonesing for their next fix. And as fucked up as that is, the Jem'Hadar actually put on a pretty good showing for themselves as honorable servants of the Founders and show that they would follow them even without the Ketracel White incentive. Now, it is true that the Founders did genetically program them to be obedient to them and to worship them and all that good stuff, but hey, what are you gonna do? Boys will be boys, am I right? And the silly old changeling Founders do all of this stuff because in their past they were hated, hunted, and chased out of their homes by the solids, so doing all this is justified by their will to survive. You can't kill us if we control you. Really, a great villain group. For real, no cap.
That's really weird that a season of Star Trek is about like fighting a war.
One thing.
It's
like,
not
a season.
It's several seasons. It's like 4 or 5 seasons. It's so this is one of the things that challenges like, oh, is this even real Star Trek? There's like a war going on, and like that's like a reasonable criticism to make. Well, I don't even think it's like a criticism. That's like a truth that like this does sort of challenge the like optimistic aspect. I would say even during the war, things are like pretty good most of the time. It's like sort of a Cold War for most of it because like you have to send troops through the wormhole, and like as long as that's not happening, the war isn't going on right now. Like there's like calm or whatever.
Not to mention, as one aspect of the Dominion War, there's a changeling invasion on presumably throughout the Federation, but specifically on Earth, the capital of the Federation, where, like, there are changelings confirmed running around fucking everything up and, like, scaring the hoes that there's gonna be an invasion any second now. And yeah, if you think about it for a second, so the changelings can become literally anything or anyone, and if they're your enemies, every person you know might be an enemy that wants to kill you. So this induces mass paranoia throughout the Federation. Sisko, as the man on the front lines of the Dominion War, being at Deep Space Nine, gets put in charge of all the security for like the entire Federation, so he's a big deal, and they have to decide whether or not they're going to prioritize the freedom of the people on Earth versus the security of this invading force that is confirmed to be on Earth, and there's like almost a Starfleet coup d'etat over this, and all kinds of other crazy stuff happens. So these are the kind of questions that Deep Space Nine gets into.
And they do set up troops on the other side of the wormhole with Cardassia, which becomes like the new HQ of the Dominion on this side. Because they've decided we're going to conquer the Alpha Quadrant. Fuck it. We already conquered the Gamma, basically. We're going to take this one too.
Wait, aren't the Cardassians bad?
Yeah, they're bad. Like, the Dominion makes allies with the Cardassians, who are both, enemies of the other guys.
Although, to be fair, calling the Cardassians just blanket bad is reductive and kind of unfair, because there's lots of plot lines of actually good Cardassians, and a whole internal battle going on within Cardassian society on changing itself to be better for the sake of their own people, but also to mesh better with the rest of the galaxy. It is repeatedly shown that the Cardassians really love themselves and want to look out for the best interests of their civilization, in a generally honorable kind of way, though they do sometimes take that a little bit far. And later on, there is an internal revolt against the Dominion itself as Cardassia sort of rises up to reclaim its identity, feeling that the Dominion was just like taking it over effectively too, even though they just wanted to be like equal allies and rule the Alpha Quadrant themselves. So Cardassia has a lot more going on than just being the bad guys. Now, if you want a bad Cardassian, that would be Gul Dukat, who, like, is effectively Sisko's arch nemesis and also, like, basically Satan, who takes up, like, the role of being the emissary of the evil prophets, or the Pa-Wraiths, as they're known. It gets a little silly with the sort of god-alien battles going on with those guys, but, like, mostly it's all a good storytelling vehicle, and is indeed quite kino. More Gul Dukat is always dopey shit.
And that's about all I want to say about that. It's pretty good. So I do really like, is it like real Trek, or is it like bullshit or fake or too dark or something?
Honestly, it's an ongoing debate. To me, I would say that DS9 encapsulates enough of the Star Trek spirit to definitely still be real Trek, but it does have some definite changes to the themes by tackling head-on these questions about what about people within the Federation that no longer want to be part of the Federation? What about the sins of the Federation? And what about the ongoing existential threat of enemy empires that want to conquer you? Are you going to apply your nice neoliberal principles to them and assume everyone is always acting in good faith just like you? Or are you going to get your hands a little bit dirty with enemies you do not trust? Long story short, I would say DS9 walks the line between those things in a very interesting way, but does not go too far to tip over into being evil and stuff. I would say Section 31 is a good example of what our nice characters say is going too far. And while I guess you could say that, like, that's an example of the Federation being corrupted, having a dark side revealed within the continuity of DS9, that's like a rogue faction of the Federation, which I would say really does not represent what the Federation stands for. Yes, it's very convenient that Starfleet Command can ignore the existence of these guys when it doesn't suit their purposes and just allow them to do things that help the Federation. So I don't think that, or Sisko's other actions, undermined the concept of Starfleet or the goodness of the Federation. Sisko and the gang, after all, actively work to stop the actions of Section 31. Some real good boy Starfleet shit. So do they break the premise in DS9 of Star Trek? I say no, they do not. Although they absolutely do challenge it. Makes for interesting watching, that's for damn sure.
I really do like Deep Space Nine quite a bit, and there's a pretty... It's like a little bit of a cliffhanger, or like a little unsatisfying with some of the character resolutions, but the ending is great. With any of the shows, especially TNG and Deep Space Nine and Voyager 2, but especially these two, like the palpable feeling of loss of like the friends that you've made over 7 seasons of the show is a really strong thing that I think you feel after you get attached after so many stories and adventures and like attachments and friendships made and people lost and bonds formed. That's like one of the best things about Star Trek. Its length alone allows you to get really attached to the characters, and it's great. And just one thing about the Next Generation, like there's this thing called the poker game. They play poker all the time, like the executive staff, and Picard never played poker with the staff because you shouldn't fraternize with the men, you know? Not to that level.
Strictly professional.
Strictly professional, that's Picard. He's like off on his own thing all the time. I know I barely even talked about like the meat of the Next Generation, but there's too much to talk about altogether. We got to do the overview. But in the last episode, Picard does finally go play poker with all the boys that have been playing it throughout the entire show. I think they started in like season 2. And it's like a really wholesome, wonderful moment. And like that would have been the perfect moment to end the series on, but then they made all the movies and kind of fucked it up, but whatever. It's just like a fun thing to note. The poker game was Kino. They made some mistakes. Okay, so, okay, here we go. So we're gonna talk about Voyager quickly. There's not like as much to say about Voyager. The premise is like definitely simpler. We said it before. So this is 1995 to 2001, 7 seasons yet again. Another hit. Voyager's like less beloved, but I still think it's definitely good and worth watching. On a mission to do some shit. They're going to Captain Catherine Janeway is sent on the ship, the USS Voyager, on a relatively short mission between the Cardassian. Right.
To the Badlands, an area in the Alpha Quadrant in the demilitarized zone that lies between Cardassian space and Federation space. And this place is full of dust particles and plasma storms that makes it very inhospitable, generally speaking.
To find this group called the Maquis.
Is this related to the war going on?
Not the war. It's related to the ongoing tension. This is before the war broke out.
Okay.
It's the tensions between Bajor and the Cardassians. The Maquis.
Is this a continuation of the last series?
Yeah, they all bleed into each other.
No. This is before the last series ended.
It's like they're concurrent. It starts like it's concurrent. So given those tensions, there's this group called the Maquis, which were in TNG originally. By the way, there was this girl called Ro Laren. Ro Laren was a member of Starfleet who was a Bajoran, and she was actually going to be the like, you know, Kira Nerys is like the head Bajoran on the Major. Kira Nerys is the head Bajoran on DS9. It was gonna be Ro Laren, who was a Bajoran character from TNG, but that like actress couldn't do it or something, so they got like a new lady instead, who's very similar. Her story's like exactly the same, so yeah. So the Maquis are a like resistance group of like Bajoran favorable people. They're not all Bajorans, there's humans and stuff that live in
the Badlands
and like do terrorism against Cardassia.
And just to clarify why the Maquis are there and why they're attacking Cardassians, so the Maquis, whose name, by the way, is a reference to French resistance fighters during World War II, in case you were wondering, are formed of Federation citizens that used to live in this area of space near the Cardassian border, but in Federation space. However, when the war against Cardassia ended, the Federation signed a treaty with them that redistributed the borders and put many of the homes of those people in those areas into Cardassian space, forcing them to leave. Some of the settlers there were so pissed off by this that they, in practice if not legally, ceded from the Federation, taking up residence in the Badlands to wage an ongoing campaign against Cardassia so they could eventually reclaim their homes in that area. And the reason they're in the Badlands is because that area is all fucked up with plasma storms and stuff, and it's really hard for them to be found in there. So technically this is a totally separate conflict with Cardassia than what the Bajorans had. Now there are some Bajorans that joined the Maquis, most famously is Ro Laren, who joins near the very end of TNG, but it's not really made up of many Bajorans on the whole. Those would have just been the extra terroristy ones that thought that joining the Maquis would be useful to fight back against Cardassia, generally speaking. The episode where Ro Laren joins the Maquis happens in season 7 of TNG, which is a year after the start of Deep Space Nine, 1 year earlier. So Ro Laren actually joins them after they have already left Bajor behind, so it's not really about that issue. So there you go, the Maquis are a bunch of people that are very not thrilled with the Federation and the peace treaties that have been signed that fuck them over in particular, but the Federation still feels responsible for handling them because they are legally Federation citizens. And they would really like to not have them trigger a new war against the Cardassians. So that's why they get involved.
Since Cardassia and the Federation aren't at war, the Federation has to like try to stop them at least. So Janeway is sent to like go get them. So she finds the Maquis, they get on her ship, there's like some fighting going on, but they've like captured them and they're gonna take it back. When the caretaker, from like a kind of randomly, from like a million miles away, just snatches their ship and brings it out to like insanely far away. This is I think it's like 70,000 light years, and so doing the math, it'll take them 70 years to get back at top speed. So that's too bad. They're at a planet called Ocampa, which is like kind of a random planet, but it was the caretaker that did it. A like super advanced guy with magic technology or something. He snatched him.
Now, the reason any of this is happening is because the caretaker is a member of a species that fucked up the ecosystem of Ocampa in the past, and they feel really guilty about it, so he is here with a super powerful array technology system. They've got super advanced technology that takes care of Ocampa. It keeps the people alive in these advanced underground cities. They take care of the whole Ocampan people's needs, and they protect them from outside invaders like the Kazon and a bunch of other crazy alien guys that are in the area. Now, recently, the caretaker has realized that he is dying, and he needs someone else to take over his job running Ocampa, running the array, to protect everyone there. The reason he grabbed Voyager in particular is because he's snatching ships from all over the galaxy, but apparently like humans are likely to be more compatible with the systems that he runs on the array, I guess. So that's like what he's looking for. He's looking for potential things that can take over after he dies. Why he thinks it's okay to fuck over people and just grab them and put them in charge of running this array to protect another group that he feels like he does owe protection to and taking care of them, I don't know. I guess aliens just are retarded sometimes. Now, initially, of course, Janeway and the gang want to use the array to get home, but Janeway sees that there are aliens coming that are going to capture the array and use the super advanced technology to screw over Ocampa and probably the rest of the Delta Quadrant or the whole region, whatever it is. And so Janeway makes her super important first big decision here to blow up the array so that the bad guy aliens in the area cannot use it. And this, of course, formally strands Voyager in the Delta Quadrant, having blown up their only likely method of getting home easily. That's gone, so they've got to get home the old-fashioned way. And Janeway bears a lot of guilt about this, and it's a core part of her character arc during Voyager, and is actually quite good. Many have noted that this may have been like a really, really bad decision for the sake of her crew, but like it's a whole part of Janeway's character, so it's actually pretty good and well explored. Logic aside, she did feel an obligation to not just abandon this area to the fate of like a super powerful piece of technology. It's a very Starfleet thing to do, to take on the burden of that, to not screw over other species for the benefit of your group. And upholding these Starfleet standards is like what Janeway does all throughout Voyager, with some exceptions. So, not bad.
So the premise here is just get home safely. That's the entire premise of Voyager. Get home somehow. You can see the route. They have to go around the impenetrable boundary of the center of the galaxy.
And through the Borg, it seems.
Well, they don't know the Borg are there because they don't know anything about where they were sent to, but it will bring them in contact with the Borg many times. That's right.
You can tell it's going to be a quick in and out operation.
Indeed.
7 seasons.
Yeah, right. 7 seasons. Spoiler, they do get home. They do get home. Okay, so it's cool.
Yippee!
It's an adventure of just like encounter. I quite like the premise of Voyager.
It's an interesting premise.
They're totally isolated. Starfleet is nowhere to be seen. They can only rely on themselves and figure out what they can do, make allies where they can. They have a lot of struggles. They do the best they can to survive. They try to abide by this is the thing, they're all often like tempted to like break Starfleet protocol, and Janeway's like, this is all we got. All we got out here is like our loyalty to Starfleet and our way of life. If we lose that, like we really are lost. So we're not gonna let that happen. I think that's pretty admirable. It makes stuff tough to do a lot of the time, but you know,
that's a trade-off.
They do their best. That's the trade-off. I try not to lose who they are.
And you know what? Proud ally to all womankind that I am, I want to go on record as an official defender of Milady's honor. Captain Janeway had among the most brutal deals of anybody we saw in the entire Star Trek franchise, and did an overall admirable job. Was she perfect? Absolutely not. Could other people have done a better job in some instances? Maybe. But she really went out of her way to try to do the right thing by Starfleet's principles a lot of the time. You know, everybody thinks that In the Pale Moonlight with Sisko was so cool when he did some deeply morally dubious things. But with Janeway over here, no, she's bad just because she killed Tuvix. Hey man, you gotta break a few eggs, am I right? And it's funny just to think back about this given the current context, because this was sort of the attitude toward Janeway compared to the other captains in years past.
Maybe you've heard of him? Captain James Tiberius Kirk?
Captain Picard would never cheat.
Hello? Without Captain Kirk, there would be no Picard.
Yeah, but Captain Janeway...
Shut up.
This more accurately represents fan sentiment than you might think. Today, however, given the deluge of new Trek that we have been forced to endure, I would bet many people might feel a little bit differently about Janeway if you simply go back and watch Voyager again. Maybe it has something to do with being adults now looking back at it and the difficult situation she's in. I don't know. But let's check in on what the chuds are saying now, shall we?
I feel like I need to say it. I think I owe Janeway like a major apology. I owe her a major apology. I've kind of bitched about Janeway for years. I remember, like, here she is, the first female captain heading a Star Trek show, and I have memories of them writing her like a hysterical, emotional wreck who would just change her mind on a whim. I'm really wrong about that. Like, these things I thought she did that at the time when I first watched it, I thought, is she crazy? I'm watching it and I'm thinking, oh no, I understand.
She's crazy.
Is she crazy? Like, okay, like the
got a lot of pressure on her shoulders.
Well, I just want to say, I just really feel like I need to say it because I've been bitching about her for 20 years. I'm sorry, Catherine Janeway. I was wrong about you.
Well,
you're pretty awesome.
So,
those the breaks.
Captain Catherine Janeway, who's like a lovely lady. She's like a tough captain, but she. Like, Q shows up. Q features pretty prominently in Voyager, and he like comments that like, you've managed to balance your femininity with your executive authority so beautifully, and I mean she does a fine job. He wants to like breed with her a couple of times, which doesn't happen, but it totally could happen. It would have been way hot. There's Commander Chakotay, the second in command, who's like a Native American guy.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. And he was the leader of the Maquis.
That one particular ship, that is, not the entire organization.
So the enemy faction, this is the whole premise of Voyager. They're half Starfleet, like Starfleet actual officers, and they bring on those enemy factions of the Maquis that were like terrorists, that they were sent to arrest. They join the crew because they've got no choice. They're a million miles away. So they're like, so Chakotay was a Starfleet officer previously. He just quit to join the Maquis because he thought it was the right thing to do. But now they're like, you've got to become members of our crew, like basically officially. So we're like commissioning all of you. You all know how to pilot a ship. And the tension is like a lot of those Maquis are like not professional Starfleet people. So they like have problems getting along with other people and following orders and stuff. So Lieutenant Tuvok is a Vulcan. And he's straight line, he's a nice guy, works for Catherine Janeway. Okay, that's cool.
And just a couple other notes about Tuvok. He really is like the rock behind Janeway, keeping her oriented in the right way. He's got that whole Vulcan logical thing going on. So he's like over 100 years old at least, and he actually has served in Starfleet for so long that he's served under Captain Sulu. That's right, old Mr. Sulu from the original Star Trek days. And now he's here, he's good friends with Janeway, and he's serving as like the head security officer on the ship. So he's big into martial arts and stuff. Also, one of the sad things about Tuvok is that Tuvok is actually married and has like 4 children to a Vulcan wife back in the Alpha Quadrant. And so he's actually one of the main people who is tragically separated from his family for what turns out to be 7 years, and could have been however longer. They never knew when they would get back. And he has to grapple with the distance of being so far away from them. And luckily, because he's a Vulcan, he can handle it better than most of them. A lot of characters have to deal with that kind of stuff. Janeway is estranged from her like boyfriend or like fiance or something, and that relationship falls apart while she's gone, presumed dead, in the Delta Quadrant. Tom Paris, who we'll get to in a minute, is separated from his dad, who's a Starfleet admiral. Harry Kim is separated from his parents, etc., etc. There's a lot of it, and it sucks for everybody. But Tuvok does have to deal with that Pon Farr thing that happens where a Vulcan has to mate or they'll fucking go insane and die. And his wife isn't around, so it leads to a kind of awkward situation. So some hilarious things Tuvok has to deal with. And just for the record, Tuvok is like a great character and I really like him. So he's one of the rocks of the show.
There's Tom Paris. He was a literal criminal that was brought by Janeway to pilot the Voyager because he knew he had been in the Maquis as like a mercenary. He just wanted money. He didn't believe in the cause. He's like the best pilot around, and he really knew the Badlands. He knew that territory really well, and he's like their clutch pilot that they brought out. He's like a scallywag with kind of a heart of gold.
And having been a criminal and all, literally pulled out of jail by Janeway to serve on this mission, Tom is actually one of the few people who is sort of delighted to be spirited away to the Delta Quadrant, where there's just a fresh start and doesn't feel tied down by his less than perfect backstory. So he's kind of winning out here, boys. He's another one of these guys that's like the beating heart and lifeblood of the show. He's got a lot of like boyish charm. Everybody loves Tom. He has a lot of personality, has a lot of relationships with the sexy ladies on the show and stuff. So aside from Chakotay, who's a little bit older and more mature, he's sort of your leading action man.
Ensign Harry Kim is like the eternal ensign. He goes to Kim, who is actually Chinese. And they don't know that Kim is Korean. Hilariously, we finally found him. And what does he have to say? He has to say that he's a good boy that does his best every day. He's like the innocent young man who's like,
I'm Harry Kim, and I'm here to say I'm a good boy who does his best every day.
That's what he does. That's what he does.
Why did I do that?
Who knows? He's like Janeway's, like, I don't know, favorite little ensign who like always does a good job, and that's about all. He becomes friends with Tom Paris is the point. There's like the two boys. They're boying it out. B'Elanna Torres is a half Klingon, half human member of the Maquis who becomes their chief engineer. She's got attitude problems. Also, she's Hispanic. So talk about an attitude problem. She's Klingon, so she's like angry all the time. That's her whole character.
That comes from being Hispanic.
You're right. No, it's from being Hispanic. You're right. Torres, of course. There is the EMH, the Emergency Medical Holographic Program, aka the Doctor. This is a hologram that is turned online because their doctor dies right after they're pulled out to the Delta Quadrant. And he's just like left on running all the time. So this is like a new feature of new ships in the fleet that's like a holographic doctor that'll like do surgery for you if like your doctor gets hurt or something. But their doctor's dead, so he's all they got. So they use him for all their doctoring needs. And he starts off like fairly limited, but he just like basically develops sentience over time and like evolves, and his holographic matrix gets expanded, and he loves like opera. And he's kind of like a fan favorite character for sure on Voyager. He's like the Data of the show basically. Data's a little more charming because Data has like this childlike wonder, whereas the Doctor is like cynical and kind of an asshole and like very self-aggrandizing all the time. But it's also funny that he does it. Yeah, everybody loves the Doctor. He's probably the best character on Voyager. He's very entertaining. And he also like has to fight Janeway for like his own human rights. I mean, he's not human, so like, are they allowed to turn him off? Is that like morally acceptable? They do it a lot. This is what some of the stuff that rubs people sort of the wrong way. That like, so he's like sentient, and we like treat him like human, but they also like do shut him off, and there's like a bit of a clash there with his character. But it's fine. He's not that worried about it. Don't worry about it.
The electricity bill is getting pretty high.
That's exactly right.
We're at the ration our energy.
As things go along, he takes, like, his existence takes up, like, a large chunk of the memory banks of, like, the Voyager ship. Because, like, he just keeps learning new shit all the time. So, like, got to do something about that eventually. Sometimes he does have to, like, purge memories or, like, experiences or abilities he's developed. So, Neelix. Neelix is a Talaxian. That is a Delta Quadrant native species. And he's like a traitor and is like a helpful guy. He has like a Ocampan girlfriend that her name is Kess. These two like join the crew together because they just like, we want to go on an adventure, let's go. So he joins them. He's like not doing much else. Talaxia, his planet was destroyed some time ago, so he's got like no home planet. So he thought he might as well join. He's the ship's cook and the ambassador and like morale officer. Because he's like a silly, fun guy. He's like the silly guy. A lot of people don't like Neelix. I think he's mostly good.
But you know, to give Neelix his due, the guy really tries to be useful to Voyager. The fact that he stumbles across them and discovers this, like, basically to him, super advanced, powerful ship from across the galaxy is, like, the most interesting thing that's ever happened to him. So he joins up because he really sees this as, like, a future path for him that's of more substance than what he'd been doing, scavenging around and, like, being a trader or whatever. He's legitimately useful with contacts in the Delta Quadrant, so it's not all bad. I've got to say, though, sure, the silliness is one thing, but I have this particular issue with Neelix that I have not heard many other people talk about, and it is that Neelix is both supposed to be the sort of silly, fun, cuddly member who is like not that serious and, you know, makes everybody feel better. He's the morale officer, self-appointed or whatever. But the other thing about Neelix is that he is a traumatized, like, war veteran, you know, PTSD sufferer. His whole planet and his whole family freaking died, and he gets upset about it sometimes. And Neelix sometimes comes across as sort of actually scary, and I do think that that is the performance of the actor that played him, Ethan Phillips. The character kind of rubs you wrong some of the time, and when he's like trying to be nice to kids and then he's suffering PTSD flashbacks, there's a real tonal clash with the guy that, like, in a more serious sci-fi show is sort of appropriate, but in like the cuddly, generally fluffy, more lighthearted atmosphere of Voyager, which already does kind of clash with the premise a little bit. Voyager does have some weird tonal schizophrenia, going from like super dark and edgy to like super lighthearted sometimes, more than the other shows. It does come across as strange and off-putting sometimes. So I don't know if that's why everybody hates him. I feel like people just don't like him being silly and like annoying Tuvok and calling him Mr. Vulcan and all that stuff. Honestly, I find that mostly endearing. But yeah, he's got some weird stuff going on, but he is useful to Voyager, so Neelix, mostly okay. I guess some people also have a problem with the fact that he's dating Kes, who is canonically 3 years old. Uh-oh, watch out, boys. Okay, no, guys, it's chill. Ocampa's only lived for like 9 years at maximum. She's way mature for her age. So, get off my boy Neelix's back, okay? Can we let a Talaxian live?
Kes is an Ocampan, Neelix's girlfriend, and Ocampans only live to 9 years old, and then they die. So, like, she's an adult for her species, and, like, it's gonna take them, like, 70 years to get back home. So, like, what's the deal there? Well, a couple of things happen. The doctor finds some ways to, like, let them live, like, a little bit longer. So that, like, buys her a little bit of time. But Ocampans have, like, latent psychic ability, and she just kind of, like, awakens her psychic ability at one point, freaks the fuck out, and, like, warps out of reality. I think it's because, like, her actress was probably moving on.
So actually, the story's a little bit more unfortunate than that. Turns out that after season 3, the creators of Voyager wanted to stir things up and change the cast, which they thought was getting kind of stale, so they thought that they would cut one of the characters and replace them with a new character, which would turn out to be 7 of 9. A famously attention-grabbing character in many ways. So the character they were originally going to cut was actually Harry Kim. So presumably they were going to kill the character or something. But as funny as it is, apparently the actor, Garrett Wang, was listed in People magazine's 50 most beautiful people in the world in 1997. So for the PR boost of having him around, they decided to keep the character. And so people have wondered, like, why does Ensign Kim never get promoted and stuff? He's always an ensign. What's up with that? Well, it's possible his character was supposed to end, it just didn't. For the record though, Garrett Wang himself, who played Harry, personally disputes this whole being in the 50 most beautiful people list being the reason that Harry was kept, but it kind of sounds like that may have been a factor, it just wasn't the whole reason, and he wasn't like as much on the chopping block as he thought. So it sounds like there's a little bit of a dispute though, and that this might be like a myth that got exaggerated, but like nonetheless, it's a funny story that may have some impact on the truth, so worth noting regardless. Anyway, so because of that, another character they were considering cutting, Kes, got written out instead. So that led to her whole psycho freak out disappear arc. Although apparently Kes's actress, Jennifer Lean, was having like personal problems too, issues with showing up on time and just being reliable when it comes to playing the character of Kes. So all of this made Rick Berman think that maybe Kes is the character we should cut instead. Because of course they also thought her character had kind of reached its end point anyway. I guess having a 9-year lifespan will do that to you. The actress went on to have a bunch of personal struggles that are kind of unfortunate, including arrests in the 2010s for things like indecent exposure and evading arrest, so that's too bad. And she has retired from the public eye, it seems, but that's really neither here nor there. She was in other things after this movie, so things just didn't go great for her long term, but you can't blame Star Trek for that. But before we move on about this whole Harry Kim thing, there's one fascinating detail about his character that some people theorize is why he's stagnant as a character, which is to say, never gets promoted despite 7 years of exemplary service on Voyager. In a season 2 episode called Deadlock, there's a whole time displacement thing where the Voyager itself splits into 2 identical versions of Voyager that are like separated along dimensional lines or whatever. And the Harry Kim from what would go on to be the main Voyager dies tragically in that episode, along with the baby Naomi Wildman, who's like the first baby born on Voyager. And so due to the plotline of the episode, Harry and Naomi from that other timeline come over to the main timeline and take the place of the dead people. And they go on to be the replacement versions of those characters forever. And the funny thing is, it's like never commented on ever again, ever in the series. And this has led people to think that like, is Harry like cursed? Is he like timeline fucked? Is that why he's an ensign forever? Probably not, but it's funny to think about. And sci-fi bros, I'm sure you want to know the details of this. So the timeline splits at that point in time when like some phenomenon happens right then and there, creating the 2 timelines. So the difference between those Harrys and Naomis is like maybe a couple hours worth of experiences. They're still like fundamentally the same person, basically. But yes, Harry and Naomi are alternate timeline versions of themselves. What do you know? Hope things work out well for him. Okay, anyway, back to Kes.
She like comes back later. Kes is like a sweet girl. She's like not particularly interesting. She was like the assistant to the doctor. The doctor clearly had like a crush on her or something. She's fine. She's nice enough. Her psychic powers are like fostered by Tuvok, because Vulcans are also kind of psychic. Yeah, she just freaks the fuck out with her psychic powers one day. She is replaced by 7 of 9. Who is 7 of 9? Played by Jeri Ryan. She's way hot. She's like suspiciously hot. It's really weird. She like stands out like a sore thumb. Extremely sexy lady.
Where'd they find her?
Where'd they find her?
And while 7 of 9's character absolutely allowed them to do more stuff with the Borg, and is another sort of fish out of water Data-esque character that can be all logical and cool and stuff, she was absolutely inserted so that they could have a hot chick on screen. And as a consequence of that, she and Kate Mulgrew did not get along, because Mulgrew did not like how 7 was such a piece of distracting eye candy on the show, especially because she, the first female captain show lead, had been pushing back against her character being over-sexualized, only for the executives to insert 7 afterward. And for the record, Jeri Ryan has said she knew exactly what she was here to do. She was involved in her costuming and was all okay with everything, so based on this difference of views, they did not get along well at first. Now, apparently this did ease up over time, probably along with 7's outfits getting toned down, which they did to a degree, and the 2 made up later on. But yeah, this was a big source of tension at the time, and this blatant fan service design was received as kind of insulting for the relatively intellectually oriented Star Trek crowd, so it's kind of a contentious issue even today looking back at it. And sure, you could say that someone like Counselor Troy dressed similarly to 7, but no disrespect to Marina Sirtis, but she wasn't exactly built like 90s era Jeri Ryan. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cast strays here. I'm just pointing out why people cared about this issue. 7 was noticeably different. And it does kind of pull you out of the story because you can just feel Rick Berman's evil hand at work here. They absolutely did it for the ratings. But the good news is, 7 turns out to be, while somewhat overpowered, still a really great character with plenty of depth, so they made the best of it narratively as well. So there you go.
She is a Borg. She is a Borg that they find, one of the collective, and they pull her out and they remove her from the collective. She's like a super like she's a Borg, so she like knows everything basically. She has like retained all that information. She also has like Borg nanoprobes, which are how like Borgs like change. It's like a nanomachine like changes stuff. They kind of become like the catch-all solution to all problems. Borg nanomachines, like the unique tech that like the Doctor uses with her to like fix things. The Doctor also has like a romance with 7 of 9, or like he wants to. It's never reciprocated and never goes anywhere. But she's kind of like a Vulcan. She has like basically no emotions, whatever. But so she was a human. Annika something, I forget her exact name.
She got Locutus of Borg.
She did. So her parents were like explorers, and like they had found the Borg and like got too close and got assimilated and stuff. And she was like a very young child. Her parents are fucking idiots. They took like a 7-year-old daughter investigating the Borg, and I know they were like, this is our life's work. This is gonna be so good for humanity. We've like figured out how the Borg work. we're bringing our daughter with us because like we want her to be with. Anyway, she got fucking assimilated, as did they. That was too bad. Lost her entire life and childhood and stuff.
Aren't the Borg like evil?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why is she there?
A bunch of Borg like attack them, and they capture all of them, and like they all die except for her, who's like caught somewhere, and they're like, I think we can save her. So she's like the one Borg they have, and they're like, we're gonna try to like remove her from the collective. Because she's human. Oh, it's because she's human is why.
It's because she's so cute.
And she's smoking, so
they basically just keep her there and are like, we're not letting you go back to the collective. You're staying here to try to make you not be evil anymore.
So, yes.
You just catch like a squirrel in the woods and you just kind of want to like keep it as a pet for a while.
That sounds like a huge liability though. Like
at times it
absolutely is. Communicate with
she also becomes
the
like kind of by far like the most powerful member of the crew, which is very useful in various circumstances. But so this is the whole debate. This is the whole debate about her. So at the beginning, Janeway is like, look, she's human. That's one of us. Literally our species. I am making an executive decision to pull her from the collective, and this is on me. I don't care what she wants. She's coming with us. She's human. We're taking her back home. She was assimilated forcefully. We're going to recover
We're taking her back forcefully.
We're taking her back. Because she obviously freaks out when she leaves the collective, as every Borg does. However, she comes to like appreciate what the captain is doing, what Janeway's doing, and is like, you know, I will like explore I was human. I will like the voices are like fading a little bit. She spent like most of her life as a Borg, but I will make an attempt to, you know, be human. And this is like her struggle to like be human or, you know, rationalize. Like she was raised Borg effectively, and she like kind of likes the Borg. She's like, the Borg have some smart ways of doing things. Assimilation makes a lot of sense. And this is where sort of like Borg, it's not like they get redeemed or anything, but there's a lot of like, the Borg are just another species, and this is just what they do. And like, you could like judge them or not judge them, but like, you know.
It's their culture.
It's their culture.
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't be my move, but it's their move. Yep, that's pretty much what happens.
Different strokes for different folks.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
In TNG and in Voyager, they're given opportunities to like poison and like genocide the Borg, and they don't take that opportunity, despite them being by far the biggest threat in the entire galaxy. So yeah, that's it. So they're like, oh, we can't kill species now. We gotta let them live. We can't do it. Okay, that's fine. So there's like the whole bill. They're heading home. They're heading home. They try to discover technology that'll let them move faster. Sometimes they discover like a species that has like a jump port that'll let them move like extra, like 10,000 light years. It's great.
They've heard of the Borg before, but they don't know they're about to pass through Borg territory.
Correct. Okay. That's correct. So they encounter the Kazon, which are just like a bunch of warring tribes. They encounter the Vidians, which are these fucked up like medical monsters that like they have like a disease in like their entire species, so they like harvest organs from like random aliens traveling nearby to like supplement their own decaying bodies. Those guys are real fucked up. There's some real good body horror episodes with them. There's the Borg, of course. There's a species 8472. These are interdimensional aliens that break into reality from another dimension called fluidic space. And in fluidic space, there's fluid everywhere. It's not an empty space like ours. It's fluid. The whole space is fluid. They're so different that the Borg can't assimilate them, so they're like really good at killing the Borg. So this is like, they actually have, the Borg like are getting fucked up by him at some point. So you can team up with the Borg about that, but yeah, like two enemies of the same guy. Yeah.
That's a perfect transition point. I must leave.
You gotta transition out of here. All right.
All right, guys.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Donnie.
Glad you could be here, man.
It was nice meeting you.
Great. Glad you came.
Ben, nice to see you again.
Yeah, nice seeing you, man. Glad you were here.
No problem, man. How you doing? Thanks for coming.
All right, stay safe, guys.
You too, dude.
All right, troops.
We lost another one, Captain.
We lost another one. They're dropping like flies. Who's going to graduate from this class? Few can handle the advanced, well, it's actually basic Star Trek, but it's still an advanced class. All right. Make it so. We are all going to space for the betterment of the human race. Yes, good, okay.
This is like quartet.
Trio.
Oh,
Duo.
yes.
Solo. That's right. That's true. Okay, Fluidic space is funny. Okay, 7 years journey. Good luck, Janeway. We wish you the best of luck. She finds various tricks and stuff to make advancements. Okay, great. Good job.
She hits the NOS, she makes it back.
She hits the NOS, baby, right on time. All right, let's talk Enterprise.
It's been a long road, getting from there to here.
This is the last show of the one that I care about, basically.
Can we sing the song again?
Let's sing it again. Okay, make it so.
No, the Enterprise song. I want the Enterprise song.
Oh, it's been a long time getting from there to here.
Executive producer Rick Berman.
Thank you, Rick Berman. Thank you.
For giving me another 30 minutes.
We appreciate that. Okay. Enterprise, 2001 to 2005. This is after, so Star Trek was dead for like a brief moment there. There's no Star Trek coming out, but now we got Enterprise. It's Star Trek Enterprise. They were doing this like cutesy thing where they were like just calling it Enterprise.
Oh,
they were
nice
like,
try.
They were kind of cagey about like, is it like a Star Trek show? I don't know why they were doing any of that. Like, it just clearly is a Star Trek show.
Right.
I see that the fourth movie was the last thing that came. The fourth movie came out after the end of Voyager.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
That's what it
right.
says.
You're right. You're absolutely correct.
Voyager started Enterprise.
Right after the beginning. That's true. Okay, so there was some overlap there. Okay, cool. All right, so what is Enterprise about? You know, I only recently watched Enterprise, but like some people seem to dislike it. I quite like Enterprise. I don't know what all the fucking fuss is about and why people are bitching and moaning. Like, sure, it's got some like, some like the Voyager-y episodes here and there, but like every show has like some shitty episodes. Here's the premise, okay? It's a prequel. It is a prequel. It's the earliest in the timeline, and it's this. So they have just created at Starfleet. So the Federation does not exist yet, but Starfleet does. So there's United Earth and Starfleet is there. So we know it's like 10 years or something in between those two, something like that. And so they have just created the first Warp 5 capable ship. Because we know, okay, Warp 1 is going the speed of light. And then there's like some kind of algorithmic curve. 10 is like infinite velocity or something. Warp 5, that's really fast. So for the first time, they can like go far and do stuff. Like there's like freighters around there that'll travel like Warp 1 or like Warp 2, but that's like really slow compared to what Warp 5 lets you do. So this is humanity's first ability to go stretch its limbs out because, remember, humans made first contact with the Vulcans, right? That was about 100 years ago before the year, when does it take place?
The 22nd century, starting right around the year 2151, about 100 years after first contact in 2063. Mark your calendars, boys.
It's like 100 years before Kirk and the gang. All right, but here's the point. So the Vulcans have been kind of stingy with humanity and giving them like warp technology and stuff because they also like don't want to like just give them all the tools and let humanity run crazy.
Why can't humanity just pull themselves up from their bootstraps? They made the warp drive. This
is like the main drama in the story because there's not that many aliens that they've encountered just yet. The main drama is between humans and their like effective benefactors, the Vulcans, that they're kind of annoyed about. So
Jonathan Archer
is the captain of the Enterprise, of the NX-01. So, there were all these Enterprises. Well, I should have I got to add it right now.
Yes.
Hang on. The NX-01. Oh.
The Nintendo NX. We have to add that.
NX-01. All right, there you go. So I forgot the one from Enterprise. There it is. It's kind of a different ship. It's just slower. Come on, goddamn it. And smaller. There you go. And yes, so it's a Warp 5 capable ship. So Captain Jonathan Archer, okay, that's the captain. So his dad is Henry Archer. Henry Archer is the creator of the Warp 5 engine. So this guy's the captain, his dad made the engine. He like devoted his life to it, and it clearly like kind of consumed him and killed him or something in some, emotionally kind of way. And so they're resentful of the Vulcans for this. They're like, if you just like given us the shit, we wouldn't have to like fuck around and be like so slow. This is the period in time when humanity is finally breaking away from like its benefactors, its like parent, which has effectively been the Vulcans for the last 100 years, and like coming into their own as like a species and like a force to be reckoned with out in the world. That's like what's happening in Enterprise. With the Enterprise, the NX-01, they're gonna like go out and like make their own connections with aliens, not rely on the Vulcans to do it for them. This is the point. All right. So So our captain is Jonathan Archers with Porthos the Beagle, his friendly dog companion.
He's got a dog?
He's got a dog. He's a beagle. He's a sweet young boy. Porthos is one of the three musketeers. I think he's like the jovial one. Porthos is Kino. Yeah, he's great. Love Porthos. Okay, there's his second in command is a Vulcan. Oh, we hate the Vulcans so much. The knife ears, goddamn them. But this one's
We're disappointed in the Vulcans. I don't know if I hate them.
But this is one of the good ones. This is Sub Commander T'Pol, his Vulcan science officer. So she is not a Starfleet officer the way he is. She works under the Vulcan High Command, which is like Vulcan's, ruling body or whatever. But she's like on lease from them basically to like keep an eye on them and make sure they're doing okay. And he like tolerates her, but they, surprise, they like become friends and like grow together. Cool. Commander Charles Tucker III, my man, aka Trip. Because he's the third. That's a triple.
Trip the Hedgehog.
We call him Trip. Love Trip. Okay, Trip is based. He's like a Florida man that grew up in Mississippi. So he's a good old boy. And he is the chief engineer, and he's really smart, and he's good at stuff. And he's kind of like the main action guy that like does all the stuff. He's like the rough and tumble guy. Trip's awesome. Okay, we love Trip. Okay. Lieutenant Malcolm Reed. By the way, these are like all humans except for T'Pol. She's like, because again, early days, not a lot of aliens, on Earth yet. There's one other non-human, I'll tell you in a sec. Okay, Lieutenant Malcolm Reed, armory officer. He's like a Navy man. Like his dad was like literally in the Earth Navy. So he's like very strict, kind of. He's like a kind of a hard-ass guy. And so him and the easygoing Trip butt heads, but they eventually become friends. Wow, shocker. It's great. It's Kino. Love them.
Ensign
Hoshi Sato. Now there's a Japanese name if there ever was one.
Took them 40 years.
But they figured it out. At this point, they figured out that Asian countries are different. And like, okay, she's Japanese. We got her a Japanese name. Played by a Korean, though. So like, we're like so close. We're so damn close. The Asian curse continues in Star Trek.
Just make her Korean.
And she is the communications officer. And she's like a super genius that can like learn languages like insanely fast. So that's what she's the Uhura of the crew, basically. Oh, because they do have a universal translator. Remember, this is like 100 years before. This is 100 years after the Vulcans got there, 100 years before Kirk. The universal translator is not perfect yet. So
it's in beta.
It's in the beta. It's in the beta quadrant. A bunch of beta bucks paid for it. It is imperfect, so they still need her quite a bit. She's essentially the operation. There is Ensign Travis Mayweather. He's the helmsman. His little quirk is he was born on a transport. His parents run like a freighter that uses like old warp technology. So he's like a boomer, as in a child born in space. So okay, that's him. He's a good helmsman. Some helmsmen, some you can rely on occasionally. Not all helmsmen, I guess.
Yeah.
He's actually one of the more boring characters, but whatever. He's fine. And Phlox. Phlox is not human. He's the other non-human. He's a Denobulan, and he is the chief medical officer. He's like a doctor from another species that was like, I think it would be interesting to like work on human medicine out in the frontier. And we have like a relationship with the humans. We're one of the ones they know, so I'm going to do that.
Does he look like a freak or a guy?
He's pretty freaky looking. He actually has a lot of similarities with Neelix, the silly guy that people don't really like from Voyager. He's probably like more likable than Neelix, who looks like very stupid. This guy only looks like a bit stupid.
I can handle a bit.
He's all right. He's a great doctor, obviously. It goes without saying, every like Starfleet officer, one of these guys, insanely competent at their jobs, and it's awesome, and you love to see it. Okay, so this show is like actually good. Okay, make no bones about it. Enterprise is a good show. I was delighted to watch it. It was really good.
And on that note, no discussion of Enterprise is complete without discussing the most fascinating choice of the entire show, which is the decontamination gel scenes. So apparently the network of the day, UPN, the Paramount network that existed then, wanted the show to be sexier. So they made the following editorial choice. Now, later in the Trek timeline, transporters are a very commonly used technology on board the starship, and when someone comes and goes from an alien world, the transporters automatically filter out any parasites or viruses or anything like that, working as a filtration system for the, what would imagine the naturally occurring different viruses and bad things that might exist focused on alien worlds so they don't infect the rest of the crew. Enterprise does not have this technology yet. It hasn't been invented, and transporters barely work at all. So, since the crew has to physically come and go on shuttle pods and stuff from the main Enterprise ship, they have a different approach to getting rid of all those parasites and stuff. And what it is Decontamination Gel, which our sexy, nubile young crew must rub all over each other's bodies. And they have to do this while trapped together in the decontamination chamber, with their other sexy co-hosts, bumping around and touching each other and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Mainly so as you can see T'Pol, who's a really hot actress lady who's playing her, with Trip, who's the sexy young man, be all rubbing up on each other and, generating sexual chemistry and shit. Yeah, if you thought 7 of 9 was bad, this is next level retarded writing bullshit. Surely they should just be able to use the chamber and scan themselves. Whatever, you can come up with any bullshit science you want. They just wanted them to be rubbing and putting their hands all over each other in a plot narrative necessary way. This is what our boys Rick Berman and that sneaky old Brandon Braga came up with. It's one of the worst writing decisions in the entire show. It stops the narrative like a truck to a brick wall when you're watching it and you're like, what are we doing here? What is happening in these scenes? And we have to endure it all the time. And by the way, that's just one of the many contrived plot points used to get the characters naked and rubbing each other. There's lots of excuses they come up with. So you see this a lot in many different ways. There was a clear concerted effort to make this show sexier, and this was the result. So that's one of the more questionable choices about Enterprise. Not a fan, and now you know about it.
Another group, so there's the Andorians. The Andorians are the blue-stalked, blue-faced guys. For all of Star Trek, they got no spotlight whatsoever. They actually get fleshed out here a bit in the past, because we know that they were a founding member of the Federation. This is sort of like where they make their friends with the Federation. And our boy, Jonathan Archer, Captain, he gets it done. So that's pretty cool. And there's, got to give a shout out again to, what was the name of the guy that plays Wayoon from Reanimator? Remember
Jeffrey Combs.
Jeffrey Combs.
Jeffrey Combs.
There it is. Jeffrey Combs does it again. Damn, that's pretty convenient.
It was pretty convenient, wasn't it?
Jesus Christ, the writing in this thing.
I know. What will they think of next?
Jeffrey Combs plays, what was it, Phlox? No, that's not Phlox. What am I saying? His name is Commander Shran. Commander Shran. He's a commander of the Imperial Guard of the Andorians, and he's a tough guy, commander who has back and forth with the Vulcans. But get this, okay, fuck Vulcans, okay? Can we all just acknowledge fuck Vulcans? And here's why. And this Andorian guy is so true, bro, so true. The Andorians hate the Vulcans. They've had a long history of conflict. And here's what happens. There's a Vulcan monastery where monks go and pray and stuff. And it's a holy site.
The logical race, by the way.
That's what they're always praying.
Pray is the wrong word. Right, meditate is the better
Philosophizing.
word. I use the wrong word.
I'm meditating in my robes with my incense to my
God. Right. To my God, logic. Okay, so...
my biracial God.
Indeed. This is a holy, it's a philosophical site for the Vulcans that they love so much. They go and they meditate and stuff. But the Andorians are y'all are keeping fucking military equipment here and shit. And they're we're literally monks. What do you want from us? So the Andorians are insane, right? The episode continues. Commander Shran is I know that there's shit here. Guess what? Turns out the Vulcans were actually spying on the Andorians. Oh. It's revealed they actually are a bunch of fucking assholes that are kind of violating this treaty that they have with them.
Kind of messed up.
And not cool. So Commander Shran was totally right, and the Vulcans were doing something bad. And pretty embarrassing for them. So fuck Vulcans, okay? They're cringe. In this show, they're cringe. And
frick Vulcans. I'll give it a frick.
They're overly protective, mommying humanity, and they should frick off immediately. Okay, season 1 or 2, not bad, pretty good of Enterprise. Season 3 is what everybody loves. Season 3 is kind of its own contained story in a little pocket universe. Did I write down anything about this shit? It doesn't matter. It's its own little contained universe. They're fighting this thing called the Temporal Cold War, which is really stupid, and I don't like the name of it at all. But the point is that some agent from the future is sending information back to some of the enemies of the Federation, or not the Federation, but of humanity. The Federation doesn't exist yet. And they are like manipulating the timeline, and time traveling stuff happens, and it's little silly, but overall, a threat is being amassed, and Captain Jonathan Archer has to do something about it that involves traveling to this place called The Expanse. Now, there is a sci-fi show called The Expanse. This is not that. This is just a place. I think this came out before that show. I'm not sure. And there's a whole secret adventure that they have in The Expanse. That's season 3. And I'll just leave it at, it's a very excellent story. I really enjoyed the little contained like war story that goes on there. Yeah, it's good. Everybody loves it. I love it too.
I actually do want to add a couple of extra details to the events of Season 3 and the temporal Cold War stuff. So let me just elaborate on some of the things that happen here. So the very end of Season 2, the last episode, which sets up Season 3, a alien probe attacks Earth, blasting a gigantic laser beam all the way from Florida down to Venezuela. And 7 million people on Earth all die, including Trip's sister. Oh my god, holy shit. Okay, this was sent by an alien group called the Xindi, and this puts humanity, Earth, on a complete war footing toward these guys. Something has to be done. And things begin to get seriously darker during this time, and Captain Archer himself kind of has to deal with some of this darker reality of wartime stuff. Like, how far should he go to protect Earth? What's worth losing? Who's right and who's really wrong given the circumstances? It's definitely some DS9 type stuff going on here. And so it almost goes without saying, but it's definitely the case that this whole Xindi attack on Earth was clearly inspired by 9/11. And the ensuing darkness of the arc that comes after that at the end of Season 2 into Season 3 is right in line with these sort of outward existential threats that people in America were concerned about at the time. Now, for the record, that was really only for one season, and then they got back to the more upbeat tone in Season 4, so even the post-9/11 show itself was able to be upbeat after a while, so maybe we can learn something from that. But regardless, within Season 3, as part of this like attitude change, they were called back to Earth to have some actual military guys join them on the ship. Some guys from a group called MACO, the Military Assault Command Operations, which are part of United Earth's actual military, which remember is like distinct from Starfleet, which is sort of a separate just spacefaring, exploring organization. That military would later be disbanded and like Starfleet absorbs everything, but that hasn't happened yet. And they go to the Delphic Expanse, aka the Expanse, and that's where they go to confront the Xindi and do something about them. So the Xindi are part of this temporal Cold War thing because one of the agents in the future has told the Xindi that 400 years in the future, the Xindi will be destroyed by humanity. So they need to do a preemptive strike right now out of nowhere. Now, as you might expect, the Xindi are in fact being used by these like future people to sort of prepare the universe for like them to take over and to win the temporal Cold War and be the dominant race, survive, etc., etc. And so Archer has to deal with the whole tangled web and narrative to figure out who are the good guys, who are the bad guys, and what's to be done properly. There's a mysterious future man who talks to Archer and gives him advice sometimes. Sometimes he's an antagonist. There's a lot of mystery even to this day about exactly who this guy is. And other humans help Archer now and then in the temporal Cold War to protect humanity. But anyway, that's the whole conflict, and they go to the Expanse and they fight and they figure stuff out, and it's a great narrative, darker tone, and everybody loves it. Interesting note on this, producer Brandon Braga just tweeted years ago that Future Guy was going to be revealed to be Archer, but a lot of people doubt that that was like actually set in stone, and it seems like it was more of a mystery box thing, and it certainly is not canon. So that's not actually what has been proven to be true, that's just what Brandon's saying, and that's definitely like a questionable choice if true, because the whole deal with Archer is that he is sort of the guy that eventually builds to the founding of the Federation. That's kind of the point of all of Enterprise. There was even this rumor circulating about a show called Star Trek United, about a show about Archer going on to become president of the Federation, but it hasn't amounted to anything, just circulating the rumor mill. And Future Guy was actively working against the Federation being founded, it seemed, like a lot of the time. So the theoretical idea was that it's Archer trying to correct the timeline and undo some terrible thing that happened in the future or whatever. Anyway, definitely not canon, so go ahead and make up whatever theories you still want. Oh, and last thing on this, there's this ongoing thing where Vulcans, like T'Pol, don't believe in time travel because, like, it hasn't yet been proven to exist, I guess, in the universe. Later on in Star Trek, time travel is just seen as, like, a totally normal, a temporal anomaly happened, we're going back in time, etc. But, like, that hasn't been proven yet, so the Vulcans are always like, it's just not real, Captain. I know that you have, like, all this proof and you met a guy from the future, but, like, there's gotta be another explanation. Very funny stuff. Vulcans, shut up, please.
But forget that for a second. What's far more important, okay, season 4, people say like, we were getting into classic Trek, it was good. Enterprise was tragically canceled after 4 seasons. It didn't get to go more. 4 seasons is pretty good, but like this all had 7. It like the ratings weren't good enough, it got canceled, it was sad. They attempted to bring it back just like they did with the original Star Trek. It didn't work. Very sad. But we have to discuss just the ending episode. So the ending episode is called These Are the Voyages. And what happens in that is, it's barely even, everyone hates the finale of Enterprise, the last episode, and here's why. So for one, it's barely even an Enterprise episode. So I listed the crew, this is our family. We're watching Enterprise.
Family.
We love it's about family. We love them. We want to see we care about them. The framing of the final episode, for reasons that I do sort of understand, is it's from the next generation time period, which is 200 years in the future. It is a video recording or a video record looking back in time, like a recollection of the events that happened. So the other thing about the ending is this time frame that's being depicted is 6 years in the future from when we last left our characters in season 4 to the time when the Federation is being founded, effectively.
So 6 years.
So it's 6 years forward from that forward. Yeah, give or take, like that. But this episode is really takes focus away from our crew and puts it on Riker and Troy from TNG for some reason.
Oh,
very unclear why anyone thought that was a good idea. It's a very strange thing to do.
They're still alive?
No. Yeah.
Wait, so this was done before the events of the Next Generation?
So all of Enterprise takes place 200 years before TNG. This episode takes place from the perspective of the time frame when TNG takes place 200 years in the future as a recollection back to the events of the founding of the Federation, which would have been 6 years after when we last left our heroes in the Enterprise timeline.
Yeah. They're watching the actual finale of Enterprise we would have gotten if it went going.
Sort of, yes. Problems. Lots of problems with this episode.
Here's one. It's really goddamn annoying that we cut away. We sort of do the setup to and here goes Captain Archer. He's tapped for Admiral, guys. He's going places. He's going to give the commencement speech for the Federation. And then we cut away to goddamn Commander Riker. And then to some chopped together bits from TNG and the original series with Kirk and Archer saying, these are the voyages, blah, blah, blah. It's just not the satisfying thing you want to see as we officially found the Federation, a real missed opportunity. And I guess I'll say that, yes, it leaves your imagination to fill in what he said and to make up something, because maybe it's the idea is that, whatever he said wasn't going to be good enough, but, no, that's bullshit. Just write a good speech. Everyone likes the speeches that the Starfleet captains give, so fuck off, do it better. Yeah, and we cut away from that to get back to the really important part of this episode, Riker's moral dilemma that Archer's story is being used to add flavor to. Apparently it ties into that one episode of TNG where Riker's having this moral dilemma about whether or not he should tell Picard about a cloaking device that his old ship, the Pegasus, used, and that he was sworn to secrecy on. It's from the episode The Pegasus in season 7, but why in God's name would you make this episode about Riker's conundrum from 10 years ago in a different episode? As a little bit of flavor to the episode, that's fine, but man, what a strange choice. Ripping the focus completely from the crew that we have grown to love. Also, Riker is much older and fatter in this episode, so it doesn't look right either.
You got fat.
Love you, buddy, but you fucked up my episode, so you get what you deserve. I will mention one thing that actually was good about this episode, that actually was clever. So in Enterprise, on the ship, there was a character named Chef who was the cook who prepared the food for the whole crew. Because you see, in the 22nd century, with the level of technology they had, they did not yet have replicators, so they needed somebody to actually cook all the food, and that dude was Chef. He'd been referenced a bunch of times, he was generally liked, he appeared like one time but his face was cut off, so he was like a mysterious background character. I think they might have had intentions to like do something with the character at some point, but at a certain point they just decided to keep him a mystery character, and then the show ended. So in that final episode, what they do, and this was quite clever, is they have Riker actually play the role of Chef on the Enterprise. It allows him to like talk to these characters that were long dead 200 years ago by the time he lived, and he sort of embodies this role of this character that had been mentioned all along and now gets to be sort of intermingled into their stories in like a more deep way, making him more of a fleshed out character. So that was really clever and very well done. Immediate problem though is that, like purist ass that I am, I don't really like that we're sort of characterizing this character with Rikerisms. Like, so is Chef actually like Riker, saying all these things that Riker's saying as he's interacting with this like holographic recreation, or was he totally different with all different personalities and stuff? Again, just based on the way that the episode is structured, with all of the information being like not exactly right, none of it is like actually authentic. Is any of this actually indicative of Chef's like actual character, or is this all being made up just for Riker's hologram? Like, are these the actual nature of his relationships with these characters or not? We just don't know. It is not clarified. And so while on the one hand, we're sort of being given a tongue-in-cheek answer, quote-unquote, to the mystery of, like, who is Chef, it's actually not at all true and might be coloring him in an incorrect way. I would say it is certainly not certifiable, honest-to-goodness canon, anything that we learn about Chef in this episode. So it's sort of a complicated issue there, but I will give them credit. That was clever. Nicely done with the whole Chef stuff, Riker.
So for one, the hologram technology that is being used for this episode literally did not exist when we saw that. They did not have holographic. I guess they could have acquired it in like the 6 years between when we saw them, but like they didn't have that. So like it kind of seems like they're making this shit all up. Like this is not a reliable record. And this has led to many conspiracy theories about this episode. And that like it all could be fake or like shown wrong, and I will describe the key one here. Okay, I want to do this in the proper order. So it sucks and everybody hates the ending because in this episode, unceremoniously, they kill our boy Trip. The triple threat is like killed in like the most bullshit way. He's like basically the best character of the show, and everyone's like, why? In the literal last episode, you cut to the, why would you kill Trip in this episode? There was like nothing to be gained other than making us sad. This is bullshit. Why would you do that?
This franchise is really good at killing their best characters.
Sometimes, yes. That's very true. However, I, and perhaps others, but especially me, have uncovered a web of conspiracy. I think there is something deeper going on with this, distinctly possible. Let me walk you through it real quick. Okay. I think Trip is not dead. And here's why. Okay. So, Trip is like hurt in like a scuffle with some aliens. It's bullshit, but yes, he got hurt or whatever. So he's put into like a chamber where they're gonna like heal him in the medical bay of the Enterprise as it's like off to be decommissioned, the NX-01. Okay, so earlier in this very episode, and the Andorian Commander Shran, who we talked about before, played by Jeffrey Combs, he appears, in that episode, which takes place 6 years after we would have like last seen him, or the year when we would have last seen him. And he's like, basically like, they're like, oh my God, Shran, you're alive? We were told you were dead. He's like, tales of my death were greatly exaggerated, or a similar line to that. Okay, we're planting seeds. Interesting. Okay, when Trip is put into the tube to like, they're not even like, oh my God, he's dying right now. They're like, he's hurt. We have to put him into like the protective tube to like heal him properly. As he goes into the tube, he gives Archer, and like effectively the camera, a wink. The last thing the Trip does on camera is wink at the camera. Interesting. Okay. We never see Trip die. They just tell us later that he's dead. They don't even show us his death. Like, they're like putting him into the tube to like heal him and stuff. And then like in another scene, like, oh, by the way, he's dead.
They put him in the dying tube.
What?
Instead.
They put him in the wrong tube. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So basically what I think is this is all a bunch of bullshit. I think that this is like a record of the past. They didn't even have hologram technology at the time. And this is the recorded events that were there, that they're like making a facsimile of what the events would have been in that episode, or in this incident, in this like very famous time when they were founding the Federation. But actually, Trip did not die. And to that point, there is in fact a book. It's memory beta, but there is a book.
Actually, a number of books.
Where not only does Trip live, okay? It's called
The Good That Men Do, and it completely retcons away the entire death of Trip, saying it was bullshit. Releasing in 2007, 2 years after the show ended, so they really got to work right away sweeping up that mess.
Just like with Shatner, like, that's not what happened. We're fixing the error. That was stupid. He's actually alive.
Beta timeline to the rescue.
Beta timeline does it again, and they reveal all these like Rube Goldberg conspiracies that were going on. So like, you don't have to use memory beta to make this argument, but it adds to the, to the credence, the credence, the credibility of Trip being alive. My boy Trip.
And here's how they pulled it all off. So the book is framed with Jake and Nog from DS9 looking into some declassified files and doing a little investigating into Trip's death, noticing that there's like some timeline mistakes that don't work. And they continue to do research onto how bullshit this incident seems. So true, bros, so true. This is absolutely a wink and a nod to how everyone finds this episode so very unsatisfying and bizarre. There's a bunch of things like that, catty little digs toward that final episode. It's hilarious. But right from the start of the book, it's revealed that Trip faked his own death. I knew that wink was suspicious, damn it. He did go into the tube, but those were fake wounds all for a cover story because he had been recruited by Section 31, the shadowy covert ops group that we saw in DS9 trying to recruit Julian. And they want him to infiltrate the Romulan Star Empire to sabotage their Warp 7 drive research to avoid war or something. Yeah, I guess they knew that he, the greatest Florida man of all time, was the only man that could handle the job. So he would go on to get surgery to look different, take on different identities, the whole 9 yards. But he was very much alive, yes, so canon and so true. Trip would go on to live his whole life under this veil of secrecy. There's a whole bunch of books here that cover his adventures, but he would occasionally reunite with Archer and T'Pol, and even have a family with her, with children under a new identity. But the fact that it's Trip alive here was kept a secret until this 250 years later when the files were declassified and Jake and Nog start looking into it. He was a hero that defended the Federation all along. That's my commander. And for the record, I tried to look up if there was any reason to think that the writers intentionally made that episode so weird and vague to like set up these books, but I couldn't find any evidence of that. Quite to the contrary. Trip was intended to be dead, it seems. But I'm just gonna go ahead and throw Berman and Braga a bone and pretend that it was done on purpose. Bravo, gentlemen. I mean, really, that final episode is so strange, so vague and unsatisfying. Yeah, it's just crazy. The show was canceled, and I'm sure they wanted to do more potentially, so maybe this is like a cobbled together idea that just like ended up not working. But as it was released, it's just begging for something like this book to come along and explain away why it sucked so bad. It actually didn't suck at all. It was genius, and Trip is a god.
Not only did Trip survive, not only did Trip survive in this book,
but we are shown in a subsequent book, Last Full Measure.
He lived to the age of 120 and had the greatest honor of a lifetime.
He, visiting the war memorial for the tragic Xindi attack that killed his baby sister Lizzie and 7 million others, enduring a life of trauma and service to his fellow man, receives his eternal reward, and
met Captain James T. Kirk.
Yay!
And at the greatest reward any Starfleet man could ever hope for, or any man, period.
You son of a bitch.
Now, Kirk was not yet a legendary captain, but was like a 6-year-old boy or something. But his whole family was there, his brother, his parents, and Trip got to soak in that sweet Kirky goodness. God, I wish that were me.
So, I think this is what actually happened with our boy Trip. Okay, that's the end of all our talk about the TNG era. Thank you, Rick Berman. Appreciate that, buddy.
Thanks, Rick Berman.
We've got 2 sections to go, and we're basically done.
Looks like we have 31 sections, actually.
That's so true. That's so true. Okay, the speed run section of New Trek is just to say this.
Now that we're in the dedicated New Trek section of the video, I would like to sort of further define the particular problem with New Trek as I see it. I think the core issue at the root of it all is a loss of confidence in itself, in Starfleet as representatives of mankind, and in mankind at large and its own ability to see a better tomorrow. Does this apply for every show and every single story they tell? No, I'm sure that's not the case, but it's an increasingly prevalent issue, standing in stark contrast to the classic era of Trek. And yeah, one of the reasons for that may be that in the era we live in, people are just more scared about the future and don't look to it as optimistically as they used to. The post-9/11 millennial nihilism is definitely a real factor here. But regardless, this is one reason that shows like Discovery and Picard are such a bummer a lot of the time, but it manifests in other ways too. Like, for example, disrespect for organization, discipline, and chain of command, along with general adherence to rigid military standards. Starfleet officers are supposed to be the best of the best, after all. So on the one hand, there's shows like those that take things deathly seriously and everything's fucked up. But on the other side of that coin, there's not taking things seriously enough in the context of Star Trek, which often has life or death stakes. And one of the ways this manifests is in the quippy Marvel dialogue, what I call millennial writing. Thank you, Joss Whedon, you ruined media forever. In earlier Trek shows, something like excessively fraternizing with the men is not something a captain would do, because it undermines the hierarchy they are expected to operate under. Or even something like being rude to the captain of the ship, or just someone of significantly higher rank, would be absolutely inconceivable for your average crewman, and they would never do it. And if they did do it, they'd be extremely apologetic about it. Basically, they would take it seriously, because they take the rank seriously, all by virtue of taking Starfleet seriously. Let me show you one of my favorite examples of this in practice from the entire show, between two people that are actually friends, but still take this stuff seriously. It's a little long, but I don't want to cut too much because I want you to see the back and forth of this exchange. So take a look.
Lieutenant, I am dissatisfied with your performance as first officer.
May I ask in what way?
You continually question my orders in front of the crew. I do not believe this is appropriate behavior.
With all due respect, sir, I have always felt free to voice my opinions, even when they differ from those of Captain Picard or Commander Riker.
That is true. But in those situations, you are acting as head of security, not as first officer. The primary role of the second in command is to carry out the decisions of the captain. In this case, me.
I would prefer to remain at my current post.
Then I expect you to conform to the guidelines I have laid out.
Aye, sir.
I am sorry if I have ended our friendship.
Sir, it is I who has jeopardized our friendship, not you. If you will overlook this incident, I would like to continue to consider you my friend.
I would like that as well.
Thank you, sir.
That right there is the competency porn that Star Trek is famous for being. In New Trek, we get scenes like this.
Ideas, not you. Fair?
Can you please tell Captain Pike that the Orions want to trade? They see it as a sign of respect.
You know I can hear you. I'm standing right here.
Sorry, I thought the span of the room would,
Captain, it appears they are scanning our cargo hold.
Millennial writing, man, I cannot handle it. People did not used to act like this on Star Trek. It just does not feel like Star Trek should feel. And this is what I mean when I say that it is a vibe issue primarily. No one did anything court-martialable in that clip, but still, think about it like this. It's like you're in a courtroom and you're joking around in front of the judge, not taking anything seriously. Those people have real legal power over you and can, like, throw you in the brig, court-martial you, and fuck your shit up in a billion ways because they have real, serious power over you. Power they have been granted by the institutions. But it is all too frequently made a mockery of. And yes, you can say all day long, okay, this is a new direction for Star Trek, we're lighthearted, we're having fun with it. That would work, except for the decades of Star Trek content that we have to compare to that we liked better. And no one will ever convince me it's not possible to make more like it. It is merely a question of will. And frankly, it comes across as this aversion to the concept of power, like putting someone in charge of a starship and giving them power over everybody is obviously going to end terrible because power is evil all the time. Even though, of course, we know that there are people that are trustworthy and will make good decisions, like our boys Kirk, Picard, and the gang. Believe it or not, military discipline, like we see in Starfleet members, is not pointless. And if you got a problem with that, don't take it up with me, take it up with World War II hero veteran and LAPD patrol officer, Gene Roddenberry. But in the same way that some of the shows are like, Starfleet's like actually a bad organization because humans are so fucked up and terrible.
The Federation does not get to decide if a species lives or dies.
Yes, we do. We absolutely do.
This other way of doing things is like, hey man, like rank doesn't matter, organization doesn't matter, chain of command doesn't matter, like we're all just humans vibing out here, man, what does it even matter? Meanwhile, classic Trek would say it matters very much. Organization matters, leadership matters, doing what you're told matters. Captains are not there for no reason. They are competent people keeping you alive in space. And they're entrusted with burdens that the lower level people do not have to think about. And that shit matters. And respect for that, the institution of Starfleet itself, etc., is all of what shapes the seriousness of this reality. And yes, I grant you that Starfleet has always sort of had this admiral problem, where Starfleet admirals are often used as antagonists to our captains, intervening to do morally dubious things. But they are usually trying to do some greater good at least. The needs of the many outweigh the few, right? And the self-correcting mechanism of Starfleet as a whole, usually through our heroes, acts as a check on that. So really, it's about the scale of the issue, and if that corrupting attitude starts to define the institution. So while there's endless discourse about what's the real problem with New Trek, is it too serious? Is it not serious enough? The answer is actually both. You don't need to be deadly serious all the time. Classic Trek obviously was not that way. But you also don't want to excessively undercut the seriousness. And going in either direction too far is actually what a lot of people have criticized about Star Trek throughout the ages. Voyager comes to mind with some of the more silly, ridiculous episodes. Plus, there's the whole issue of how the old shows were written more like stage plays, while the new shows clearly feel the need to cater to modern audiences with the need for fancy graphics all the time. This absolutely affects the way the show was written and produced, a lot less of the yapping that we loved, and a lot more of the fancy visuals that do nothing for the story. So that is absolutely part of the issue here. But if the fundamental vision was good, a lot of that could be just fine. So once again, it comes down to just drifting away from the original concept of the show. It's about hitting a balance and finding the right vibe. That is what it all comes down to. And while people can endlessly debate about like, these little details matter, these ones matter more, people will never see exactly eye to eye on that. You know it when you see it if you're an old school Trekkie. And I have not encountered a Star Trek show that has done that since Enterprise. This endless nihilistic vibe that either everything is deathly serious and we're all gonna die, or everything's a big joke and nothing matters, are both just two nihilistic attitudes that a lot of people, including myself, are pretty damn sick of. And a lot of what gave classic Trek so much charm was that sincerity inherent to the stories and the belief that life can be good for all of us. There are role models we can aspire to, there are places no man has gone before that we can go to, and ultimately you have to have that element front and center to feel like authentic Star Trek. So there you go, I've cracked the case of what's wrong with New Trek. The Patreon link is down below to show your appreciation for my genius.
So, the series ended here, Enterprise in 2005, and then the Kelvin timeline began in 2009. These are the J.J. Abrams and Alex Kurtzman movies. He made 3 movies that were like blockbuster, popcorn entertainment kind of stuff. I'm told they're okay. I only saw the first one and hated it, and I never went back for more, and I have no interest in doing so. This theme will pervade through much of New Trek. By the way, and again, I said it before, but New Trek, I believe, was coined for this specifically. The idea of this being the post, I don't know, world-shifting time when Trek is different. This is a total different world than the Trek that used to be. These Trek content seem far more informed by the movies than by the old show. They are more cinematic. They are higher budget. They focus on like high drama and silliness in ways that are, or the ways that come across more silly and less sincere, as well as more ironic and giving and thinking and being more critical of humanity and doing this thing that violates the premise of Star Trek more so, of like, humanity's so fucked up. Humanity has no idea what it's doing. It's like actually evil and stuff. That doesn't make any sense, and that is not what Star Trek was. That is not the premise. Even though I have difficulty embracing that, like, that is like what's going to happen, or is like possible for us to like totally master society. That is the premise, and I'm able to buy it. The show itself seems to have trouble with that sometimes. Okay, but that's not relevant to the Kelvin timeline specifically. The point is, those movies are like a self-contained timeline by J.J. Abrams and the gang that are a different timeline where like Spock, like the real Spock, Leonard Nimoy, went to like a different dimension and like changed things in that dimension, where like Kirk has like a slightly different role. He like doesn't get promoted as fast. Spock is, things are different, okay? There's just some things that are different and different adventures, and I don't care about them, so I'm not watching them. Okay, great, there you go.
Just for the sake of completion, I'll mention how it splits off into the separate timeline. So there's a supernova that blows up and it destroys Romulus, and a lot of the Romulan Empire is totally fucked. Original timeline Spock tried to stop it, but failed. And this one very angry Romulan guy named Nero is mad at Spock and the Federation for this, so there's fighting that breaks out between them and everybody's really mad. And they both get sucked into the black hole that Spock created in his attempt to save Romulus. And this just sends them back in time for some reason. Nero gets there, finds the USS Kelvin, blows it up, thus creating the Kelvin timeline. So all this happens in a pocket reality that nobody needs to care about. Technically, that is Prime Spock that goes to this other reality and seems to eventually die off screen, but you can just go ahead and pretend that didn't happen if you want to. I know I do. But as for the destruction of the Romulan Empire, this is a canon event that happens in the Prime timeline and is mentioned in like future shows. And yeah, obviously blowing up their home planet would be terrible, but like surely there's some way that Romulans can like endure this destruction with their vast empire. Whatever, I guess not. This is the first major example of the like overly dramatic things that happen in these movies. Like we blow up an entire species empire to give one character some insane drama and or motivation. Constant Star Trek movie thing, always bad, and we'll see much more of it coming in the future.
No Gene, no watch.
Exactly.
See you next movie.
That's right. That's right. Okay, Discovery. Star Trek Discovery STD. Yes, this is what we call it. That's the joke, because people don't like Discovery. I don't like Discovery very much. I watched it like a little bit and was like, this is gross. I don't want to watch more. Because it's the tone. The tone was way off. It was a way bum time.
And look right now here at the difference between the Discovery Bridge and the TNG Bridge. You can tell everything you need to know about the difference between these shows just from comparing this. There's the warm, friendly atmosphere of the Enterprise D Bridge, and then there's whatever the hell is going on in Discovery.
Compare your
bridge.
Come on, and then kill yourselves.
Michael Burnham is like annoying and is like secretly the sister of Spock and stuff, but she's like better than Spock. Not interested, okay? It just wasn't good, and it does the like, she like cries like every episode. The professionalism is severely lacking here, and she like does like
Galaxy
saving things like quite consistently that are like higher heights than any character dared to reach ever in the history of the series. So not interested, thank you.
And also, you just gotta point out that her name is Michael. Why is her name Michael? Michael is a boy's name. What's going on? So they just gave her the name Michael so that she would like stand out and sort of be like a clash, like she doesn't quite fit in, like she doesn't in Vulcan society where she was raised. So there is no deep answer. It's just weird and irritating. And when the first feeling you feel about a character is irritation, it doesn't exactly set you up for a great experience with them. And don't get cute with me. Yes, I know that there are some women named Michael in real life, but it's like a total aberration. It's way less than 1%, almost zero. Meaning, it begs questioning when encountered. And you could make up some lore and say like, oh, in the future, the name Michael is sometimes used for girls or whatever you like. But okay, that was never the case previously in Star Trek at any point. And also, regardless of this whole future lore stuff, the show is still being written for people in real life in the present. Unless you've got like a real good point you're doing with it or something, you gotta think about how the audience is going to receive it. In this case, not well.
And I will say, I'm told that there are some good episodes of both this and some of the other shows. Maybe one day I'll like feel the need to parse through. Again, this we are out of my subject. I don't care about these. Maybe someone will convince me to check them out someday. 102? Maybe? I don't know. I don't want to watch them. Maybe someday.
Be there.
Okay, what else? We've got just have Michael fucking Burnham written here. Okay, Picard, 3 seasons. Holy shit, Picard was like the worst thing ever made. This was like such a bummer and like such a downer. Where like, I have it listed later, but I'll just say it now, like they do things like, there's this race or creation of synths that are made in that, which like rebel because like humanity's enslaving them. What do you mean humanity's enslaving them? It's just, we've been through like multiple iterations where like Starfleet recognizes races that aren't human or like are new and like is good to them and is like responsible and doesn't like genocide or enslave them because they like don't understand them or something. Yeah, that like doesn't happen here, and like the synths do like a rebellion and like a revolution and stuff because Starfleet's like being evil. We've got problems here. This is like not how it's meant to be.
Sheer fucking hubris.
So this is immediately like very, very bad form for like how Starfleet is supposed to behave. So, okay, it turns you off, and it's like high drama, and like Picard's old as fuck, and he's like pretending like he can be an action hero. A lot of bad things happening in Picard. It's called Star Trek Picard. Weird, a weird premise. They wanted to like finish the story of Picard, I guess. In season 1 and 2, that certainly didn't happen. We'll discuss season 3 in a little bit. Yeah, Tech.
I heard Jean-Luc's mom hung herself. Is this true? Has this happened?
It certainly is true. She hung herself, like depression and suicidal, and that's a bummer.
Is it because he didn't save his uncle and nephew from that fire?
No, this is like when he was a kid. She killed herself.
And for the record, the whole mom committing suicide thing was obviously concocted for Picard season 2 or whatever as extra drama for Picard because his mom clearly had not committed suicide. She was barely ever mentioned at all in TNG. Because in a season 1 episode, Where No One Has Gone Before, my favorite season 1 episode, Wesley Wank aside, we see a vision of him talking to his mother, who appears as an old woman. So she obviously didn't die young. They do attempt to sweep this one up by saying that like he imagined her as an old woman frequently, so that is why she looked old in that one scene in that episode. But that is obvious bullshit. They're cranking up the drama. It's a retcon. Cringe.
But like, again, I mean, I just like don't care. I don't consider this shit canon. I don't know. I guess it's canon. I just don't care. It's like, it's not something I spend my time thinking about, like season 1 and 2 of Picard, or like the stuff in Discovery. I care about like this is my family. These are the people that matter to me.
Well, look, over here in the beta timeline, this stuff is not canon. So
right,
if we want to step over, we're
So
always
true.
welcoming more betas.
So, okay, what else we got? We're gonna go through these like super quick here. Okay, Lower Decks is the animated like Rick and Morty show of Star Trek. Like, I'm told is like not the worst thing ever. Maybe that's true. I'm not interested. That's where it is.
I'll say this much for Lower Decks, though. It does seem like some people working on it really have a lot of trivia knowledge about Star Trek and want to implement some, like, new ideas. Like, I know Tom Paris comes back in one episode, and they make a joke about the decontamination gel from Enterprise and stuff, so there clearly is some heart in it. But guys, I just don't have the heart in me for another Rick and Morty type show. I can't handle millennial writing, guys. I cannot do it. When I say that I love the sincerity of Star Trek, that is exactly what this doesn't have. It kind of feels like a fun fan project. Is this show canon? I mean, I don't actually know. Actually, I forgot we have a classification for this, beta canon. It just seems like the sort of thing that you would want to watch if you like crave any more Star Trek at any cost, but if it's not giving me the classic Star Trek vibe, I mean, really, what's the point? I'd rather just rewatch the other shows for the 3rd, 4th, 5th time. But let me know if I'm way off base and this is actually worth my time. I'm still not gonna watch it, but you can try to convince me anyway.
Prodigy. This is like a children's show. Oh. 2 seasons. I'm told, like, Janeway's in it. I always like seeing Janeway and stuff now that she like got back from Voyager and is an admiral. That's just like cool to see that the Voyager boys made it back and are doing all right. Janeway's a hero, and I respect her immensely. Even though she did some fucked up stuff. Oh, she killed my boy TUIGC, okay? Tuvok was the Vulcan, and Neelix, the Talaxian, did a wacky portal thing, and they got fused into one dude. A new guy named TUIGC. This is the most fucked up thing Janeway ever did. TUIGC loved being alive. He was a new guy, but Janeway needed her like second in command back, TUIGC, or her third in command, because Chakotay's there. And he didn't want to die. He was very happy being himself. He was ordered to die by the captain to bring back split him back into the two components, TUIGC and Neelix.
We like being alive. We like being alive. We like being alive.
I guess it's their time.
Yeah, that definitely violates some Starfleet policy for sure. Ordering a man. By the way, he would not do it. He refused, but she made him. So this is all very uncomfortable territory for a Starfleet captain. And her justification is I'm in the Delta Quadrant. I need Tuvok. I'm we're not. You were doing okay that day. I mean, you didn't have to kill him. Could have waited a day or a week or something. How much time does the man deserve before you order him to be killed? But gotta give it a shout out to the EMH, the Chad doctor. Again, okay, I get you had to do it, whatever, fine. But the doctor was I have been programmed to not harm. I will not participate in this procedure. And so Janeway was fine, I will do it. Boop, and she did it. The doctor retains his integrity here. Well, Janeway is yeah, ordering her crew to be dead.
I'll get my hands dirty. Fuck it.
It's fucked up, man.
I'm in the Delta Quadrant.
TUIGC is a haunting memory of Voyager, for sure. Okay. Anyway, that was just an aside. Okay. Strange New Worlds.
3
seasons are out so far. It's a new show and more coming. Season 4 is coming pretty soon. I'm told that if there's any show that's pretty good, that it's Strange New Worlds. It's Captain Pike, who was in the original pilot of the original series before Kirk took back over. Yeah, from the cage.
Mentioned him
Once.
6 hours ago.
Yeah. He is the one guy that's
ago.
It's him in his adventures before he gets all fucked up and stuck in a wheelchair, and he has a whole fucked up adventure. But yeah, this is when he's back on his feet doing stuff. Again, I'm told it's pretty good. I don't know. We're deep in the hole of not good, and it's gonna take way more for me to consider checking out any of this.
I will say, though, that yeah, Strange New Worlds seems to be doing the thing of not taking stuff that seriously all the time, has a lot of the Marvel dialogue, etc. Maybe it makes up for this in other ways, I don't know. But there is one particular thing about Strange New Worlds that just pisses me off every time I look at it. And it is this: Pike's hair. So Pike first shows up in Discovery until eventually he gets his own spin-off show with Strange New Worlds, where he takes control of the Enterprise. And he looks pretty normal at first, and the actor actually does look a lot like the guy that played Christopher Pike years ago. And yet, for some reason, they continually go on to make his hair more and more ridiculous, to the point where it is an object of mockery for much of the fandom. It's just so jarring compared to the way that the human officers typically look, especially Pike himself, who this is supposed to literally be. I don't know, man, it just annoys me. What is this, a fashion show? This man is a military commander. You will never be David Lynch. I look at it, I turn off the show, it's that simple. And this is definitely a deliberate choice because the actor looks normal most of the time. They're choosing to do this with Pike for some reason, even though we've seen what he looks like later, and he had a pretty normal hairstyle, but I guess he was crippled, so maybe they just didn't give as much of a shit at that point. I don't know, I just think it looks stupid, and I hate it. And it'll probably get even more ridiculous for Season 4 and Season 5 coming soon. Season 5 is already confirmed as the end of the show, filmed right after they did Season 4, and the showrunner Akiva Goldsman was very explicit that this was the studio's choice, not theirs, so the show was clearly canceled. He even said about the show that we would have gone on forever. So, seems like a bit of a slap in the face to those boys. R.I.P. So just a bit more of Strange New Worlds coming this year and next year.
2 more quick things. One is Star Trek Section 31, a movie that came out last year, a month or 2 ago. Brace for impact. Here is the review scores as they sat, yesterday.
I was promised high scores.
You were promised such high scores. Well, we speculated, we dared to dream. From the reviewers, it gets a sterling 20%, and from the audience, it has a 16% fan rating. It is even worse. It's not one of these the fans like it. No one likes it. It's bad. It's an alternate universe thing. It's a bummer. It's Michelle Yeoh. It's a Discovery character is the Empress of... Look, it's only cool when Shatner makes his alternate universe actually the Emperor of the Mirror Universe.
So this character originally existed in Discovery and is brought into this movie, Section 31, and I'm reliably informed that her and a crew do a bunch of spy shit that people did not enjoy very much.
Nobody liked it, and I didn't see it, and I'm not going to see it. So there you go. Section 31, apparently not good. Starfleet Academy, it's a show that they're working on right now. It's going to come out pretty soon, apparently. Not too much to say about it. Maybe it'll be good, maybe it won't. I don't know. By the way, we're in the era of New Trek by Alex Kurtzman is the guy like running all of these shows. Discovery is like his baby. J.J. Abrams, I think, was basically gone since the Kelvin timeline movies. So that's that. Starfleet Academy is just not out yet. We'll see, but this is like the future. This is what planned. And I didn't write it here, did I? That's fine.
Great news, guys! Since recording this, Starfleet Academy Season 1 is out! Let's check out how it went!
Wait.
It was immediately canceled. They're calling it Starfleet Academy! That's what they should be. The acronym should be ACK, AC. Now, AC is a Star Trek show acronym you can believe in. Wiki boys, get on the case. Yeah, naturally, I didn't watch it. It looked terrible, the worst of New Trek, with the show in particular looking focused on high school drama nonsense, even though we all know what life at the Academy should be like from seeing Wesley and the gang there previously. These days, with every show I'm not convinced is worth my time, I take the approach of not watching it, and then letting the years pass and seeing if the zeitgeist convinces me that I should circle back to it, and this has served me very well. I'm in no rush to sacrifice my time to imbibe the current slop. So yeah, the show releases, tanks, and is tossed. And as fate would have it, it appears our favorite hack frauds have some insider info with insight into exactly how bad this show performed after all.
I heard from my source.
Yeah.
Do you want to know the numbers?
Yeah.
First season of Star Trek.
Every episode views total, is what you mean?
Not individual episodes, the entire season,
Yeah.
total views, about 400,000.
Yeah.
Not per episode.
Yeah.
Cumulatively,
Yeah.
the entire season, which is an average of, I don't know, maybe 40,000 views an episode.
Absolutely catastrophic numbers, no wonder it was canceled. And this is despite a serious marketing effort. It didn't seem to be working so well though. Look at this, I swear to God, my mom provided me this clip from Facebook.
In 2026, the Star Trek universe added this show about the place cadets learn of command, camaraderie, and cloaking devices. Isaac.
What is Lower Decks?
No. Allison.
What is below deck?
Also incorrect. Josh is going to try it. What is Below Decks? No. Lower Decks is the Star Trek show, but this is a reference to the even newer Star Trek show, Starfleet Academy.
I misled everybody. I misled everybody.
No one had even heard of it. Holy shit, that's funny. This episode aired in the middle of the recent run of the show, so their plan didn't seem to be working too well, even though they were pulling out all the stops, including the old desperation move of paying YouTubers to praise the show, even though they obviously could not give less of a shit about it. Oh my God, this is so funny. You gotta check this out. Take a look.
I have to take a break to thank a few sponsors. Starting with Star Trek Starfleet Academy, now streaming on Paramount Plus. Step into your future with an all-new series, Star Trek Starfleet Academy. You guys know I love sci-fi, and Star Trek is one of the giants of the genre, and somehow I personally have never fully dove in, but Star Trek Starfleet Academy is one that definitely hooks me. Starfleet requires no prior knowledge of the previous Star Trek lore, so we can easily jump right in. Starfleet Academy, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
Oh yeah, everybody's getting hooked on Academy. So viewership was worse than anyone had dreamed it was, but the geniuses at Paramount had already filmed season 2. Let me tell you, they know a winner when they see one. So that's gonna come out. Imagine delivering a stillborn baby like that. Mr. Kurtzman, you might want to just scuttle that one and take the tax write-off. But I'm sure his next project will be just great.
I misled everybody.
The real question that remains after this is, has this show killed Star Trek for the foreseeable future? I'm laughing about all this because the show looks bad and I am not bothered that it has gone away. But does this harm Trek as a property overall? Well, I'll be happy to give you all my thoughts about that subject when we circle back later in the video.
Quick summary of like why I don't like New Trek, which I said before, but I'll just state real quick. Change of focus to the action, excessive drama or like over-the-top drama, loss of professionalism / methodical problem solving, we have lost that, unearned emotional shit, overly inflated stakes, too drama bait, like the whole universe being at risk, etc. Like increasingly specific modern day political commentary. Like in Picard, they like literally time travel like to today and go to like the southern border and like engage in some like ice raid stuff. It's like, okay, look, you can have an opinion about that, but like we used to like abstract this like a little bit. It just doesn't feel delicate to do like, you literally go to today in season 2 of Picard and engage in like active political discussions. I don't think this is like the best practice of like winning the people over to your side with these arguments.
That's a
little on the nose.
Why don't we have a futuristic story about it?
One would argue that might be a better use of our time.
Know.
Yeah.
Why don't we explore a hypothetical scenario involving borders?
A planet where
I've got a
everyone
better
is in
idea.
cages.
Into the time travel machine. Around the moon we go. Back to the past. Or whatever it was. And worst of all, forget those others, those don't matter at all. This is the only thing that actually matters. The vibe is just way off. The vibe is not correct at all. They swear too much. It's mean-spirited at times. It's cynical and all wrong. And the instance that I cite, remember I talked about Reginald Barclay? The socially awkward, just like me for real weirdo nerd. Okay, he was like helped by Picard. They helped him climb out of a shell, be a good guy. Okay. There's like a similar sort of character in this one Discovery episode.
The Discovery spin-off show that is called Star Trek Short Treks. With the episode in question featuring a man of the same rank as our beloved Barclay. What did they mean by this? Lieutenant Edward Larkin.
And he's like, this guy's like kind of an asshole and is like kind of mean and socially awkward and stuff. And like his captain lady or commander or whatever is like, she's like, you're fired. I don't care. I don't want to get out of here. And it's just the similarity between that character and him. It shows the difference in tone, like the sort of ironic, like nothing matters, life is cheap, just get rid of things you don't want. And that guy like dies in the events of that episode in like a very mean-spirited way. And it just really rubs me wrong. And it's just indicative of the overall vibe that is way off. You're supposed to love your crew, you know? You're supposed to take care of your people. Let's get back to the right vibe. And speaking of...
You can't turn your back on family.
You can't turn your back on family, goddammit.
And to be fair to the episode about Larkin's firing, Captain Lucero only did that after Larkin did try to get her fired by filing an anonymous complaint, which was some bitch-made bullshit. But he only did that after in their initial introduction, she was laughing at him with the whole group and was taking him off his job and basically demeaning the guy, even though it is established that he is a brilliant biologist. He just lacks some social niceties and stuff. So all around here, there is a lot of behavior that is unbecoming of Starfleet officers, but you've got to have higher expectations of the commanding officer of a ship. And she didn't even try to make it work with this guy, so right from the start, she was doing a bad job with him. The whole thing just comes across so spiteful toward the guy, and they give him some real, like, school shooter type energy so that you won't feel bad for him when he dies. Classic bullying tactic of the modern era, by the way. And I'm sorry, but we just can't stand for our autistic boys to be done dirty like this. They need to be helped, not treated like trash. And I'm happy that our resident girl boss is having fun doing it, making little jokes and quips at him, but all she comes across as is just completely unprofessional. But again, in the interest of being fair, I want to acknowledge this episode is 100% intended to be comedy. I get it. The thing is, though, Star Trek used to be able to do comedy without tossing out the premise and believability of the institutions depicted. But we appear to have lost that, and this was not a good script idea. Sure, in TNG, they did laugh at Barclay. They definitely were making fun of him, and other crew members could come across as jerks. But that behavior is corrected. They're not depicted as actually right to have done so by the narrative. They stop doing it, and they decide to pitch in to help the guy because they know he's got something to offer. And Picard oversees the whole thing because he knows that's what a good commanding officer is supposed to do. Help his men be the best they can be. It's a great message. That's why I love Barclay so much. But in this episode, if we're taking the premise even kind of seriously, we've got a captain here whose mismanagement of her crew results in a crew member dying, losing their ship, their first command ever, a civilization being forced to leave their planet on her watch, and an interstellar incident with the Klingon Empire due to this whole tribble meme thing going on in the episode. And when our wonderful genius captain here is called to account for this incident, what is her response? that Larkin, the man who died under her command, was an idiot. So really, he deserved what he got. And of course, she's not to blame. How could we possibly blame the commanding officer? Dude, that's the number one thing that bothers me. Picard, Janeway, Archer, Sisko, Kirk. None of them would have acted like this when they lost a man. Yes, Larkin caused the triple catastrophe behind the captain's back, but the point is, he was still her responsibility. I guarantee the Starfleet brass of other shows would not have let that slide. Okay, all right, guys, I get it. I'm taking the premise seriously, and this was a joke episode. That's the whole problem right there. Whoa, we're doing a new, funny, silly, modern tone. Okay, but that tone is simply not Star Trek, so don't do it. Okay, all right, lots to say on this. Anyway, let's get back to it.
But speaking of the right vibe, our last topic of discussion here will be, well, Legacy as well, but Picard Season 3. What's the deal with Picard Season 3? What about wasn't Picard like bad and stuff? Season 3 is a totally different beast. I was told about this. I was told that it was like different, and like if you like Trek and you're mad and you're upset about how Trek is, you must watch Season 3 of Picard. I have done so. I can give the canon correct opinion about Star Trek Picard Season 3 now. And it is thus. Oh, like also in like the earlier seasons of Picard, like Picard like sort of dies and gets like sort of, he's put into a new synthetic body. His body is gone. He's in like a new body, and we're told that he's still Picard, so I mean, I guess we can believe them. What else we got? So Riker and Troy had 2 kids in the interim. They got married, and one of them died, and it really, like, there's just so much like sad shit that happened to like all our beloved characters, and they're just like piling on all this like tragedy that happens to all of them. Obviously, you know, what's his face is dead. Data is still dead. I mean, of course he died. They can't just bring him back, or can they? So the Romulans, the entire Romulan star empire completely crumbled because like one star went supernova and their HQ, Romulus, their home planet, like got destroyed by it as well. And so they're like refugees now, like everywhere else. And it's kind of like they're like treated like scum because everybody hated the Romulans because they were like sneaky bad guys. And some of them like live with Picard. He's got like one that's like his girlfriend or something. He like kisses her. So I assume they're like an item. He's like so old. It's crazy though. Anyway, but like, just like logically, they have like a lot of territory. It's not like literally one planet in Romulus. They have like hundreds of planets as part of their empire. I get that their HQ got blown up, but like that shouldn't like dissolve your entire ecosystem of your thing. Whatever, that's like a little technical complaint, but whatever, it's kind of annoying. Okay, so forget all that. The point is that like things are a bummer. Oh, Q like got killed or died or something? What? I didn't watch this shit, but we're told like Q says like, I'm dying, Picard. And there he goes. At like the end of season 2 or something? I don't know, that's what we're told. Okay.
Yeah, we just get another one of these horrible schmaltzy lore dumps. Whoa, guys, turns out the Qs aren't actually immortal, despite everything that we knew about them up to this point. Obviously, this is done to facilitate drama and bring back Q for the Picard schmaltz. Wonderful. Picard continues to be 1,000 times more emotional than he ever was in the show, crying about Data being dead, crying about Q who's gonna die, giving him a big hug. I know old people can get sentimental and stuff, but like this just does not seem like Picard at all, so it sucks. Anyway, yeah, they're obviously pulling this whole Q death out to maximize drama, and we will see if they stick the landing with it as we continue.
So that's how it is. That's life. Season 3 of Picard is without question 100% an apology tour for everything they have done to our beloved characters up to this point. They're like, oh my God, we fucked up so bad for so long. We are so sorry. And it's all thanks to ya boy, Terry Matalas. Terry Matalas came in season 2 of Picard. He had worked on like a bunch of the shows and stuff. He has made it like his life's mission to rescue Star Trek from the depths of hell that it has fallen to. Yeah.
He's sort of like the helmsman of New Trek.
Indeed, he's steering the ship, baby. The most vital role you could possibly imagine.
Right, bitch.
Steering it right back where it needs to go. That's correct.
Thank goodness.
Okay. So, it's an apology tour, right? The crew, this is the thing everybody wanted that just didn't happen. They pay the money. He has the ideas. They just put the crew back together. Our family. what is the point of Picard if not to like make us happy and get like a good send-off that for all the characters? Otherwise, just don't do it. Just don't do it at all if it's like a bummer. This is a stupid idea for a show anyway. Picard's like so old, it's crazy. He's so unbelievably old and infirm. And everyone like, even in season 3, which is like kind of better. They put him in an old man
body.
And I know, they put him in an old man synth body. They could have given him a young body. Obviously the actor is old, but they like pity act around Picard. It's actually quite kind of sad and surreal. It's not that bad, but they like act like, oh man, Picard, you think you're a maverick? You think you're not gonna, like they're seriously acting. He's like, I'm going to do things. He's like so not intimidating, it's nuts. And they like, but they kind of like pity act like he is though. He's just too goddamn old to be doing this. That being said, I'm willing to look past it for the sake of season 3, just for like what they're trying to do. So let's analyze further. Okay, here we go. So like the negativity, it's like Kingdom Hearts, okay? We're healing the hurt. We're removing the hurt from it. Thank you, Picard. Appreciate that. And what's happening here? We're seeing, like Riker's son died tragically for like no reason, right? It's just to like make us sad, make their like life tragic, because like everything's bad, and you make it better, Picard, or something, or don't. We live in misery. That's life now. Heal the hurt. Please heal our hurt, Metalis, and he's doing his best. Okay, so like in episode 4 of Picard, do I have a quote from here? Okay. In episode 4 of Picard, there's like a reference to episode 1 of The Next Generation and like those light squid guys from Farpoint Station. Basically, Riker, they like do another thing. They like save, it's all like a lot of action set pieces that I don't really love. It's nothing like TNG, which was like the real Star Trek that I deeply love. Going on adventures, little one-shot episodes, getting to know characters. It's like one big action adventure thing. Not exactly my thing, but okay. But along the big action adventure thing, they encounter what turns out to be like another batch of those like alien jellyfish from Farpoint Station. And the whole deal in that was that like there was a misunderstanding. This innocent alien culture had been like, or species was like being oppressed, and Picard had to like figure out a way to like save them. This was like Q's test. You have to like do the right thing, save the aliens, because like this culture is good and the aliens are nice. Be a good boy. They replicate that here in Picard. And it's like nice and beautiful, and these little alien jellyfish like are able to be born, and it's like beautiful new life. This fills Riker, who has been down, he's been like estranged from his wife because he's so upset about his dead son. He like can barely deal with like the day-to-day life. They've still got a daughter, but he's deeply upset about his son being dead from like some bullshit disease that they made up to kill him. There's a little back and forth here where Riker is talking to Troy, his wife. He's got her on the call or whatever. And he says to her this line. This is the apology to her line here, okay? That this incident, it, quote, reminded me that there's a whole universe out there, and it can be beautiful and amazing out there. Okay, slight misquote there, but everything can be beautiful. And Troy responds, you haven't said anything as lovely as that in a very long time. These are clearly lampshades being hung. I'm dead serious. I'm convinced this is true. This is like they're speaking to us. Terry Metalis is attempting to apologize for the bad shit, the morbid shit that they've done to Star Trek. I am truly convinced that that's what's going on here. What else we got? There was, they also like make fun of their stupid house that they lived in because they were like depressed. They're like, why did we live in that house? We didn't even like that house. Let's like go live somewhere happy and like look forward to new things in our lives. This is like exactly what's literally happening in the narrative, and they're referencing like all the bad shit that's happened in Star Trek. This is like so meta what's happening here. It's nuts.
Bizarre.
Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, okay. Oh, I've got another point of this like apology conspiracy. There was a Ferengi character named Sneed. I feel it is not impossible. This is a nod to the Chuds. Terry Metalis is letting us know, boys, you've got a man on the inside, and I'm here to bring it back.
Like he's like Sneed's feed and seed.
Exactly, that's right.
Okay.
Which is serious Chud territory. Sneed is firmly Chud territory. We may have a man on the inside. I think it's entirely possible.
Wow.
I know. I said that this is a dog whistle. I think it's a Chud dog whistle. Yeah. Okay, so there's still
I might be Sneed pilled.
Yeah, I know. So there's still sort of this like lingering cynical atmosphere. There's like a character that says like, we live in like a goodless, imperfect universe. But like they're clearly like working against that. So like that's what like season 3 is trying to do. Make the world like a better place. Okay, that's cool. Again, Patrick Stewart is like really old as fuck and like not keeping up, so like that's not good. Okay, satisfying ending. Here we go. So like here's like just what happens at the end of season 3. Is that turns out Picard, just like Kirk, had a secret son all along. Beverly Crusher, that hot dancing doctor, she did have Picard's son and just never told him about it because, in this case, Picard did not know. Kirk did know himself. Picard did not know because she like was like, danger follows you everywhere, Picard. You know, it's if I brought him into your life, he would have been in danger. You're always getting into scrapes. Again, this is like, they're kind of like bigging up this old man who's like been on a vineyard for like 30 years. So, and like in no danger whatsoever. But sure, Beverly, he's like a hotbed of danger all the time. As he shuffles his way to Canasta and like works his fucking cane across the floor. Yeah, oh my God, everything's exploding around this guy all the time.
Commander, that vineyard could have caught on fire and killed him at any moment.
Exactly.
She needed to stay on her toes, her tap dancing toes.
So the kid's called Jack Crusher. So named is his mom's name, obviously. And Jack Crusher is the name of her dead husband. Yeah. So the son himself, Jack, is like, damn, even I thought that was cold. When like to name me after like when like you're my father. Yeah, it was pretty funny. What else we got? Okay, right. So they fight some cool old enemies. So it's been like a million years since like the early stuff. It's been like over 20 years since the TNG era. But like the villains of this are like the Changelings. The Changelings are back. Yeah.
She named him Jack like on her own, like with no input from him.
Correct.
Because if I was Picard and I sired a son with the woman who my best friend who I felt responsible for killing, I would probably have been like, yeah, we should name him Jack in honor of like this person that we both love.
I agree that's not a bad idea, but like he did not know, so it was not his choice. Yeah. So there's just like a joke that's like, was that vindictive? Perhaps I don't know. It's just like a joke.
Hard to say.
So the Changelings are back as an enemy. So there's lots of references like, oh man, the Dominion War. So this is the first time we're like, well, not the first time, but we are distinctly in like future territory. All the fans have been saying forever, like, please stop going back to the past, like Discovery did, like Strange New Worlds does, like, what was the other one? Whatever. But Picard finally goes to the future, but Picard was shit. But Picard Season 3 is not shit. It has like definitely some merit to it, and we're in the future, and we're referencing things like the Dominion War from Deep Space Nine, and like there's other ones I'm gonna get to. The Borg are here. Okay, so we'll get to like a couple of characters, but they also fight the Borg. So here's like just the big lore that's happening is so Jack, his son Jack, Picard's son Jack with Beverly Crusher. So he's like an organic Borg. What does that mean? So when Picard was Locutus, which he was a Borg guy. Here's the reveal. Jack's always been like a weird guy and could like connect to people in weird ways. What does that mean? Picard's DNA was like rewritten so that his son is like a Borg transmitter, which are both like machine and flesh. But he's like a biological, just human sort of Borg transmitter guy. Basically, his son is like the Borg chosen one. And he was Locutus, which means like talk or something. And this kid's like, he is Vox. He is like the Vox, voice Borg man. And so like the Borgs are trying to get him back. He's going to be their new chosen one. Fuck Locutus, we want the son back. Okay, so we'll get to that in a moment, how that resolves. So couple of new characters to just see how they're doing right now in the apology tour that is Picard Season 3. So interesting new character is this guy Shaw, Captain Shaw, who's the captain of the Titan, which is the ship that they're on, that they're like doing this mission with. He is like an old school hard ass. He is clearly, in my theory, he is meant to represent the asshole old fans that are upset about the changes in Star Trek. He is grumpy. He is like, where's the professionalism? Where is the goddamn professionalism in this outfit? Picard's been fucking around and fucking things up forever. Get serious, bro. Everybody likes Shaw. Shaw's cool, okay? He's a good guy. So Raffi was like this layabout literal drug addict character that like sucked ass in the earlier Picard episodes. Yeah, nobody likes Raffi. She was like also like 7 of 9's girlfriend or whatever. I guess she's gay now, even though 7 of 9 was like never gay in the show. Okay, fine, whatever. Point is that Raffi like was a drug addict, but in this season, they like pretend, they say like, oh my God, she's going to get her fix again, what a loser, drug addict. And I was like, oh God, here we go. No, she's actually undercover, working for Starfleet intelligence. She has totally turned her life around. She is getting everything back on track. Like, gonna meet her daughter, like literally her granddaughter. She's getting off drugs so she can meet her granddaughter. This is like exactly the positive vibes you want to see. They're getting rid of like all the bad stuff. She's becoming like a full, lovely member of Starfleet, doing good things to help the Federation. This is great. This is exactly what you want to see these characters doing. Worf is back. He's like more badass than ever, despite being kind of an old man, but he's also like at peace with himself, sort of. So he's like a warrior monk. It's cool. He's a cool guy. He's like the guy that helped Raffi like get off drugs and stay straight. So that's cool. All right. What do we got? Oh, Riker and Troy. They still lost a son.
Stay straight, like not gay. Like
exactly. That's right. We're getting rid of this gay stuff.
Anymore.
I mean, she doesn't want to be like with her daughter. She had with her husband. So okay, sure. Keep doing that, I guess. Seems fine. Riker and Troy still lost a son, but they're like making peace with it. They're like getting perspective. Like there is the whole point of it. That was like, oh my God, there is still beauty. Life isn't like all tragedy and shit. This is what Star Trek is about. That there's always new beautiful things out there on the horizon. This is the entire point of the story. And like Terry Matalas is recapturing it in real time in season 3 of Picard. This is insane. I never thought that this shit was possible, but it is happening in the hype era.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry. Holy shit, it's nuts. Okay, Data is revived, baby. Oh yeah, how did it happen? Okay, I'll tell you how. When B4, remember there was a B4 version of Data. They attempted at this was in Star Trek Nemesis in like 2004 or whatever, 2002. They did try to copy Data onto him. This is stated in the movie. I like just watched it again the other day.
Sorry.
It was not great. It was not great. They tried to copy Data onto there. So like there clearly was a record like of Data. Data is an artificial man. The idea of reviving him through this, I honestly feel was like always kind of intended. Because it was like, they really lampshaded. B4 is here. He wasn't really vital to the plot at all, other than this idea that like Data dies at the end, and they had already copied like Data's shit to like this version of B4. It's just that they didn't make any more movies after the 4th one, so I think they never got a chance. So Data comes back through a combination of like, they have lore on file, they have like Data's copy, they've got bits of B4. Like his creator, like Dr. Soong, they have his files too.
And they're even able to incorporate parts of Lao, Data's deceased Daughteru, into him, giving her new life once again in a quite kino finish. Of course Terry would remember Lao and put her in there. Nicely done, bro.
And they have these new synth bodies that are like relevant to the plot. They're able to synthesize all of them and give Data like a more humanoid body than he's ever had before. And like he has emotions and he like has evolved. He's been revived. Data is back. He's like a little different than old Data because he's like a combination of different characters, but it still feels like Data. It feels right. It feels good, and I love it. The best character is alive again. Now, what makes Data the best is his childlike innocence, which he has like a little bit less of. So he's like a little bit different than like the Data I know and love, but like it's Data. He's back. It's epic. Other character like Ensign Ro, who was that Bajoran lady. She like fucked off and joined the Maquis in TNG when she like didn't do Deep Space Nine. We last saw her as like a traitor to the Federation. She just like shows up again. She is a commander now, and she has like gotten her shit on straight, and she has like a brilliant little performance. And it's the fact that they couldn't get that actress back for Deep Space Nine, but here, like decades later in Picard, they do get that actress back, and Ensign Ro gets like closure to her story. Thank you, Terry. Holy shit, this is awesome. He keeps winning. At the very end of the show, there's a line from, I believe this is Picard, but it's somebody that says, if ever there was better evidence that the past mattered, it's right here. There's been this whole narrative in New Trek that like, throw away the past. It doesn't matter. Kill the past. Let the past die. Kill it if you have to. This spirit pervades New Trek and like a lot of like cynical modern storytelling, which clashes with the very optimistic nature of classic Trek. Yeah, they're just making like a hard about face. This is an apology tour. They're specifically going like line by line and fixing like all the mistakes of the past. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's totally nuts. The Enterprise, or the Titan, the ship they're on, even gets rechristened the Enterprise G, which is beautiful. So there's a new Enterprise that's going to sail the seas. Oh, and I almost forgot the Enterprise D, which was crash landed in that god-awful Generations movie. Turns out Geordi LaForge had restored it in the museum, and they used the Enterprise D specifically because it's off the grid that like all the other ones are on, that is like corrupted and stuff. The Enterprise D gets one last glorious hurrah. We're back on our home. Everyone's hated that we lost the Enterprise D for like no goddamn reason when it was like the most comfy and Kino set of all time. He gave it back to us. He put what everyone wanted, the TNG cast, on the bridge of the Enterprise D. Terry gave it to us. Thank you, Terry. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the will of the heart.
It was so good. It was so good.
He's done it.
At the end, they even do the poker game. They played the poker game at the end of the show. It's so good.
Terry,
it's
what
so
the
good.
hell, man?
Terry he's doing everything right.
I'm crying over here.
Dude, it's so good. Terry is a wonderful man. Okay, not every reboot has to hate its like source, you know? It doesn't have to like shit all over it and say that it's actually bad or like point out all these ways that like you could make it worse or whatever for like new feelings. Because like apparently Patrick Stewart was like involved in like the tragedy of making Picard's life like shitty. Yeah, don't let the actors write their own characters. They don't know what they're doing.
Unless it's William Shatner.
Did Shatner do the same thing? It's probably true.
Well, yeah.
Shatner made himself the most based boy of all time. Yeah. It's like, and then I defeated like every enemy of the Federation all at the same time.
That's fine.
That's the kind of shit he would write, and I would love him for it. That's what I want to see. That's kind of what Terry is trying to do for Picard and the gang. He's just trying to pull a Shatner, which is awesome. So the love is insane. Okay, the love is totally awesome. The poker game's great. At the very end, Q shows up. So like he's alive too. They didn't even kill Q.
He died.
They're like, didn't you die? He says, you think so linearly. So, okay, all right, sure, Q's back,
Shut up.
time or something.
Thank you, Terry.
Great.
And man, this is the big one for me. Other than just straight up ignoring the fact that Picard isn't a synth body, lol, let's just pretend that isn't the case. Reviving Q is a total fuck you to previous management here. Q said the trial was over, okay? But when Q appears to Jack and is like, Jack, you've got lots of stuff to prove yourself and stuff, and he brings this up, Q's like, I mean, it was over for like him, not like everyone generally. I mean, Jesus Christ. I can almost feel the disgust that Terry had when they killed off Q last season based on this shit. Fuck you, Kurtzman, I'm undoing all of it. That's the energy here, and it's hilarious. Is it sloppy, retarded writing in practice? Yeah, but you gotta look at it through the meta context, and it becomes absolutely hilarious. And while I'm adding some thoughts here, I do want to point out that I'm dumping a lot of praise on the season, but if there is one singular criticism that still exists, well, first of all, it has a ton of new Trek still piled on. The ugly colors, the weird camera angles, the excessive action as opposed to like the old talky problem-solving stuff, that's all still there. This did not solve every problem, that's for damn sure. It's just much better than what we've been getting recently. But the one problem that is specific to this approach of Star Trek is that it's actually like too saccharine and sickly sweet at sometimes. Like, on the one hand, the direct references to stuff from TNG is really nice. On the other hand, you think to yourself, well, damn, like, we sure have done a lot of this before, and they sure are really pulling the heartstrings to get emotions out of us, which, again, does work at parts for sure. Basically, it feels like a little bit of an overcompensation for how much of a bummer things were for so long, and I don't think they got the mixture, like, exactly right. I think they leaned a little bit too much sickly sweet. But again, I'm still very grateful for it, and it was very interesting to see them try to do this anyway, to attempt to fix the problem, so you gotta respect that. But it's definitely worth noting, this was far from a 10 out of 10 experience. It just really was good at doing the nostalgia grab stuff. Like, the poker game ending at the end of this show is exactly what was the end of the original show in All Good Things, the final episode of TNG. They should have just left it there, and hitting it again now is like, okay, you're doing it again, that's cool, but really that original ending was just the best one. But considering that this is damage control, you can at least respect the effort that is being put in here to sweep it up. Terry is our top janitor doing his best out there.
So the love here is insane, and I did in fact get misty-eyed. Something I did not think was going to happen, but it actually did move the spirit within me, because this was just like so satisfying and lovely to see the cast back together. I didn't even want this, I didn't need it, but I had to go explore it after I've heard what people have said about season 3 of Picard, and I'm glad I did. It was a singular experience. I've never seen anything like it. This kind of apology tour, like trying to right the ship. So thank you, Terry. Appreciate that, buddy. Here's the problem. Terry Metalis wanted to do, other character, Seven of Nine from Voyager. They made it back home. She was like a commander under Shaw, and at the end she saves the day, and she is now captain of her own ship,
And
which
straight.
is the Enterprise G, and straight as fuck. That's right. So she's available to me personally. Thank you, Terry. Right, the Enterprise G is like the Titan has been renamed the Enterprise G, and she's the captain. Okay, cool. Even though she's like a maverick and she's crazy. Okay, it's gonna be fine. Terry Matalas wanted to make a show called Star Trek Legacy. It was going to be about Seven of Nine. So Picard was like not like a traditional Star Trek show where they like go on adventures and like have little, you know, discussions and stuff. It is like this big adventure monster that like it worked its hardest to fix everything, but what the real point of it is to like fix it so that we can get back to like classic Trek with Star Trek Legacy. Terry Matalas was supposed to work on Star Trek Legacy. He has since left working with like Paramount Pictures, or is that what it is, Paramount? I think it's Paramount. He is now working on a Vision Quest, a Marvel show for Marvel instead. So the only man that's done anything to right the ship. I don't blame Terry. Terry wanted to do this.
I'm sorry.
He was like tweeting it. Yeah, apologize to Terry.
I'm sorry, Terry. I didn't mean it. I spoke out of turn.
Demerits across the board. All of you, demerits across the board.
I'm sorry, guys.
Splash damage. It's a splash damage effect. Yeah, Terry had. There was hope. It like could like maybe happen, but he'd have to like stop his other projects. Like go. It's like totally fucked. This is not good. So. Like hope, right? Like, is there reason for hope? I literally don't think so if Terry Matalas specifically isn't there, because no one else has been able to do it right. And some people say that like Strange New World is, I don't know, I have not been convinced. I'm not gonna spend my time finding out. Maybe I'll listen to the grapevine if I'm told like, oh my God, it took me a million years to be convinced to check out season 3 of Picard, but enough people said over enough periods of time, like, yes, it's worth your time. Season 3 is like bizarre and like changes the game and is fascinating, and it was. It was a fascinating experience. But I'm not gonna watch this other shit unless like a million people tell me that it's good. So we're in trouble, Star Trek. We're right back where we started, and without Terry, I think it's a wrap. I think it's kind of a wrap. Sure, they'll keep churning out the slop. They'll keep making stuff that people will click on. But like, is it like the stuff that I like, that I care about? Nope. So I'm just not gonna be there. So that's that. There are like, since then there have been like other notable shows that have come out that are very similar to Star Trek, like The Orville in 2017, for example, which is like on hiatus right now, but I think it had 2 seasons. Notably, Seth MacFarlane was on episodes of Enterprise. I was surprised to see him. He's like a huge Trekkie, and so that's why he made The Orville, because he just wanted like to make his own version. The Orville's pretty good. It kind of gets Star Trek better than a lot of the other Star Trek they've been making lately. So, I mean, I would maybe watch more of that, I guess. It's not like reviving Star Trek, but it's still pretty good. Also
Brandon Braga,
that worked on Enterprise, I think, and like a bunch of other Star Trek stuff. He works on the Orville, so they've got like DNA of Star Trek in the Orville. So that's kind of cool.
Now, I do want to give a big, meaty shout out here back to my boy Seth MacFarlane and The Orville, which actually has 3 seasons out, by the way, because Seth has impressed me with his Trekkie cred. So, for example, here he is on Riker and Data's podcast, living the dream, hanging out with these guys he used to watch and love, talking to them about when The Orville Season 4 is coming out.
The funny thing is, Orville Season 4 is written.
And ready to rock.
It's a question of when we shoot it.
What about that? It's your schedule. You run this show.
Yeah, I know. It's all written. It's just dependent on when this movie goes.
Well, when do you think the lead is available? Glad you found time to come here.
I will always find time to come here.
I knew you'd say yes.
You know, could we maybe have him once a month?
Now, about that show, from what I've seen, The Orville really has been impressive with the way it makes a sincere attempt to capture the Trek show spirit in a way the series has really not since Enterprise. Now, it could never be Trek itself. It doesn't have that kind of cultural cachet, but it seems to be doing better at it than almost all of modern Trek, and actually does capture that optimistic spirit that was the essence of the old shows. Just listen to him talk about that here, and what he wanted to capture in his version of this kind of story, as well as the kind of stories he thinks should be told.
That's why I did The Orville, and that's why we're we still have yet to do a season 4. That's why I did that show, because when I was a kid, Hollywood was providing that voice in various forms. There was a lot of hope, and we're doing a really, some of the blame lies right here in this town. Like we are, the dishes that we are serving up are so dystopian and so pessimistic. And yeah, there's a lot to be pessimistic about, but it's so one-sided. There's nothing we're doing that's providing anyone an image of hope. There's a lot more of that than there is of, what we used to get from Captain Picard. It can't all be just, here's what's going to happen to you if you fuck up. Yeah. You do need, here's what you can achieve if you change your ways and do things right.
Look at the joy and happiness and laughter you can get if you go this direction.
Exactly. Yeah. We're doing none of that.
He may be a Hollywood shill, but that's some dangerously our guy stuff he's saying there. And specifically, within the Orville itself, the show takes on some very Trek premises that grapple with the kind of Socratic exercises and philosophical quandaries that the show's got into, much of the time more directly than what a lot of modern Trek does. Things like the Prime Directive in all but name coming up in the Orville. Itself a rather complex and debatable moral philosophy, as we've discussed, and the show isn't afraid to mount a stalwart defense of it. Here's a scene from the Orville where they effectively explain why they have the Prime Directive, by describing what happened when their civilization came into contact with a non-developed one and did not have that rule in place.
They revealed themselves, their technology, everything. They figured it was the right thing to do. That maybe they could help this planet skip over the nasty growing pains that all worlds seem to have to go through. Nation-states fought each other. Wars broke out everywhere because they all wanted to use the advancements for personal gain and for political dominance. They wiped themselves out in 5 years. After that, new laws were put in place. Strict prohibitions when it came to cultural contamination. And all they tried to do was help. You can't pull them into the future. They have to do it on their own.
Wow, sounds like whoever wrote those lines really understands the moral philosophy of somebody like Picard.
I'm a role model.
It's just nice to see more people who get the spirit of classic Trek out there. And Seth may be the most powerful Trekkie on the scene. And even though I really don't like the idea of endlessly trying and failing with new Trek projects as people bumble about and fuck it up, guys like Seth and Terry Metalis make me think that even in the pessimistic media landscape we live in, it absolutely is not impossible for people to recapture the spirit of classic Trek and make more stories in that universe. Now, is it worth it? Does it even matter? Do the slobbering masses even want optimistic old Trek still? Or do they not even care? Put something on TV, whatever it is, and they'll watch it? I don't know. Personally, I think it's better to let series end conclusively as opposed to obsessively trying to keep them going forever with ever diminishing returns. That seems fundamentally unhealthy to me, although we all know it makes money, so they keep doing it. But hey, if someone made me some good old Trek again that I didn't feel was just trying to ruin something I loved, I would definitely consider watching it.
I mean, there was like Galaxy Quest in 1999, that's fine. Stargate SG-1, The Expanse, there's other shit. Warhammer 40K is like kind of like Star Trek a little bit, but like super grimdark and, Catholic. So that's fun. Okay. Quick talk about Star Trek Unification. Star Trek Unification is a fan project that's like sort of endorsed by like the Roddenberry Institute, your boy Gene's family and stuff. It's a fan film that's designed basically to provide closure. We've already kind of given Picard closure. It's designed to give closure to Kirk and Spock, kind of primarily. And so it's like this kind of weird abstract movie where we see Kirk like coming back to life or something, or like traveling between the dimensions, and he encounters, remember that lady who banged Spock when like he was a kid regrowing from the Genesis on that one planet? Yeah, like she's there, and it's heavily implied that like she has Spock's son. I wonder if that child was fathered during the incident on that one planet when he was like a baby boy, or if they like got married later. Who's to say? Who's to say? Hilarious to think about regardless. But like the point of this scene is to show like Spock, who was like in, I think it implies that it's the Kelvin timeline. Spock went to the Kelvin timeline. He transferred dimensions that like Kirk is like sent there and they reunite. Because like in Memory Beta, there's all this stuff about like Kirk and Spock are like effectively destined to be together as like best friends, or people like to ship them together and all that stuff. That's fine. But like in this fan film that's like sort of official, they bring him back. And by the way, how do they do it? Okay, hey, in Star Trek Picard, there was a thing that happened where they go to this like museum, and in the museum there's like all these there's a million Easter eggs in Picard that like go way over my head because I don't have like an encyclopedic knowledge the way some people do. One of the things that's seen in the museum they go to is clearly the recovered body of James Tiberius Kirk. It has been taken from its lowly grave on that Viridian 3 stupid-ass planet where Picard buried under some stupid rocks. Like, he didn't even get like a state funeral for like the greatest hero in the history of the Federation. Yeah, it's been like reclaimed, and the theory is that like that reclaimed body of Kirk in the Institute could have been used to somehow do some timey-wimey bullshit, dimension travel shit, and like allow Kirk and Spock to like reunite in death, or before their deaths, and like have closure. That would be pretty cool if so. Anyway, that's all I want to say about Star Trek here, people. That is the 101 experience. We have reached the end, that's correct. And I would just like to conclude by saying, Terry, please come back and save Star Trek. You're the only one I think can do it. Everyone else is fucking around and being cringe and shitting some stupid shit out. Maybe there's some decent stuff in there. I don't know. But that's all I've got to say. Hey, I do love Star Trek, okay? I mean, I don't know if it counts as like the fact that I don't really love like this huge chunk means I'm like not a real fan or something. But this shit is right up my alley and I deeply love it. TNG is the best show ever. A lot of the Enterprise, Voyager, Deep Space Nine, great stuff. Original series I like too. It's great stuff. So highly recommend it. Watch some Star Trek. Someone just turn off. This just turn off.
It's the audience camera. It just cut out.
Okay. Well, let's just wrap it up, people. Because Gene, thanks for making some Star Trek. I'm gonna go to space now. I'll see you guys on the moon. Let's make it so. We are all going to space, and we're doing it for the human race. We are all going to space, and we're doing it for the human race. Da 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 da.
Here's to the finest crew in Starfleet.
That's the end of Twig, everybody. Thanks for watching. Woo! Twig, 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 twig. I'll see you out there. That's like a line that Picard says. Engage. Engage.
He plays the engage?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Engage. All right, cool.
Unbroken sentence moving from topic to topic. No one had a chance to interrupt. It was quite hypnotic. Incredibly unbroken sentence moving from topic to topic. No one had a chance to interrupt. It was quite hypnotic.
Humans are capable of so much more than we yet understand. We're really something. Star Trek fans believe that. And so do I. For us,